If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to step out.
And it's all done. A Trollocs win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the World Finals. It's Anubis.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hello and welcome back. As an Asian Counter-Strike enthusiast, right? It's been a beautiful spot so far. We've already had to get into the year nicely with ECL. So what a prime time for IEM Dallas 2025 qualifiers. I'm Conky. Alongside me is my partner in crime, Komodo. Dion, how you feeling, mate?
I'm good. I'm hot. We've still got a heat wave here in Melbourne, but that's fine because we're going to turn it up even more with all of the Asia Counter-Strike that we get on the next few days. Of course, you guys are going to get all the biased Aussies, the Asia Counter-Strike lovers, in your ears, on your screens throughout the course of this one as well. And it's glorious as well, right? There's 2 games that are going to be running simultaneously today, Mitch, and we get to see one that I would say is a little bit more in the middle, but again, anything can kind of always happen.
Yeah, absolutely right. You know, this is always a big question mark. We've got Atox and Tyloo over on the primary stream. I think that's on ESL CSGO C, alongside Elfish Guy and Pilly. And then, yeah, here we've got the Huns up against Lin Vision, and then we'll be running through. Mac will be joining me for that one, for that lower bracket, for, I guess, the elimination game, right? So overall, I think it should be some pretty exciting matches. As you said, this one, I think, might be a little bit more one-sided than what we could potentially see from Atox and Tyloo. But as I saw over at Extremes alongside Mac and Elfish Guy was who the hell knows what's happening with some of these teams, right? Anything can show up on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to run you guys through the journey of where we got to so far, there was an open qualifier that the Huns and Tyloo managed to get on through. IHC, you know, kind of one of those teams that have fallen by the wayside a little bit at the moment. So we're definitely looking towards the likes of the Tyloos, the Huns, the Lin Visions, the Atoxes to step up and really get up into the Asia region and hold that line. You've also got, you know, the Mongols, right, who are making absolute headlines across the world in this game. They already have the direct invite into the actual event. So there's an opportunity through this closed qualifier here to either get a secondary Mongolian team to go over, which if I was to put my bet, I think that Atox are going to probably be the ones to take this tournament right now, this closed qualifier, which means that we would miss out on a China representative as well. So I think there's a little bit more, you know, that we need to see from the likes of Tyloo and Lin Vision if they really want to push us forward there.
Yeah, Chinese CS is in such a weird place right now. You know, Rare Atom is obviously another team that's not being represented here in this competition. So yeah, Lin Vision, Tyloo trying to kind of wave that flag with the VRS. It's just so odd, I suppose, in this time that they're trying to make Lin Vision work, obviously, after losing their members. They've got G over at Tyloo. That's been an interesting one to see how that's been going, obviously. Again, they are such an individually strong team, but do they have the elements of success to actually take them through as a 5, right? That's always been the big question mark. Lin Vision, again, trying to kind of make it all work themselves. Yeah, Atox as well, though, like, you know, again, a solid team, but they are pretty hard second by a while, right, when we talk about Mongols, who are top 4 at Katowice. So picks and bans, Komodo, on the veto as it comes on through. So we've got Inferno, Dust 2, and Dust 2 again, which I'm assuming
should
is
be
going
Anubis.
to be Anubis. Yeah, exactly right. So that's fine. I'm not mad about that at all. I mean, it's sort of starting to feel like a little bit of the middle of the map pool, but at least Anubis thrown in for a little bit of a curveball there.
I mean, it really makes sense here. The Huns have predominantly been picking Inferno lately, like 9 times out of 10, essentially. It's their generic first pick. Same can be said for Dust 2 to come out of Lin Vision, so that is kind of expected to come here. Don't get me wrong, would like to see something like Train being back into towards the pool, but I see a lot of teams steering away from that at the moment. It does make sense. And then Anubis to finish it up, you know, I think that's perfectly fine as well for these teams if they can get there. I think that they're pretty evenly matched, that we could actually get there as well. 2 teams that are quite familiar with themselves as well, trading maps maps when it comes to ECL, for example. On the flip side, Mitch, during today when I was, doing the daily things, I was watching the Atox versus Rooster game as well.
Yes.
And Rooster took a map off of Atox. So I'm looking at that other stream right now against Tyloo, and I'm questioning, all right, Atox are warmed up, but they also dropped a map to, a team on quite the ping. So I don't know. This is a bit of an interesting one, and I guess there is that safety net of a lower bracket if these teams do need, because someone's gonna have to use it.
Do we know what servers they were played on? Was it on the Guam servers for that competition?
No, I think it was Singapore.
There you go.
Service,
Okay,
yeah.
so that would be like 110 odd ping for.
Well, I know
Rooster,
TJP had 240 and ASAP had 50. So ASAP was fragging.
But that's the problem with me, like over in Perth, right? It's like my routing is cooked, so now I'm only getting like 110 when I used to get 60. So I suppose it's nice to see more of this, right? We've been talking about how we've been missing that like international competition in that word.
Yeah.
I guess there's obviously big question marks about what's going to be coming through for this qualifier. Again, we just need more Asian representation around the globe, no matter what that event is. We've got FlyQuest trying their hardest. It's a little bit up and down. They had a kind of semi result where there was almost something against Astralis over at Katowice, and then on the flip side you got the Mongols, who only lost to the subsequent winners of the entirety of the event with Vitality, who went 3-0 in the end. So stuff like this, like Dallas, prime opportunity for players to really step up and again show their worth at the international scale.
Well, speaking of as well, you want to get these VRS points as well to get continued into, the big events and getting invited to close qualifiers and stuff like that. So it's going to be really big for these guys to get some wins under their belts at least as well. Even if you do, take a loss in the beginning, get that win, try to get some balancing of your points up in there. With only one team getting through this closed qualifier as well from Asia, from South America and from North America, can be a little bit brutal. I mean, we all know that Europe is the place to be. They've got 5 slots coming into a closed qualifier, which I believe are even starting in half an hour's time, which is early for them, 11 a.m. or something like that. So there's plenty of Counter-Strike for you all out there to feast your eyes on tonight. But to get back to the point, only a single slot to meet with the Mongols, essentially, as an Asian representative team. It's going to be really big for one of these teams, and really big to, again, just get another international opportunity against teams that were just at Katowice. The likes of Vitality and G2. We got FaZe, Eternal Fire, Mongols, Mouse, Liquid. Like, there are a lot of teams that were just in Katowice that are going to be playing in Dallas too. So very large opportunity for these teams to, just get the practice, get the recognition, maybe take some names.
Exactly right. And I think the key factor here is I was actually just trying to look back at last year. Obviously, there's going to be no Oceanic representative there. They did have FlyQuest the year prior, and that was no Asian representative there. So the fact that we're going to have 2 this time around over the fact we only had 1 for APAC, just as general, I think is a pretty cool statement too. So really, really excited to see this change for Dallas, giving that spot to Asia, giving that spot to South America as well. It's just lots sort of happening in that regard. So as you mentioned, plenty of Counter-Strike, I suppose, for the whole entirety of the evening and afternoon or morning, no matter where you are over in Europe. I'm wondering what the hell it's going to be for time when Mac wakes up over his part of the globe at this point in time. We're all going to be a little bit separated over the next little bit, aren't we? Jordan's over east, Pilly and you are going to be in Korea, Mac's in Malta, I'm stuck in Perth. We're all bloody separated everywhere, Hey,
Conky's leaking, everybody.
I ain't leaking anything,
Conky's
bro.
leaking. It's not public.
This is a Counter-Strike stream, Dion. That's what people are here for, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's I don't know. I just think it's a great time just for Asian FPS in general, and
absolutely,
that's what I'm really hoping for. A flip side of the coin here with the Huns. I don't think it's going to be super one-sided. Like, it certainly could be with Linvision coming out of the gates, but you just never know.
Here's the funny thing for me, right? I look at objectively, bird's eye view, couch, whatever you want to call it, and I think, all right, Atox Tyloo, Atox I would assume should be taking that one. This game, I would have put it more closely, in a 2-1 fashion. I would probably give the edge over towards the Huns with how they've been playing lately, but then Linvision can always come on through. And then there's this little birdie that kind of comes forward and they say, hey, we got a new player for Linvision. Their name's Call Me Sue. And everyone's just going to lose and he's just going to win. So I'm kind of wondering, like, what are we going to see from him today? Because it's this new player that's just coming on through and it's looking pretty scary.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what you need to see, right? You know, I remind you back to when like Mercury and Mosaic first got noticed, right? You know, even obviously Jam Young taking a little bit of a step away. As I said, I've only really kind of got references from Extremes Land, ECL. Over there, you know, they were looking really, really good individually, but not so great as a unit. So that's the kind of thing that you need to actually start to see out. You need to see that talent fostering, right, out of a region with 1.4 billion people and massive Counter-Strike fans too, right? You know, we saw the crowd at Shanghai at the major last year. It was beautiful, and all I can hope is that we see, you know, more events like, you know, Chengdu was last year. Wondering if that will come back. We've got Melbourne this year. Again, you know, question mark about what that's going to look like from a Asia representation and everything like that. How many Aussie teams? So there's like opportunity around, right? You know, we've got Cluj-Napoca coming up on Friday where FlyQuest are playing. So yeah, there's just events after event after event, and with the VRS, like clearly a bit awkward at this point in time, right? You know, an open letter talking about how it all comes together. It makes it for such an interesting time, and you just have to be keeping your eyes peeled, playing and winning everything as well to the best of your ability. Yeah,
I mean, like the importance on the early stage, everyone was kind of wondering how this VRS system is going to be. And, you know, for games that are treated even a best of one having points of contributing to it, it does make it a little bit damaging if you are catching these losses. And I believe there was even a post put out earlier today that if you're forfeiting, you know, the likes of a game in ECL or something like that, that's also going to be actually counting as a loss. So you need to make sure that you're actually playing the games that you're, you know, sign up for in these leagues and everything like that. So it does put a lot more of a premium, and we knew it was going to potentially be shaky at the beginning, but it does put a lot more focus on these teams to be playing these events, to try and be getting these wins, and also to not be aware of cutoff times for certain events as well, Mitch, because if you're, you know, having a couple of games, you know, you want to try and do some rescheduling or something like that as well to get some more points before a cutoff time, potentially could be a big issue.
Well, I think it's prime, right? You know, not taking opportunity away from other teams that really want to try and fight for it, right? You know, the teams that are going to be putting in the effort. It's all about taking every single event seriously and not just kind of fluctuating where you want to go, right? Because always the conversation was going to start to be, if you're picking and choosing events because of the VRS impact, right? And that's when it starts to talk about, you know, the prize money and things like that. It's got to go back to the old way where you are just playing your heart out, doing absolutely everything you can in every single tournament. And at the end of the day, you can't kind of fabricate the way that the year looks for you, right? Outside of the fact that you're, you know, getting some invites at some international events and things like that. That's one way, sure, but you don't want to be in a position where it's like the top 10 teams kind of being like, no, we want to sit out of this one because if we lose, it's going to throw us down. It's like, no. You got to be playing in every single competition to show that you're the best in the world.
It's putting us in this pool of consistency now as one of the most important things that we've ever seen in the ecosystem of Counter-Strike. And if, you know, you're playing all these events, you're getting wins, you're going to keep getting, you know, direct invites to these top tier events, and you're going to prove to the globe that you're a team worthy of playing in these events, because now you actually do have to fight for it.
Yeah, exactly right. And I suppose just an update to all of you guys watching along at home, Linvision is trying to get into the server at the moment. They've just got a bit of a TeamSpeak issue. That's why we are slightly delayed on the entry into this one. I want to get into the action as much as we all do watching along at home. So we'll keep you guys in the loop about that one as well. In the meantime, me and Komodo are just going to continue to ramble because we haven't got a hell of a lot of time to spend with each other lately. What was it, Jakarta the last time we caught up? So who knows what it's even going to be looking like over the last little bit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is good. You know, it is good. It'll become more of a rarity maybe soon. But Counter-Strike is always good. Always good to bring us back. I'm just thinking to myself as well, you know, what have we also got around the horizon? Saw Sky Esports come out with their new pathway for this year as well, which is quite promising, actually. Oh, was my audio a little bit?
Or is it you?
It might be you. Okay. I haven't changed a thing.
I'm going to turn this off and see what happens. Keep talking. Keep going.
All right. Apparently, Conky thinks I've put a filter on my microphone, so if I sound weird...
okay, no, we're back. It's me.
All right, it was Conky.
I don't know what the hell was happening there, but we're fine.
All right, we're good. I lost my train of thought. I like the map train. No, you like the map train. I like Overpass.
Yeah,
I want
train...
Overpass back.
Have you
played? Hey, actually, we played train first, straight away.
Yeah, we did.
Okay. As a very large Counter-Strike Global Offensive train enjoyer, what are your quick thoughts on train and what are your deeper thoughts on train?
I think it's one of those ones where it's just going to be taking time. Like, I don't mind the changes towards inside, like around you know, what was formerly Pop Dog and stuff like that. But I think like Ivy and that needs a lot of work. I still think it's so strange the way you play like back green train and stuff like that, you know, only having that little gap, and it's so hard to punish the offense out. The main thing that was really catching me was how quickly you could get in towards stairs now, which, you know, was ladder, obviously SL. As a, what's it called, if you're not getting in like a pug setting, right, if you're playing outside and you've got someone just rushing inners to try and get you, you've obviously got to have support from Con and things like that. You've got to have players on the T side like running out main and that to try and punish that. So yeah, there was a lot of gaps, I feel like, that were being exploited on the fact that the map is still relatively new, but I need to see more of it at a like a tier 1 level, right? Because we are seeing a little bit. I actually wanted to watch the Astralis FlyQuest VOD back. I didn't get a chance to because so few times are we seeing like teams pick train and actually win, right? It seems to be the thing where the team that picks it ends up losing. So yeah, we'll see. I'm
just thinking like about all the old strategies and stuff, like, you know, the whole, was it the G2 drop that you do on short ladder and everything like that, or the Astralis drop, or whichever one it was. I think they've removed a couple of the you know, proper skill components of the map.
Definitely.
Made it a lot more open, which puts a lot more of a premium on specific utility as well. But if teams are shying away from it right now, you know, and both teams are perma-banning it, we probably won't see it for quite a while because someone will ban it, and then the other team just gets the choice to ban whatever other map they want. So
yeah. As always, I think we're getting it where the teams are trying to pull it out as much as possible in the early stages. But, you know, that memory will continue on of the old train, and we'll try and make something new of it. But from us, just for a minute, we're actually going to take a short break, guys. There is no ETA just yet on this issue. So as soon as we've got it fixed up, we'll be right back into the game.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet, pushing closer. My heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamt. And now I'm falling, deeper down the flag, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going, I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the skies, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience here. We are now straight into the game here. Map number 1, of course, it is going to be Inferno here, picked up by the Huns. So very keen to see what we're going to have in front of us right now. Again, this game could really kind of go anywhere, right?
Yeah, well, that's it, isn't it? Of course, big old staple Inferno map. Once upon a time, the big old decider. But we'll start off with this one. Have a good firm handshake on what these teams are going to elect to do. Early banana control already for Envision. Just Starry kind of stretched on out elsewhere. Actually, Zaka by the looks of the numbers on the radar, actually.
Getting it done. Little wander over. But just holding on to that position down from top Nana right now. Zeralt just having a watch, seeing if anything will pop up his way. A couple of warning shots. Now as they do start to try and burst their way through. Smoke down towards CT. And they... Nice little flash over the top for the basic protocols as well. But that's a great shot from Zeralt already.
Big wrap going to come around from the Huns here too. So if Zeralt wants some more, he can try and find a little bit of a display around it.
Bomb going to get planted already. That massive flank as well. And on the return, it will be Bartak getting that opening here. Trying to find some more. We'll pick up the second. Vetshield to get taken down in the end there. Now Westmelon trying to dive a little bit further in towards construction there. He should be able to hear the footsteps of Zeralt, and he will get taken. So not a bad response there. Sue also getting another, but now it's onto Westmelon and Bartak into the clutch together. Bartak just going to get straight onto that defuse. Obviously doesn't have a kit, not going to be able to do it in full, and in the end it is going to be Westmelon, the captain, taking the team across the line, and Lin Vision opening up nicely with their first.
Yeah, there you go. That's a 2 versus 4 at the end of that one to be able to pull through too. So you really wanted to see a great delivery from Westmelon and Call Me Sue at the end of that one. You know, I was looking at it, and the shots earlier from Zeralt coming in as well, from Bartak finding 3 around the bomb site. But ultimately, at the end of the day, if you got no kit, you know what they say. Well, he had a clue, but it just wasn't on his side, unfortunately, at that one. It's going to be the force-up, of course, for Lin Vision here, picking up that first pistol rounds. Just these rounds, you're not trying to drop any weaponry, trying to see any tendencies of the Huns, of course. It's great stuff for Lin Vision when you do consider it is the map pick of their opponents. They want to stretch out a nice T-sided start. Pistol round, rather, is, you know, always going to be important, Mitch, especially now that we've had a firm seating in the MR13. A lot of these teams we've seen, you know, pistol and second round actually have a lot more, you know, reliance upon gathering those for any sort of comebacks in the second half or any sort of good stretched starts.
Always going to be so interesting to watch it develop over time, but that's actually some really good damage there from Zeralt and Bartak. Wow. An early 2. Starry now just trying to pick up the pieces here. He will be able to march down 3, though, nice and easily. I mean, look, Cobra has managed to push him back, so in a very awkward 2-on-2 position here. Cobra actually dropping down into second mid. Sue able to catch him there, so a little bit unlucky there for the Huns. They put in a good effort, but yeah, not going to happen just yet. So Emilia is going to be able to get that bomb planted. Another smoke down towards CT. Dotting their T's, crossing their I's. I even did it the other way this time.
Yeah, I normally say it that way. It's always good fun. But important that Lin Vision do stabilize after, you know, the full investment in towards the secondary round. You're seeing Galils, you're seeing an AK purchased up, and what were the 2 guns that actually got dropped down at bottom mid? It was an AK and it was the Galil at long range, where you think they would have advantage. So a bit of a strange start in the beginning of this round for them, but they will look to close it down anyways. And I mean, Zeralt just look for an exit here if he possibly can, or look to pilfer a Galil into the next round. I don't know if Sue spotted that. And he loses
pretty
his life
good
too.
Damage, yeah, if he's not careful here. Emilia able to live on, so not a bad result, I suppose, in the end. But like, again, you know, you don't exactly want to be in a position where you only have a single AK to take into that round when you've just gone up against USPs only. So a little bit disappointing, I guess, on the side of Lin Vision. But overall, the Hunts, they've been able to pick it back up. And guys, if it's not obvious, obviously we are just trying to fix that audio on the game. It's always fun to try and walk it in when you've got no sound. But I suppose at the end of the day, that's what does happen from here to here. So yeah, good opening from Lin Vision. But I think there is certainly more that they can do here if they want to look like they're going to take away a pretty convincing win.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, you'd always want to start off with a good 2-0, for example, in a best of 3 environment in a double elim bracket. Specifically when, you know, you're a team that has having some roster changes coming into this. You know, you're not playing as much as some of the other teams as well, the likes of Atox, for example, right now. I think the boldness for Lin Vision and in this series is, you know, we've already seen series where they're very familiar with the Huns, right, Mitch? So it's not like they're going into territory that they're not familiar with. They've been playing them in best of 1s. They've been playing these same maps against them. They've been getting good victories. They've been taking close losses. But we do get back into it. Very rapid, quick. And there will be the buy present for both of these teams. So, you know, at least afforded enough for Lin Vision in the coffers that they can go at this round with everything that they possibly could need, right? There's only just 2 Galils down. Everyone's got the utility.
Perfectly done. Now a little bit of offense straight out. Sue will be taken down low with that nade early on. But they do have a little bit of control already up forward. Cobra has been tagged up quite heavily as well. It's just Zeralt to try and take point, get that additional nade down. Should hurt very well. Yes, there it is. That's Sue, the early damage found. And Cobra also getting one back onto Emilia. So they're paying in really, really rough for Lin Vision here, you know, after taking that early damage. And it's just been a barrage of utility. Look at them pushing all the way down. Westmelon actually getting forced to his death as well, Komodo. So unfortunately for Zaka and Starry, they are just cruising on their lonesome. And Vachil just taking point in the end of apartments.
Well, it's good to see with all of its history, Inferno hasn't changed with the beginning 30 seconds of a banana control fight. Always one of those things previously where, you know, you keep your CT economy in check and you don't have a lot of utility on their side. The A can lose banana control pretty quickly, and the T's can run away with this map. So we'll see if there's going to be any changes up from Linvision's side after this round, because a 2 versus 5 with bare utility, very difficult.
Okay. Straight down. 35 seconds. Not really a hell of a lot of time for Zaka to try and make this work. And in the end, it does go down very quickly. So 5 alive for the Huns. A pretty happy sort of response round here, Komodo. Not bad at all to kind of get their feet on the ground nice and early. We talk about MR12, how it happens so fast, and the economic woes that can be felt by the CTs, especially on maps like this in Inferno, always makes it tricky.
I mean, we already saw a big good bowling in banana, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if Linvision don't want nothing of it and decide to go for a bit of a crawl up through second mid, or if they want to go in through apartments where the Tech 9s can certainly get some great damage out early on. It is going to be the earlier of the statements as well, up through second mid at the moment. Bit of early utility, and you do just have to be careful as 9. Great incendiary placement.
Nicely done. Trying to sort of force their way back, and they do manage to get into the deeper part of apartments, but at the end of the day, that smoke will keep them at bay, so not really walking away with too much control. And I mean, 4 here from the Huns, it's going to certainly be a toughie for Linvision to overwhelm. So I think the Huns are going to be nice and happy with this one, but they just need to make sure that they don't lose too much more.
Yeah, absolutely. Another round where you're surviving with 4 or 5 members, in this case, what might be very possible. Certainly extends yourselves out a little bit nicely towards the later side of the half, or the mid side of the half. This was that force up as well from Linvision, don't forget. So they'll be on the back of the loss bonus. Nice shot to come out from Bartak, but again, you know, you really are just kind of waiting for the ultimate conclusion in this round, right? Su, Starry, maybe they're good for 1 kill. Maybe they're good for 2 kills and a B site plant. But apart from that, shouldn't be anything too scary here.
Utility over the top to try and give themselves some extra space, but once again, you know, Bartak will be creeping around into pool, and they have actually separated themselves. Well done, though, in the end from Cobra to find it. I don't really think, despite the powerful position from Su, they should be well and truly aware of it. They did manage to just narrowly miss, but in the end, it will be Bartak to find it. So well done again from the Huns. 5 alive, massive rounds back to back. And Linvision, obviously, they're not going to be buying just yet, so it should very well be Huns taking the lead.
Yeah, and these are the sort of situations that I want to just see some dominance from a CT side as well, right? When you're up against the pistols, you're starting to equalize the scoreline. You did great damage earlier on in the map when you just had your little pistols as well against that second round of Linvision. You're building up a lot of your economy. You're playing on the back of this standard protocols as well, because you don't need to play deep in towards your strat book in a round such as this. I do also want to just make note that I want to see, you know, another kit or 2 in the next round from the Huns to make sure there's no retake shenanigans that go a little bit haywire.
Just the basic fundamentals, hey? That's all you really sort of need. But so far, again, it's relatively good. I have liked the active rotations that we're seeing already so far from the Huns, the double up in Diggity here. They're very, very happy to kind of take point down Nana as well. So, again, you know, this round should just be a throwaway. Not really much to think of. Just want to avoid as much damage as possible. 9 obviously taken a little bit low, but he's now boosted up on to roof. So you can just sit there on balcony and wait.
Definitely is just the middle of the round that we do wait, isn't it? And then it's a good crossfire at the end from Bartak, and it's actually all Bartak as 9 falls away. So, had some good old stats for him. 10 kills already on the trot, but this is finally Mitch where we'll actually get the big old weaponry back for Linvision. No boomstick, though, over on that T side. I'm kind of interested to see when the Huns are going to bring it out, if at all, because, I mean, so far, it doesn't really feel like that Linvision have pushed the issue so far in the distance game to require an AWP just yet.
No need, right? Don't need to overinvest in that position. You've got above 7.5k pretty much for everyone. So, not bad at all. Just that basic utility now from the bottom of Nana. Trying to trade it all through. I like that nade down mid as well for Chill. Happy to take point very aggressively. He does have the teammate support there as well from 9.
It was actually a good jump spot in apartments to get info, confirm that there was something happening in second mid. So you don't want to get steamrolled by 2 positions, though that's a little bit overeager from Cobra in towards Banana.
Yeah, doing that solo as well, leaving Zeralt back on site by himself. Now you have to pull the rotation, and that's the danger territory on a map like Inferno. How much pull? It's similar to, you know, your Ancient, where if you're rotating constantly, it just shuts you out of the map.
Wouldn't actually mind a reflash to come on through from them. Bartak has one, but they're going to get set up for a bit more forward. It's a HE grenade instead, and he can't get the trade.
And that's one by one, right? You know, the classic failure, and the fact that you've even got the amount of players here is kind of crazy. 9 does manage to respond with one quick one, but the chill actually found by Starry at the exact same merit too. So 9 has to rotate all the way around, and look at this level of separation. Starry straight into library, and unless he overextends here, which you probably shouldn't be doing. Oh, Starry, that was bold, my friend. But thankfully it was beautiful too. So a headshot ripped off, and Starry getting it done for the team.
That's just A1S things at the end of the day there, isn't it? If that's the AK, the good job gets done, and then you're in a 1 versus 2. Maybe there's some chip damage in the mix, but you kind of hit the nail on the head a little bit earlier on. It was individual peaks by the Huns with not really too much setup of utility. Bartak uses a HE grenade at that re-aggression down banana instead of a potential flashbang to pop in and get a good double kill, maybe. But hey, you know, now they have to play on the back of that round loss. They do bring out the AWP this time on 9, and he's going to be positioning that one at the banana location hold for a bit more aggression of the Huns there this time. Again, just a lot of flames exchanged over there. That's 4 incendiaries from the Huns already invested.
Yeah, wow, damage. Found back, though, immediately. Amelia can find that additional, and 9 also taken low. That's that AWP that you're talking about, forced off the line. They do reflash, though, to try and engage again. Westmelon obviously quite low too. So not a bad position to be in still. 2 members of the Huns here. Again, it's that just minor level of separation where you pull 1 member away. Now the chill has to peek on in. Does manage to walk away with 1. Su, Zaka taken very, very low, but the damage has been dealt. Su does pick up another 9 on the cross. Tries to get something done. And Cobra is here again. Amelia, Su low, but oh man, you know, it's just that position that you don't want to be in, and what some of the biggest challenges facing through on Inferno are. But he's going to go for it here. Does start to walk his way through, but in the end, it's going to be Starry getting the spray through the smoke. So well done, Huns. Do some damage, but Lin Vision continue to hold on to the steering of the ship.
I'm looking at that AWP that was at the floor that 9's corpse dropped, and I'm thinking to myself how tantalizing that must be to just grab and save for the next round, right? They do manage their finances where they can get another one out, but it's a 1 versus 3 at the end of the day there. You're kind of incentivized to go for that when you do get that first pick through the smoke. And a little bit unfortunate, actually, in the beginning of the round from the Huns, because I feel like they really didn't get a read on what Lin Vision were doing. 2 Molotovs invested down banana with a lot of HE grenades, and there was 2 at the top of mid invested from them as well. So Lin Vision is already putting pressure on the Huns around the map in its entirety to draw out all of this early utility. And now they're recognizing that as well. Lin Vision can just wait, respect the smokes, let them fade. They know that they've got an economical advantage in this current point in time. Do they wonder, though, if there's a secondary AWP available? I think that's going to be a good secret in this round for the Huns.
Just buying some additional time. They've obviously invested very, very deep in towards banana here. Cobra, quite low though. Sure, we see does make it a little bit more challenging. That AWP has put its way back towards jungle side now, watching the top line of brackets, but already, you know, you've got Starry inside the apartments trying to work his way up now. And it's just going to be on to how long Zeralt can actually try and hold on to this position. The bomb is still postured over towards that B side.
Yeah, Cobra's got a flash ready, just popped. No spot, false sense of security. You don't want to overstay your welcome and go for this challenge. You do have an incendiary that you can drop again if they do extend back in towards this B site. 40 seconds to go. And it looks like Lin Vision want nothing of it. Maybe Zaka, or rather Westmelon, wants to try and sell a bit of a fake here. It does draw another smoke out from the Huns, so the weaker side of A is going to be the intended target of Lin Vision here.
Yeah, definitely so. But again, you've got already a hell of a lot of control here. You know, that AWP from 9 lining it up. Zaka, Starry taken low. Bartak does get punished by Call Me Sue, though. Call Me Sue! Oh my god. All members just completely dismantled Komodo. And this is the thing. This is the difference maker when you can play a confident and aggressive T side of this map. Great shot from Zeralt to get him back. But the money, it's just completely vaporized, right? All gone. Cobra Zero and Zeralt are going to have to try so hard to hold onto the weapons that they've got right now. And already they're sniffing, hunting to try and find them to the best of their ability, right? And why wouldn't you? You know you can destroy the economy even further.
It's just that stuck in the situation of a CT rotate, right? Where you've not got 100% confirmed information on what's going in through mid because you relinquish that. As soon as Nine's AWP goes away from jungle and he's rotating between the sites, that gives Linvision so many gaps around the map to be able to exploit information, to path in towards a specific position. And when they recognize that they get banana for free and they are seeing extra utility dropped over at that B side as well, it can just be the 4-man assault over onto that alpha site and winning it cleanly as well. Great heads up play from Call Me Sue to just lead by example in that one. Drag the rest of the team with him. And Linvision will hold a pretty standard lead right now, and they can even look to extend that, Mitch, because again, you're saying there's only 2 guns surviving from the Huns in towards this new round. They'll buy up a little bit extra. Maybe it'll even be a full buy up behind these 2 guns. That'll be assumed to be talked about during this timeout right now. So I'll be, kind of always interested to see as well what Coach NCL is going to be bringing into the mix for the Huns as well here. And also another thing, the FAMAS changes.
Yeah, definitely.
How much is that giving teams the want to buy a FAMAS nowadays?
Yeah, I need to see more, right? You know, it's one of those things when you first got the Galil change, it tempted a hell of a lot of people. You know, it's still such an important part of the meta now. So you're going to kind of hope that this does something to those second rounds or those third rounds. But again, you know, time will obviously tell. So it is that full investment deep in Bartak picking up the MP9. It's actually going to send it over towards the ult. So they are basically investing all the way down here to everything that they can. But is it going to pay dividends again? That's going to be the question. You know, again, team like Huns up alongside Atox, you know, it's like, who is that third team? Atox kind of takes that spot, but I think, you know, the Huns, Chinggis Warriors, IHC, it's such a big question mark at this point in time. So opening pick, though, from Linvision again. Zarok goes down early and punished for a little bit of overstepping inside Banana again.
Yeah, we've seen the Huns airstrike down Banana a little bit already and find some damage on the Linvision, right? Even through from top mid. So this time returning the favor. And you can settle a little bit. You've taken down one of the primary rifles of the Huns. More importantly, you've taken down a member that survived in the last round, right? So that's any retained utility gone as well.
Crazy sort of scenes.
Risky from Vachil here.
Wants to fight it. Does get the timing, and that's massive. The old Classico. The fact that he's got 2 here, Komodo. Getting away with murder, narrowly missing the third as well. Does get the damage on towards Westmelon, but a massive risk from him, and that's kind of, you know, baited him as a mission there. Now 9 can walk down in towards Freezer, and Starry does get the trade. It's back to a 2-on-2, and now it's just going to be that separation as to where the bomb is. If Cobra Zero plays his timing right, he might be able to separate the awkward offense here. Molotov goes in towards the site, but again, Bartak on the flank. Bartak's position. Cobra not overlooked. The molly does tick onto him just a little bit. And there's Westmelon making it work. Does get caught on the rotate around. Is he going to be able to do it? 20 seconds. It's, again, just about buying that time. Where's the duel going to come through? The fact that Westmelon's got around, but he's got no bullets. And Cobra Zero, great clutch to come out from the man. And Huns get a run on the board.
Luckily enough, the risk does pay dividends for them. Going down after you lose an opening pick at the very beginning to that HE and just drive through a bottom Nana smoke with an MP9, finding not just 1, but 2 players. Even going past T stairs to get someone in unders. Like, that is absolutely ridiculous. Imagine if he got away with a third one. That would have been ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But a lifeline for the Huns on their CT side now. It doesn't balance their economy too hard, but it does give them a great fighting chance to equalize and maybe look to even take over the scoreline for the half.
Damage already dealt onto Amelia and Zaka, so that's a positive. And again, Zeralt, you know, that's that early utility that we were seeing at the start of this map before there was a bit of a resurgence from Linvision. So, well done. Yeah. And now they take posturing again down towards Nana. It's just been a constant fight for this position.
Well, it's revenge at the beginning of this one too with that HE grenade. This time, Zeralt getting Amelia out of the round. So for the Huns, they'll take a little bit of a leg up in the beginning stages here, but are they going to be able to hold on to it? Because again, they don't have a lot of stalling ability, right? They've got Cobra with his utility. The rest is just of that assistive variety. 9 is a with a flash. Bartak has a HE. If I'm them, I'm just playing towards my crosshair at the moment. I'm kind of waiting to see what Linvision are going to do with their smokes. Are they going to try and wrap jungle side? Are they wrapping diggity side? Some brackets control, at least for now. But some great little chip damage, yeah. Little bit by little bit.
Starry going low, and that's actually called the audible for them. They're going to pull away. Now it's going to be on to Cobra Zero to see what he can find. Again, he is alone on an island here. This is the problem with this level of aggression, right? And he has made the right call at the right time. He still does have the incendiary in hand. To get that down would be massive. Could buy some additional time. Even just the additional 10 seconds that can be found. He hasn't heard it. Footsteps now going through, but he's stuck on the line. No, not what you want to see at all. Now the rotation has to start to come through Komodo. And already they will have that site control. But how much can they find through the smoke here, the Huns?
And they're going to try and flash him through, or they're going to blow open the smoke. Bartak is going to use that nade. Oh, they can't find anything on the back of it. And Su finds a ult.
Yeah, this is massive so far, but they're all so low. Starry down to 9 HP as well. They make their way into church and they try to flush it around. Starry gets some further information, dropping in towards the pool here. But again, he just has to try and hold on for as much time as possible. Half tick now on at that bomb. Still finding time, and they are creeping away. They don't want any of it. They've pulled out the Huns. Oh no. They had the kit, but no utility just makes it so damn awkward. And all I can think about is, again, Cobra Zero just a little tiny bit too forward and 2 left feet on the exit.
It's one of those things where that's why I mentioned the utility at the beginning of the round, isn't it? Meanwhile, 2 go up with a bomb. You can't really be using all that util of the Huns and then conceding control of a bomb site through Lin Vision as well, because it's just that. That's exactly what happens. You're forced into submission. You're forced in towards a retake. The difference that Cobra has if he drops that CT molly over towards half wall instead, I'm looking at the timing as well when he's going for the jiggles. I think it might have been Starry that got across. I'm not 100% sure on who it was, but somebody got across towards the car early enough for him to turn and second guess himself, and that's when he panic drops the molly and tries to escape, right? So it's just that little bit of timing that works to Envision's favor as well. This time, though, Cobra, another smooch with the MP9.
He is so bold, isn't he? The level of confidence this man has to keep on kicking. Amelia, though, does manage to find him through the smoke. And now Zerolt, a little bit of an awkward line. He only has the MP9 to try and fight from a distance here up at car. But he's made a bit of a mission forward. Nine's also picked up Starry inside second mid. This wander down. He's picked up 2. Zaka does get the trade out with the AK. But again, they are weakened so heavily. Amelia and Zaka have to do it all with not even a full player's HP between them.
And Vachil is in kind of a nice spot at the moment. Would you expect another person to be pushed all the way through to T-Apps right now?
I don't think so.
No, they don't.
Not at all. Amelia has to do it all.
Did you see the shadow?
Now.
I think he might have seen just the shadow. They're walking down Banana at the moment, or rather running down Banana. So I think they've locked Amelia in. Yeah, good trade. They 100% knew it was there. Good on them.
Well played. It certainly looked like they were questioning it for a second, right? But they assumed that the buddy system was in play, and they were correct. So Lin Vision are actually battling with some of the economic woes, right? The Huns did have to buy all the way down, but they managed to just hold on. They haven't really had to deal with an eco here, and now as there's 1 round the difference, Komodo. My God, Lin Vision, they started off so potentially strong, but they've fumbled it a little bit.
And it's when they see the finish line in sight, at least for the first half, right? This is the last round of it. So you got to go in with what you can as Lin Vision. Old Fabled Rush B attempts to maybe even draw a bit of a fake, draw out more utility of the CTs. I'd absolutely love to see that at the moment for Lin Vision's sake. But I'm looking radar, and Cobra's not really drawing too much out. So the roll's going to fall on back as well. So the idea is that this is going to be a bit of a wrap towards the A side for Lin Vision. If that's where they decide to end it, look at it. It's 4 players already towards the A side. This is a great read from the Huns, who understand what their opponents do with all the times they've played them when there's a last round, half buy, eco buy, what have you. And great just map control as a CT team.
Just a slow peek now from Vachil. Looking to see if he can get that Molotov down. He waits, and he will get it down at the perfect time. So that's going to park it at the very least. But he needs to be careful that he doesn't overstep. This is a good read so far from the Huns, Komodo. They do have time to make this work. They do have time to deny. They've slowed the offense, Lin Vision.
They're setting up for the bust now with the flash over.
Utility now out. And unfortunately for... okay, never mind. I was going to say unfortunately for Vachil, but it's actually unfortunate for Lin Vision. They managed to tie up the scoreline 6-6. Nice half return for the Huns. Thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We are returning again into the depths of Inferno. It's an interesting half that we had in the end. Tied up scoreline 6-6 between the Huns and Lin Vision, Komodo. And yeah, it all comes from the back of some kind of unorthodox aggression, I guess you could say, from the Huns in the end there. You know, some control down second mid. They were really, really well contesting Banana at the start and then the end of that half. In the middle, Lin Vision definitely had their sort of angle a little bit, but they recovered very well.
I think the biggest thing for the Huns is they took some risks at the right time and it paid off. Because if those did not go their way, we'd be looking at something like a 9-3 half with, you know, how many they were actually able to peel away with. It was kind of ridiculous. And one of the biggest things in Counter-Strike still is the economy, right? You really have to be careful on what duels that you are taking and what your investments do look like if it's not going to be able to play to the numbers and play towards the rest of the round, right? It's always that age-old statement of play for the round and the kills will come. We're seeing a lot of risk at the moment on this CT side when it comes to Inferno and a lot of this banana control. That's the age-old question. Do you respect it and give it up, or do you fight for it? And we've seen a lot of early engagements of being fought for it for both of these sides, and more often than not, whichever team was getting the airstrike got the full control and kind of won the round.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting little beast, isn't it? But just checking in on the A stream as well for this event. Elfish Guy and Pilsky bringing you through that one. I don't know exactly where the game is right now when we're sitting in this one, but it was a 9-3 half in the end in favor of Tai Lu. So I wouldn't be surprised if Tai Lu kind of walk away with this one. Just again, from the individual prowess. I did see that in the chat there was something to do with Dobu having a ping issue, so that's obviously going to impact it. But yeah, I don't know. Atox have been having some interesting results, right? Because when they're on, they are firmly the second best team in Mongolia and potentially one of the second best teams in the APAC region. Outside of FlyQuest, I suppose. Whereas, yeah, like if they're not on, they can get trounced pretty quick. And I think, you know, an event like IEM Dallas would be massive for all four of these teams, right? You know, no matter who you are. And if Tai Lu do manage to make their way through in a bit of a turbulent stage for their roster with all the changes that kind of happened over the break, it would be very interesting to see.
Oh no, 100%. I mean, Tyloo has been one of the organizations of China for the longest time. If they're able to have some sort of a resurgence and become, one of the topper teams again to start to build up back towards the international stage, especially in a VRS environment where, with how this is all going to transition, we could have consistently 3 teams coming from Asia at all these events, right? We're probably then thinking maybe the likes of your Mongols still, if your Tyloo's getting up there and your FlyQuest is getting up there, how cool would it be to start to really chip away at these other teams around the world and get more Asian representation at these global events? That'd be massive.
FlyQuest is such an interesting one, right? Because after dropping Alistair for Regali, there's been question marks around how the roster's going to look. Was Alistair the problem? I think in the opening series that they had, maybe that was answered potentially, right? That was that Blast Online event, but then they move into Katowice and, there was a pretty lackluster opening match, and then the second was a little bit better looking, where they almost took down Astralis, but again, at the end of the day, it just looked to be maybe a small level of disconnect, so hoping to see that Regali's going to be integrated into the roster quite well, and then questions against them on Cluj-Napoca. But on the flip side, again, when we're talking about our top APAC teams, like the Mongols, man, like they are performing out of their skin, right? A close loss, really, 13-9, 13-8, I think it was, against Vitality on the big stage, and you could see the pressure was getting to players like Mizinho and stuff like that, up against Titans like Vitality, right? When you've got Apex jumping up on his desk, screaming across the arena, it's pretty crazy. So, and also for them to get a win. I was thinking about it at work yesterday, I think it was like the debate between like ZywOo and Donk, and then to see ZywOo get such a dominant victory and a 1.6 rating for himself too, up against Spirit in a grand final of Katowice, 3-0 in the best of 5. So yeah, it's just, again, starts such an interesting tale for 2025. And going back to that topic that we've been talking about is VRS points, right? Is, again, that thing of where you need to see teams showing up to every single event and hitting it out of the park as best as they possibly can.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, again, it's really just going to be a lot of the consistency at the moment. And for a team like the Mongols, just to touch on that for another moment as well, their rise to fame, their rise up the ranks has been so quick that they've not been able to undergo the full pressure system to make them into a diamond yet. So the pressure can really still start to get to them, which, again, what are they currently sitting? Number 3 in terms of VRS, I think it is, which is kind of ridiculous.
I think it was actually number 2 from memory. I'll have to bring it up.
I think they're number 3 going into the Dallas event, and Vitality are number 2. So they actually hold quite the high VRS current point stand, which if they're going to still stay right up there and get all these invites to these massive top events, they're going to have to start to get rid of those nerves and start to get rid of those pressuresome environments and drone out, for your example, the likes of Apex when he's screaming at you.
It was number 3, and that, I believe, is just because of the result between Spirit and Vitality, right? And there's only 8 VRS points sitting between Vitality and Spirit as well, whereas the Mongols is about 100 below, and it's Na'Vi snipping on their heels. So it's all very, very close from there, with 1831, 1825, and 1824 between Mongols, Na'Vi, and G2. And I think the main thing is, for the Mongols, particularly going into this year, it's like, are they kind of tier 1.5 merchants, or are they going to be able to perform at some of these bigger stage events? And with Katowice, at the very least, you could start to see some good signs. So you can just only hope that they continue to keep on fighting. But I will address the elephant in the room again, Komodo. We haven't started the game yet. I can't remember exactly what was the reason. There was a extension to the halftime break that not all the players were quite ready. So we're just working through that again at this point in time. Such is life in Asia Pacific, right? These teams are notorious for making sure that everything is in play before they do get into it. So I think it was a comms issue again, continuation for what we had before.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to have the communications up there. Imagine if Conky couldn't hear me or I couldn't hear him. Make for a very interesting cast.
Always. Look, the good thing is we've been working for years on rambling, I guess you could say. So we're always going to be ready for something like that to come on out. So all good in the hood. I was just looking as well, scrolling further down on this VRS. FlyQuest and Atox are only 20 points apart too. So that's 21 and 22 ranking.
Well, you got to also then remember Atox can get more points if they catch dubs here and overtake them. Yeah. While FlyQuest aren't gaining anything until Cluj-Napoca, where they start off against Falcons.
Yeah, well, this one
gonna be roughy.
Yeah, this one down further. Lin Vision and the Huns 57-58. So that's why obviously these guys lining up from the VRS points, because I don't even know where your Tai Lu would sit. So Tai Lu's 74, Rare Adams 68. And then, Chinggis Warriors like 98. So it really starts to expand out from there, because I think a lot of these events, like, there's not even going to be teams like Semperfi, like Rooster, or anything like that are showing up, because they haven't had a chance to play a number of these events that carry the VRS points. I think the next one further down, from what I can see, is like Mind Freak, who have got some off the back of it. And then there's KZG. But yeah, where's Rooster? I can't even see them on this one. Surely they're a bit higher. There you go. Okay, Rooster 133. So anyway, there's just so many question marks against this damn year of 2025, right? Anything can happen. I'm not going to question anything. I'm just going to let the carpet get rolled out for all of these players.
Yeah, and we need to, honestly. It needs to be the year of everybody learning what's going to work in this new system, and more often than not, it's going to become that consistency factor where you're accepting these events, you're getting potential boot camps in, or if you're not having time in between for a boot camp, you're refining things between events, and you're going to have to do it, on the spot at these events. Because if we look at it right now, in a global capacity, right, we go from Katowice to these Dallas quals to Cluj-Napoca, because there's some teams doing all of them.
Of course. And that's the thing. Why wouldn't you, right? You really do want to see all of these teams pick up as many events as possible and fight hard. So that's crazy, actually. Like, looking at the event, Mongols actually rank number 1 inside that from a VRS perspective. So yeah, on the other side, I guess, like, that's the thing, when you've got FlyQuest lining up against Falcons early on. I mean, like, well, I think it's winnable perspective, but I think that a team like the Falcons is just going to go, well, look, we're still working out the team, but we're just better.
Yeah, well, talking about Falcons, that's like one of the exact teams that are in this current predicament in the VRS scenario, where they played IEM Katowice and they got knocked out early. They've then done the closed qualifiers because no direct invite. So they had to get 2 wins to get, the first one of the first 4 seeds, because there's only 5 seeds or 5 slots that go through closed quals for Europe. And then they're playing Cluj-Napoca as one of the opening games on Friday. So that they really do not have a time to spare scenario, in all their research and fine tuning and doing map prep and all that sort of prep. So it is using the games for, and figuring things out on the fly quest.
Oh man, what are you doing Valentine's Day anyway with Keita, mate? I'm actually stuck. Well, not stuck. It's going to be awesome at a wedding on the day. Like, the guy who's the groom, he said to me, he's like, I'm doing all blokes a favor, right? I'm having my wedding on Valentine's Day, so no one has to worry about date night. And I said, mate, I respect it.
Well, we just got a dog. So
true.
We're
I forgot about
home and doing stuff here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say, what more romantic than watching FlyQuest up against Falcons, right?
That's not Thursday, though.
Is it? No, it's Friday.
Oh, no, it's Friday. It's Friday.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's like Friday.
Oh,
it's like prime for me, right? Like Friday, 7:30.
Oh.
And then I realized I'm not even going to be like able to watch. I'm going to be sitting at a wedding. So, hey, look, I'll probably find a way to get it up in the corner, but that's okay. All right. We're back. That's all we need to say.
I have other casting on Friday night, actually. Oh no. Anywho.
Oh, on you messed up, bro.
Didn't realize.
That's such a man brain thing. It's like, nothing important on that day. Yep, I'll book some casting.
It's alright. It starts at like 10:30.
Yeah, it's fine. You got the date. Starry, opening up nicely as we proceed into the second half of this. Starry actually getting a second as well. Very nicely done. Forced off the top of Nana as well. Now having to rotate away. Zaka will sit back on towards the side, but they're going to really pick up the pace here, the Huns. Again, they had a bit of a resurgence in the later part of that one. Westmelon dinked up in the process, moving up close. This is the danger of those Glocks, right? Already finding it. Bartak picking up another. Zaka goes down, but look at this flank coming in again from Starry. They all have to swing and try and find this control, but there's that level of hesitation. It's really, really awkward. Zerold actually does manage to find the bomb plant, but Bartak picks up another. Komodo, it's turning on its head right now. Bartak and Cobra finding the frags. Amelia and Call Me Sue have to do it all, and they know it's awkward. There's one at top Nana, there's one in the pool, and unfortunately, there will be no happy days as Cobra Zira, he will strike in the night. And somehow, some way, in a 3v5, the Huns find 7.
Another scenario where we've got a deficit pistol round gathered by the deficit team. Because remember, the very first pistol round, it was that 2 versus 4 that comes through from Call Me Sue and from Westmelon, right? So this time they're not able to, unfortunately, deliver. And after a deep timeout extension at the half, we'll have a chit chat to figure out what do we do.
Yeah, fair play. I think you got to get your head back into the game, right? You know, that was a little bit of a scrappy round where Starry managed to start it off so well, because I think for Lin Vision, like, they're in such a weird place, you know, again, having G leave over towards Tai Lu. They had, what was it? I can't remember. It was Starry, pretty sure, that joined G, and then he went back and ultimately, like, joined the original roster, this core of Lin Vision. They bring in Call Me Sue. So it has been very much all over the shop. I do need to check my receipts on that. I can't remember if it was Zaka or Starry.
Well, whilst you check that, timeout's gone, round has started, and it is the force up for Lin Vision. So we'll see what they're going to be able to deliver with as they meander down mid, scout to watch from above, and, well, they get one in the trade. But that's
I was right. I was right. It was Starry.
Well, he's the last one alive now. His team's gone, and they forced up. So this is as worse as a start that you want to on your CT side.
Yeah, it's not good. I suppose there's a lot of holes being seen in Lin Vision right now. And, you know, again, a team like the Huns, right? Like, we know how good Bartak is. We know how good 9 is. It's just like, are they past the twilights of their career? Well, clearly not. You know, 16-6. There's a hell of a lot of these individuals that are kind of just like floating around right now between the Huns, between Chinggis Warriors, between IHC, and even in some of the further ones that you start to see, right? You know, there's a couple of those rosters like that are in ECL that have a little bit more biff, I guess you would say, where there's just power in some of these individuals, but they haven't quite found their roster homes, right? That's always the question. You know, you've got so many Mongolian teams between Nomads and the Cube and all that.
3 is going to be the pass mark, though, for the Huns here, even if they aren't able to retrieve the AK-47, because they did see the force up from Lin Vision. So they know this next round isn't going to have too much weight to it. I'm noticing on the money department that Call Me Sue did actually have 3,300, so they could have, you know, potentially even saved for further investment behind an AWP later on, but they'll do the math and make sure that they've got, you know, a chance, albeit a slim one, in towards a round such as this. But if they do, you know, drop their next gun round, Mitch, that's certainly where the Huns, you would expect, going to run away with this map.
Definitely so. It's that battle of the kind of financial issues on the CT side of Inferno. You know, it was bad enough on CSGO, let alone as we've shifted over to MR12 on CS2. If you lose those opening rounds, you can't quite settle that CT economy. It just makes it so damn punishing. Now Zeralt has found the information. He's going to be forced away, and it should be a relatively simple walk-in from the Huns here. You know, just keeping their fundamentals, finding the side together, thinked up Call Me Sue, no deagle shots to come through.
Yeah, we're just highlighting that for the very beginning as well. You know, Call Me Sue, this new prodigy to come in towards this roster, hasn't been able to find too much, all things considered, in this map just yet.
Whilst we've got a sec to talk about it, Tai Lu, 13-6. So that's a pretty good opening from them. That was on their map pick of Mirage, and they've got Inferno.
What do they go next?
So,
Inferno, yeah.
Yeah, and Ancient last if we need it. Obviously, both teams very, very good on it, but I guess that's the question mark, right? Where if Atox plays a better team game, they could potentially walk away with the rest of the series.
Yeah.
But, like, Tai Lu, so good on Mirage, so good on Ancient.
I'm just trying to remember. I think Atox 13-3'd Rooster on Inferno today.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was 33.
Actually, I'm going to go have a look at that
result.
That's crazy. So if they were all on mixed ping, let's have a look-see.
Well, I don't know if you're
16-13 on Mirage, but then decimated 13-3, 13-6, yeah.
That was after a, like, 12-8 lead by Rooster, by the way.
Oh my god, MIQ went plus 31, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's awful.
And then, yeah, literally only ASAP with the 50 ping buff. Because I think the rest of the Mongols probably would have been on about 60 ping from Ulaanbaatar to Singapore, right? I would say something similar.
Yep. Well, on the tail end of that last round, Westmelon takes the Galil into this new one, so I don't know how much he's going to be favoring on towards that one here, but it is good to see that they get a lot of this utility, bar Emilia, who has 0, so they'll juggle that. Might have been a nice idea to juggle through, as he does drop some over towards the B side, at least, earlier on. So maybe they did get it all, I just didn't quite catch that. They did give control of Banana, though. But they do manage to find 9.
It's a big opening. I was about to touch on it, right? Zaka has had an absolute roughie, 3 and 12 before he picked up that frag. But it's an important one to take down 9, who's not only been in some good form, he's obviously invested quite heavily in towards that AWP. And now Zeralt being tagged low, Cobra Zero going down. So just these last 2 members, and Amelia's going to be having that watch over towards spawn. And Bartak left all alone, 17-6. So having a great game, of course, but looks like it should very well be the round going the way of Lin Vision, and 5 alive is going to be so important for them.
Every single death on the Huns actually was individual too, by the way. 1 over towards boiler, 1 over towards top of the apartments, and then pushing through the smoke at the B site. Every single one individual, no trade available. Kind of rough. Got to recognize that going into a round after this one where you will have another attempt at a buy. You definitely want to see Bartak try and hold on to this AK so Vichil can potentially, have some extra utility or something like that. But the hunt is actually going to be potentially on, as there's no way out of Banana. The other way, though, Mitch, Lin Vision getting this gun round on the board. I spoke about earlier on, if they don't win this one, then maybe the map does peel away. Well, they've managed to win this one. So converting back to bring it a little bit closer. Let's see, just in the meanwhile, if Bartak can hold on to this AK.
A little bit delayed there for Bartak. Yeah, looking at the radar maybe. But that's a very, very strong round in the end from Lin Vision. 7-9. No economic woes just yet. They've got enough to buy up their Galils and their AKs and the like. I think Vichil's actually going to go for the Deagle. So not bad, but again, still not optimal.
Yeah.
And if Lin Vision able to drive this back, save the 2K, they've obviously got an investment into the next round.
Mm-hmm. If you're Zaka as well, you got that boomstick in your hand. You don't necessarily need to press the issue and go very hungry for a kill if you're not really feeling it too hard on the kill department. Just lock down your line and make sure that you are winning that one successfully. So you can see Lin Vision fall back onto a little bit more mainstream protocol in a round such as this. Banana control with the utility to be exchanged. Starry, though, that's kind of ill-advised, going dry in towards the apartments, giving over a gun to Vichil here.
Always a awkward one, right? To invest into a round where you potentially shouldn't and give up that opening pick. So Starry punished for sniffing out the side of the Huns. And now it's going to be eyes back onto Zaka. They do have 3 here, which is where the Huns are posturing towards now, heading up towards top mid.
Nothing to help him, though, now that Westmelon does get smoked off, so he's going to have to reposition. No flash or anything to pop him back on the line either, so he really needs to get one, reposition, get a second. Shadows.
Oh, almost lines up the collateral as well. A little bit unlucky there. Westmelon, though, from the cubby, able to find 9. And a flick up, meaning that Vichil has now found his 2nd frag of the round. And how many more can he get? That's a 3rd. Does get taken down in the end by Westmelon, but Bartak finds the trade very nicely. And now Call Me Sue, can you be the prodigy here? Otherwise, the Huns will be finding 10 rounds here, Komodo.
Has an incendiary and a flash, but still difficult.
Very tough. Smoke will fade, allowing him safe passage through. But again, they're just watching firmly on towards that line. Zeralt might get caught as he's playing the line directly towards Library. I'm not sure if they actually assumed for him to be out. Yeah, exactly. But I don't think Komisu's actually going for this one here at all. He's just going to wait for the exit and see if he can pull away as many as possible. Again, they do have a buy into the next round. So there's 1, 2. I mean, hang on. No, not enough.
If he had a smoke and it was planted for Pit, there could have been a world where he challenges that. He still does manage to get him out with the explosion. So damage at the end of the round is successful. And I was going to say as well, if they knew that he was there, Cobra did have an incendiary that he could pop in towards the cubby and it would have found him anyways. But they didn't know he was there. So well done on him to kind of find all of that damage. And again, one of those scenarios, right, where that round kind of starts to snowball down and build bigger and bigger because of that first kill that Starry gives over to Vichil.
Yeah. Not bad at all, my friend. Not bad at all. 10 rounds for the Huns. But again, the damage just makes it so awkward having to dig deep into the pockets once more, all the way down to 50 and 100 and 0.
Big old swing round, as Pilly would call it. Give Linvision a fighting chance to get back in towards this map a little bit cleaner. The Huns, though, if they come away with this one, you know, you start to, again, reset that economy of Linvision, where maybe they do have a bit of a half buy in the next round and full buy after that. But if you're winning them, as the Huns, that'll be the map. So with a lot of these smokes at the moment, and no flashes, just some incendiaries, this is going to be extremely difficult to get in as the Huns.
Really is. 55 seconds, though. They're not going to overextend. They're happy with their Nana control.
If they go B, there's only Call Me Sue with an incendiary that can be smoked. If they dry contact up towards this, that is probably the only way that they have a way to win this round.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely looks like they're going for it, though. You know, they've got their smokes, they've got their molly in the hands of Bartak, but there's that rotation coming over quickly. They do actually try send one up towards Library, but they have sniffed this one out. Linvision are aware for sure, and now they potentially look for that boost. But they're just holding off. 20 seconds left now. The smoke will be exploded by that nade. It does go a little bit too far forward, and now they're just going to have to buy time. Call Me Sue has to do as much as he can here. Westmelon there. Westmelon with 3. Awesome stuff. Does get traded, but there's enough time for the round to continue. And Linvision, I don't even know how they've turned that, right? You know, it was a great rotation. They didn't get baited out by the smoke, and 4 alive for an 8th round.
I think they overcomplicated things at the end of that. When they had all the numbers in Banana, they don't, of course, have the info that we do, that it's a 1-4 setup for Linvision. But if they did contact right up to that smoke and kind of, you know, go through it quickly, that's how they would have got in towards the round. So unfortunate for the Huns. That's information that they would never be able to get, though. And now they're in this tricky scenario where they're going to play on the back of lost bonus money. This round's a force. Next round's guns.
Going straight up mid, right? Cobra going to try and make quick work of it, but in the end, it's Starry to find 2 inside the fire, and he will be able to do even further damage with the USB. How is he still alive? Emilia to help. Zaka to get one onto Zerolt as well. A couple through the smoke as that explosion comes through, and yeah, well done from Linvision. This has been a nice couple of rounds on the trot here, and a force back from the Huns means that they have no money.
Yeah, miscounted the lost bonus, actually. So it's that double eco territory. If you count the last one as a potential deco, you know, see what you can do with less. This is a huge chance for Linvision. You know, surviving this round with all 5, you pretty much have money for the rest of the map.
Easy breezy.
Nice
Great
shot.
little flick up from Zaka as well. Yeah, no armor on 9, but that's a nice opener. And you can see that they're a little bit more confident here. As I said, Zaka's got the AWP in towards his hands. The rest of the team's picking up. Starry and Westmelon have been looking good.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you need as Zaka, who, you know, was on 4 kills for the longest time. Hitting a flick like that, you just get some individual confidence that you're warm, that you can hit a shot. You know, all you needed was an AWP in your hand, potentially, and you start singing. And when you look towards the fact that our next map, you know, is going to be Dust 2, he's able to get an AWP out on that map.
Man, Draken 70-degree window right there. What is going on?
Yeah.
What a late shot.
If he's able to get an AWP out on Dust 2, remember, that's definitely going to be a win condition for Linvision. So getting Zaka online now, you better late than never.
Yeah, for sure. They've worked out whatever issues have been plaguing them earlier. And now it's basically just their job to try and close as quickly as possible. You know, this round will be a guaranteed 10-10 unless we see something stupid occur with the Glocks, but 35 seconds means that it's unlikely to be tenured.
You literally don't need to move as Linvision, though. They are in the perfect positions to be able to stave off any sort of late A hit with no smokes available to go down as well. Call Me Sue can just swing out and assist if he needs.
Nice and easy.
Yep, swatting flies.
Perfect stuff.
And now we're all tied up, 10-10.
And I don't know why I said 70-degree window. It's Draken's 30-degree window. I remember that. Losing my mind. I'm getting old. It's because I'm over 30. That's why. But 10-10. It's something, right? You know, it's a good resurgence from Linvision. They've certainly been caught lacking here, I think, a few of these moments, because Linvision, if they don't go away from this with a 2-0, I think they will be quite upset, I would say. Like, despite what the VRS rankings say, I do consider them quite an improvement over the Huns, despite some of the individuals on this side.
That's information secured, at least from a jump spot out by Cobra. Rain in some hellfire towards his location. First HE, second Flames. He's dodging that down banana, but he's starting to feel a little bit hot under the collar. I do like the immediate aggression, however, from 9 up through brackets and the rest of them up through apartments. So all you're seeing from Cobra is keeping everybody down banana way entertained.
About to get out of boiler too, so they are going to try and take this control into bracket. Call Me Sue just waiting patiently. No rotate over from Lin Vision, so it is going to be just the 3-person defense over towards this side of A. Now as the utility does go up, there is a moment to try and find something, but the flash is just ill-timed. They're not going to be able to peek out before the smoke.
And another scenario for the Huns where they've got no flashes to try to get into an eventual bomb site. 2 smokes, 2 HE grenades. Last time it was a couple of mollies to back them on up, and we saw how massacred they got quickly over at B.
Look at this rotation from Call Me Sue. He's managed to slit the net. He's gone all the way back around towards the arches.
He's missed the timing.
Yeah, but I'm wondering, like, is the timing potentially going to favor him, right? Unless he
now
knows.
He sees him.
There it is. There's the 2 frags. Massive play from him to come on out. Now it gets really, really awkward. Call Me Sue. He's found 3 in the round here, Komodo. Beautiful stuff. And now they're just caught frozen in time. The Huns, they don't know what the hell to do. Amelia can strike. And I think Vachilla has just called it immediately. He's out.
Yeah.
He's got no interest. The bomb's dropped in brackets. He's going to try to save the AK.
I had my eyes glued on the radar there for what Sue was doing. When he came back out from the archway towards jungle side, he was not looking towards library at all, Mitch. He was very prized on towards the brackets line and then eventually flicked over to library, looked back towards brackets, recognized that someone was there, and then sprayed them down. So there was a very real chance that had he not looked that way, the round could have been completely undone with a double wrap through to the back of A site and a bust out, you know, diggity apartments. So he's very lucky that he's actually looked back and recognized that.
Just such an interesting turn of events, right? You know, the Huns were very much in the pole position here. They let it slip a little bit. Lin Vision brought it back into that second half, but then the Huns started strong. And they've, returned fire quite quickly, Lin Vision, tying it up and now taking the lead, obviously putting the Huns into a very, very awkward financial position because it looks like they want to invest. For Chill's obviously only got that AK. And, what can they pick up? Galil's, but no utility to support it. That's been something that's been plaguing them, Komodo, right? So we're just going to expect the Tech 9 buy-in, I would say, maybe a half buy. But at this point in time, you just got to go pretty deep. So they're going to drop down to about 1K, rely on the loss bonus. Man, what a position the Huns have put themselves in. It's almost like they're playing the CT side, but on the T side.
Yeah, and I mean, more often than not, they've bled a lot of their utility way too early, and they've got nothing but, just game mechanic of guns to try and bully their way through. And another scenario where you've got no utility to be able to do something in this round. So I feel like this is just, the clock's striking midnight, and the Huns are done.
Pretty much. There's one going down. Bartak already found in this early duel. Starry investing deep into second mid. He's had a fantastic return as well. 19 and 12, looking really, really good. With the rest of the members, they slowed down. I think Bartak was like 17 and 6 at one point.
Yeah, it's pretty pivotal. He started, 10 kills in the first 4 rounds or something. There is an answer back, though, at least for the Huns in this round. So doing more with less. Am I smelling down an opportunity with these 2 rifles that the Huns have stolen? Just quite didn't recognize that Call Me Sue had sneaked on past. Now needs some assistance.
Oh, this could be a huge position as well. Do they even have a flash to send them in? No, they're just going to have to go dry again. Call Me Sue gets 1. But it's enough for now. That gives enough time for Zaka to invest on in, but he doesn't have enough time to get back around towards the graveyard. Amelia getting immediately in. And where does Starry go? He's going to be diving deep towards spawn. But how quickly does Amelia strike? Does he wait for his teammate in Starry, or does he try to fight this fight now? Cobra already dropping in towards the pit here, into pool, having a look through. He's got in his CT. That's an awkward line for them to try and fight here. He's actually going to try wrap around. Amelia, so ready for it though, Komodo. Big brain. And now the wrap can come in. They can 1v2 this one. 9 gets his information spotted, and surely this is an impossible position. Surely 9 can't turn this around. No, Starry will deny. And that is going to be a 12th round here. Map point point for Lin Vision.
Certainly made it close, though, at the end of it. And talk about, again, the lesser weaponry just doing something a little bit magical for a team in Counter-Strike. Nearly giving the Huns an opportunity to stave off the map point to their opponents. And remember, for those that might have just joined us a little bit later on in this one, this is the map pick of the Huns. We move over to Dust 2 next, which is picked out by Lin Vision. If it does end here, there's an opportunity, though, for the Huns to extend and maybe push overtime as well. Another buy here. 9 getting it out. And AWP on the T side too. I think the biggest thing right now, though, Mitch, is that the Huns actually have some damn utility to play with.
Yeah. But again, how quickly will they burn it? You know, they've only got the 3 flashes already straight off the rip. It's only, 15 seconds into the round. So Starry finds that information immediately. He has just been on a tear, hasn't he? 21 and 12. Looking fantastic these last couple of rounds, especially. And now as they've repositioned through Freezer, Starry's going to pop out a boiler, but he's going to be the timing. Bartek walking his way in. I think Starry actually pulls away at the most opportune time. And the line, Starry gets Bartek. Westmelon tapping away slowly. Zaka does get tagged down very, very low.
Definitely need to see this round pendulum back for the Huns after losing 2 of those opening picks. There could have been an opportunity had they finished Zaka here, Mitch. But 5 versus 3. We've seen it already. Are you going to be able to do it with minimal util again, though? And a Cobra who is quite low. No real gaps around the map still to exploit because it's just spotting info at the moment for Lin Vision.
Molotov to flash them back. It's actually a fight. Oh my god, Amelia, you dirty boy. Has a little bit of a look through. And now it's all left onto Cobra and 9. 9 will be able to get the shot onto Westmelon, but it's a 2-on-5 Komodo. And with Cobra Zero not having a hell of a lot of HP, 32 on the board, it's going to be tough for him to swing around. This rotation is already there for Call Me Sue, so it looks like they might swing on in, but it's an overextension. That's scary. Got to be careful now. Starry not yet going to be cleared, but he does swing on. Cobra finding big, big frags right now. Call Me Sue. Is he going to peek through the smoke? He will, and that gives up the time. All of a sudden, they've completely thrown this away. Exactly. Zaka, 15 points of HP with the AWP. Doesn't even want to try fight this.
Why do we keep seeing 3v5s and 2v4s won by the lesser team? There are so many overextensions from these CT sides where they don't need to do so.
Oh, man. Like, I think Zaka wants to try do something, but he's just watching the cross. If he baits him into submission, but he's just got to get on towards the line, and in the end, 9 takes him. That's a 2v5, and Lin Vision... You just can't be making those mistakes if you want to play with the best in the world.
No, you absolutely damn well can't. I mean, just an overpeak down Diggity first to give 9 that opportunity and they stretch on out. You know, even the position where they're dropping utility down and you're elevated on the box on site, you just can't get the kill. You're pushing through a smoke as Call Me Sue as well when it's in a 2 versus 2. Oh, just risks that are taken on this CT side in situations where... You play to the numbers, you play to the time. If you let them into the site, sure, whatever. You're still in a 2 versus 5. You don't lose those ones in a retake.
No, not at all. It's rough. But that is life, I guess, at the end of the day. So, all we can do here is hope that Lin Vision have what it takes to close this, because otherwise they will be hurting. And now as they're in position... Zaka trying to take that aggressive line, and already Zerold has found Westmelon. Oh no, Komodo, it's falling apart.
He went in towards Top of Banana in the flames and just tried to challenge a duel with a flash in, I believe, from Sue. They've tried it again and it's just not worked out. It's so readable as well. Like, this is literally Lin Vision making silly mistakes on this CT side, giving the Huns opportunities to be able to close out and get back in towards these rounds. Not really been seeing too much from the Huns in their depth on this T side when you consider how many rounds they've played with no flashbangs, a couple of smokes, a couple of Molotovs here and there. Like, it has been a lot of these CT sided mistakes that they, with 35 seconds to go to get in and get a plant, need to recover from. And if you're going towards the A side here is the Huns.
No.
You're going against an AWP.
Yeah, this is rough. It could very well be. Zaka does actually manage to find one onto Bartak, but how quickly can he be traded out? The smoke gives him some additional time, and now he has to rotate in towards the side. He does hit a shot. It connects. Oh, Zaka! Could you be the hero? I think he might have done just enough for now, Komodo. 12 seconds. They are going to be able to find that bomb plant. They're all taken very, very low, but now they can all rotate over. They wait for the 3-on-2.
Yeah, and they need to. Lots of utility here as well. Flashes and a HE. Just got to get in prime positions now as Lin Vision for this retake. Where do they want to go? All
I still
jungle
can't
side.
get my head around the fact that Zaka got 3 there. You know, the fact that he's able to hold on, but now they need to try and close something here. Zerold gets off the line. He does try to get this swing around. Does narrowly miss the flick. Goes back to the AK. Zerold does get picked it up, but it is going to be Starry. And oh my God.
They recovered it.
Got to be happy with that one, right? The fact that Lin Vision have turned that around on a dime. Zaka, the hero that no one was expecting, right? You know, they lost that previous round. They basically tossed it away. And to close it there, to not let it go to overtime, because I think if they let that go to overtime, Lin Vision were not winning that one.
No, I think I agree with you on that one. But what did I say about Zaka, right? He just needs that confidence when he gets that AWP in his hand. Is that going to be the way to get them back in towards this map? Is that going to be something they rely upon going in towards Dust 2? Maybe if he's hitting shots like that at the nth hour when you're in a 1 versus 4 around a bomb site, essentially. He had no assistance there. He got 2 of those first shots on his own merit. So that was really well done and a good retake to come out at the end there as well.
I'm pretty sure it was the opening pick, and then he managed to get the smoke into apartments that slowed down the offense. There was a weird smoke towards Diggity as well. He got one deep inside that smoke by accident and then hit the close flick. So very well done from Zaka in the end. Again, I feel like he's the hero that's really turned the game around there, because the Huns were looking good, but in the end, it is going to be Lin Vision closing the opening 13-11. Now, you guys have heard our voices for a hell of a lot of time in this opening map so far, so we're going to give you guys a quick rest because we do have another map just around the bend, so we'll see you back in 10 minutes or so.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you again for your patience between maps 1 and 2. We had a heater on Inferno, which makes a hell of a lot of sense for the namesake that it does live up to. We've seen some great maps on this one over the years, and 13 to 11 is a nice opening there for Lin Vision, but it was Zaka who kind of saved the game in the end, right? I felt like if it went to overtime, Komodo, we would have potentially seen the Huns take that one through.
Yeah, potentially so. I mean, there was a lot of good for both of those teams in the way that they were navigating around the deficit positions. You know, your 2 versus 4s, 2 versus 5s, 3 versus 5, and that sort of stuff. But the amount of times we're seeing the clock bleed down, you got no utility to go, and then you just all die, and your ecos are woeful and all that sort of stuff. I mean, there's a lot that you can pick out that's good from that. But I think there's a lot that you can learn from that map as well. So I'll be really interested to see what Dust 2 is actually going to be like now that, you know, for example, my highlight is going to be Zaka, right? Someone that you definitely want to be firing on this AWP. It's going in towards a Paradise map like Dust 2. I'll be interested to see if that's going to be able to deliver. And for Call Me Sue as well. Little bit in the middle of the pack with the team over on Inferno. Is he really going to awaken and, you know, be this new savior of Chinese CS in, you know, the rest of this game?
Yeah, we need to see more of it, right? We need to see more of these Chinese prospects coming out of nowhere because there is so much talent in the region, right? It just depends on how much of a light is shone on it. You know, we were lucky enough to see 4 teams over in Extremes Land, but again, some mixed qualifications, right? You know, Faded Rise winning that in. They had a Chinese local team as well, which had some like good individual results, but then putting them straight up into the stage. I guess China probably needs like maybe some like more leagues, maybe some more LANs, stuff like that. I know they've got like XC Pro League, which is getting some stuff done. I met the guys over there. So things are happening, but we need to see more of, again, a spotlight on some of these individual players on a rise to the top. So interesting game, as I said, like you summed it up perfectly. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good in some of those rounds. And yeah, perfect to actually look back on and wonder what the hell was going on, because both these teams still volatile, I suppose, right? You know, the Huns have got a little bit more of a tenure. But Lin Vision, I guess, is the one where, yeah, they've made some changes. They lost G. They brought in Call Me Sue, as we sort of said before as well, that they did have a moment in time where Starry dropped away, joined back on Boxing Day of last year. So there hasn't been a hell of a lot of time for Lin Vision to kind of let it all settle, because there was one point in time, Komodo, where Lin Vision were like above the rest of Asia, right? You know, they were starting to contest up against with Tai Lu just before the Mongols era. So it's all happening.
Well, we're actually up the guts of mid at the moment for the Huns, so we're going to be starting on this CT side. That's their choice.
Good trade out in the end. A little bit of time in the hot light there for Cold Zero. My God, Cobra Zero. I missed that, man. I missed the old days of Cold. But no, trying to make it all work. Good fall away there from 9, but it does get a little bit awkward on towards the side. Still 3 to go here for Lin Vision, but there is a bit of a separation.
Yeah, Call Me Sue's just been noted by Vachil, though. Do you try to find this so you don't get locked in towards the mid to B? You do, you stretch on out. You can't quite navigate it, but now you got the rest of your team to flash you in. That is a gorgeous flashbang. Oh, the last bullet. Okay.
Oh, my God. And they've tried to get this little peek towards mid as well. They did leave just Amelia there to try and separate the rotation, but they had the right idea, unfortunately. Lin Vision, though, for them, they couldn't execute. So well done from the Huns, 3 alive. Good start to the round.
I am just looking at how many people are shooting pistol bullets in that round and how many people are missing pistol bullets, I think is the highlight there. No one really able to find a clean kill that it does feel like, but it gives an opportunity to the Huns to bunker on down on their opponent's map pick if they're going to go the old-fashioned trading maps. As Cobra, I believe, has just been knifed or... No, crossed? Yes, tagged on the cross by Zaka's scout.
So just farming straight down. Only the singular weapon, as you mentioned. They're just hoping that they can get a couple of leg shots in, and then the Glocks will be able to be a bit more of a steam train. But the thing is, when you've got no Kevlar to support it, it does always get a little bit awkward. Great HE in towards short as well. They're up so close. And I mean, look, it's going to be Zeralte stepping through. It does get taken down in the end by Westmelon. So a good trade there. Still very awkward to try and get up on towards this site. You've got just the member of 9 sitting there waiting.
Yeah, and he's only got the USP. So if you're sharp as Westmelon or Amelia can tap his head off, yeah, maybe you've got an opportunity to overwhelm this one. Bartak, though, is going to be here with the A1S. So that long distance line you would put a little bit more trust in.
Not overextending, though. So they really are just relying on some shots from Westmelon. I suppose they've got the FAMAS there in the hands of Amelia. Narrowly missing the head from 9, and now that gives the information away. You can start to tap away through the smoke, and he will be able to get 1 and 2. Happy days. He even has a stare down the eyes of Amelia. And Bartek will walk up to take the frag. So good opening here from the Huns, because we talk about how this map could be quite a powerhouse for Lin Vision. It is their map selection here. And after a very, very close one, 13 to 11 there again, the Huns have got to make sure that every single round counts here. And we have heard the ticks of the chat. There will be a match pause. Yeah. So we'll be able to find out what that is very, very soon. But just another tech for now.
I was just bringing it up when the last time these guys did play each other on this map, and it was 2 weeks ago to the day. The half was 7-5 in the Huns' favor, and then the map ended 13-5. No, 13-7. I can't do math. It was a flawless T side to Lin Vision to close it from behind. So they've not, started off in their flawless variety or anything. But if, you take stock in a single map of history, then, yeah, do with that information what you will.
I'm just wondering if Nine's going to be looking to pick up the AWP here. He seems to be the one that's yet to purchase. And there it is. So looks like from everyone in the server, potentially we are going to have the match live in just a quick second. But we can only speculate at this point in time. So 2 rounds for the Huns.
Yep.
Lin Vision need to get the ball rolling from here, because otherwise it could be a bit of a further extension of this series with Anubis around the bend.
And don't forget, there's another series that they all have to play after this one as well. So if there's any longevity towards this series here, does technically give their opponents a bit of an extra leg up if their game does get finished first, and they can either warm up, or maybe even they could jump in and have a little bit of a looky on how these teams are playing out right now. Because, yeah, that other game is going simultaneously, Mitch, but it did look like from what I saw before that Atox were absolutely dismantling Tyloo on Inferno. So maybe even that series will get to its third map.
And that appears to be continuing as well. Again, can't quite see what's happening, but it looks like it's about a 10-1 scoreline
there you go.
on the T side. So that's kind of ridiculous just to think about.
Yeah. I believe they've been plagued with a couple of techs as well already on that map. When I tuned in on our little changeover between the two maps, there was something like a 9-minute pause that they were talking about gym bro things.
Yeah, classic. Elfish guy, 6'9", jacked,
Pencil.
200 kilo bench. So I agree, but it is one of those things where it's not really going to matter when you go a 1-1 scoreline. So potentially, from what we're seeing right now, it is going to go to that third map. But then again, anything can happen. You know, we've seen crazier comebacks. But we go live, and it looks like 9 will buy the utility. So we're in to win. But what are Inferno going to be able to do here? Obviously, only with the scout. They are going to watch the cross and narrowly missing that opening shot.
Oh, Dust Suit, you want some long control, you're definitely going to have to fight for it. When you're not blinded, that probably helps for Starry.
Yes, having eyes does certainly impact your decisions.
Yeah, I know.
No, you don't. Oh, okay, so the rotation around, I do like this. They're happy to leave, just bar attack, holding long. They've got the extra smoke in towards bedroom. They rotate back around now. Also having Cobra Zero start to have a little bit of a spot. The chill also looking down towards tunnels, but he's going to peel away now. Looks like they are certainly setting themselves up towards the A side here, Inferno.
Yeah, with this smoke down bottom mid as well, you're kind of expecting either a blow open or a flashbang through it to wrap in towards the B site, but going up through towards Catwalk at the moment, you've got a single smoke as Amelia to drop in, and then the rest of the guys just kind of need guns up. Everybody needs guns up here.
Very, very late in the utility there for Zeralt, and it's going to unfortunately punish him. Amelia, Call Me Sue, and Westmelon all taken very, very low, but they will look to get that spike planted. Great one tap there from Bartak. So he does stem the bleeding a little bit here. 3-3 on the retake.
No utility, actually, just a pick up on the smoke there for Call Me Sue. The rat noted, squandered.
Yeah, a little bit bold there. Too far for sure, but 9 does get one back with the HE. Now as it's an underarm over the top, the shield doesn't quite get the info, but he does spot him in the end. It's actually a tag up through the smoke, but now it's all onto Zaka, just with the FAMAS. And now watching the line. Oh, no! Scroll wheel, I suppose. And there should be well and truly enough time.
He wanted to get out of there thinking he's got the time, but he absolutely didn't. I just want to highlight that that was a 4 versus 5. With Invision losing the first one, coming back in towards the site, holding from a deficit time and time again, and at the end, fumbling. Fumbling at the end. From the player that started to heat up at the end of Inferno when the AWP was in possession too. When he was on the rifles, you know, it was a very struggle streak for him.
Unfortunately, another cheeky little tech pause. We'll get through that one as quickly as we possibly can. But, yeah. No, I don't know. Do you eco here as Inferno, or do you just keep on trying to force, I suppose?
I don't force here on this map.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough, hey, because they're not deep enough in their economic woes, are they, the Huns?
You want all of your utility as a T side on this map. You know, if you're trying to bait out positions, you need flashes and smokes to go standard. You're clearing corners, you're needing mollies. Like, you're not pushing A long without a molly towards car, cross smokes and flashes for site takes, and, you know, nades up in there as well. You know, you're needing at least a pass line to get you into a position to gain an advantageous duel, to gain a kill, steal the weapon, steal utility off a corpse. You're not going in for a full buy here. You know, the B site, for example, as well. You know, if you're just trying to rush in towards that one, which would be the flip side here of going down onto a lesser buy. You know, your old standard Tech 9 rush B, grab a couple flashes and a couple smokes. Smoke the molly that gets thrown in towards tunnels, flash on over, and just try to overwhelm. Seeing a lot of teams, you know, peel away from that, though, since CS2. Amelia also, and Starry do have spawn for A long, by the way. So they most likely will just want to try and charge out there with a couple of flashes being yeeted over.
Man, oh man. Certainly been a night for it. I think we've had like a good 25 odd minutes worth of tech pauses already.
1,000 tech pauses.
Yeah. It's hard not to focus on sometimes, right? Because, you know, again, we've certainly lived up to the name Phil at times. But also don't want to hear us yammering too much. But still, I don't know. So far, good things from the Huns. Envision. Need to pick the pieces back up as quickly as possible. Investment deep, but not too deep. Because what do we see? The financial situation, right? Like, you know, Vachil's got enough. Nine's got some decent money. It wouldn't be fantastic if they were to lose this, but definitely not worth investing all the way down for Envision.
I'm just thinking to myself as well, how much deeper into this match pause does it make the Envision question, do we go full buy or not? Because they're kind of on the precipice of just doing it, aren't they?
I'm just thinking that I'm going to have kangaroo for dinner. That's basically what I'm thinking right now.
I haven't had that in probably 15 years. And it was on a barbecue at a place when I was playing tennis.
Ah, very good. Yeah. Well, I think instead of diving into what meats we have consumed over the years, I think we'll send you guys to a quick break just purely as there's no ETA. So as soon as we get a little bit closer back into the action, guys, we'll bring you home. Okay, we are back. Thank you again to everyone for the patience. We're just too busy yammering on anyway. We didn't want to hold you guys for too much longer. But Lin Vision already out long
He's
and
done it
already
again.
dying. Yeah, a little bit rough there. I mean, again, just a half buy, but Starry did invest a hell of a lot. Now 9 tagged up, but does get the shot back onto Westmelon. So the Huns hold the lead.
Can't just try and individually bully yourself through bedroom doors and also through B tunnels where you deep smoke here for a progressive pop and your opponent just repositions. This round is essentially going to be done. 9's on 14 HP and it's just spammed Call Me Sue through that one. Returning spam. I mean... If they full force, they wouldn't have any money for the next round, so they have some money from not the full force, right? Let's look on the bright side here.
Oh, I feel like Lin Vision are just a little bit lost in the sauce right now, it seems, right? Like, even on the previous map, I feel like there was just moments that should have never, ever gone by the wayside from them, against them. But now the Huns, 5 alive, you know, they're certainly starting to stack up that economy. Super important here on Dust 2. They did have it chipped away a little bit, but again, Lin Vision, you know, caught begging.
Yeah. Well, open the hands of Zaka. It was one of the pivotal positions, you know, that in his hand that provided the goods over on Inferno. So let's actually see if it's going to happen this time and if they can maybe even get past the gates of bedroom. Starry again is going to just be taking some chip damage this time. Not a death immediately. And an opener, actually, for Invision too. Finally.
Bartak on an island. That was weird there. It's good trade. Zeralt does get one back. Westmelon picks up another. So, round going the way of Lin Vision for this time being, but they're pretty happy to pump the brakes. They've got that long control just outside bedroom. They're going to drop into pit and just wait patiently. But I'm looking at this proactivity from Vachil. He's already found some great positioning. He's going to be able to make the call to make sure that they just posture towards long and short.
Just don't need to fumble here as Lin Vision. That's really it. You've still got a couple of smokes that you can drop down towards cross. You got a flash that you can pop up as Zaka and as the Westmelon as well, if you want to try and 100% this one. Just how long do you kind of draw a lull in the action and allow the flank to come through from the likes of a Chill here?
They've really given it up for the space, right? But getting in towards that site now, it's going to be eyes onto 9 to see what he can do. Pretty sure Vachil is watching that flank. So yeah, nicely done. Zaka getting the pick. And now all left onto 9 in a very, very rough position. Narrowly missing that shot there. And I think he's just going to want to peel away. If he got that shot, maybe there would have been a potential investment. But he is going to drop over towards CT. Does narrowly miss that timing. So Zaka is going to get his way out. And finally, around on the board for Lin Vision. 3 alive, not a bad position. AWP still up. Zaka activated, as you mentioned. It's Call Me Sue who hasn't found anything just yet. But again, it has been a very lackluster start here from Lin Vision on the T side.
Yeah, I mean, definitely is selfish guys, you know, pick to save everything for Lin Vision. So far, not really showing it.
Zaka, our hero.
Yeah, I mean, the AWP certainly is something that just kind of feels at home for him, right? So definitely want to see if he's going to be able to continue to do so. This half is certainly recoverable. I mean, you got to remember as well, T side on Dust 2, you're finding openers, you fall back into a sense of passiveness. 9 times out of 10, you cause over rotations for a CT team. Specifically the Huns, who have already showed us on Inferno previously that they love to take some cheat plays through smokes and cheat some rotations as well to go for these 1-4 stacks. Do fashion up a good old buy here as well with all the utility that you do want.
Once again, a slow posture. Still in spawn, picking up that bomb. Now happy to head back around. 9 very focused down towards mid as they do flash to try and give some additional space up towards short. Great pick there from Starry. Caught lacking there will be 9 going down. He's been a big key, important piece of the puzzle. But some good damage done back onto Westmelon. However, Zaka will respond as well. Advantage goes firmly the way of Lin Vision once more.
But do you close it here, Mitch? That's the penultimate question. Because so many times we saw 3 versus 5s lost by the team with 5. If you're just, again, playing for the time here as Lin Vision, you're settling down, you're forcing an over-eager play from the Huns, and then you close out the round. And they've got so many opportunities to do this with everybody so split from the Huns.
Really, again, it's just a big question mark about what we can expect out of the rest of this series. You know, Envision very much holding the control of these last couple of rounds, but still yet to even take point towards B. They pulled that rotation around from Vachil inside mid. He's actually exited towards CT, which means it's going to be another very, very slow round. Bomb now being planted by Westmelon. Zero will recover the AWP, though, to take that Fort 9 into the next, so not a bad result.
Yeah. You just got to play on this one as well, because a map like this, too, you got to remember. CT side, you get 4. It's technically not going to be enough. You're taking 3 guns. You'll buy up some utility. I can definitely see a world in which you're playing for a faster play here as well with the lesser guns that Cobra and 9 will... Well, 9 should be given the AWP back. That Zeralt then, let's say, will have. Haven't really toyed with the idea of a lower tunnels push yet or upper tunnels push yet. We've only really seen things over at the A long side of things from the Huns. Not even really an extension too far up through short yet either. So there's a lot of different things that the Huns could do that we've not seen just yet to catch Lin Vision off guard.
Very oddly slow game, hey. You know, obviously the tech pauses have caused some delay, but the pacing of this one is so weird. You know, Lin Vision just kind of spreading out across the map. A couple of almost accidental feeling picks, but this is some proactivity now from Vachil and Cobra Zero.
Change it up.
Listening to you. Well, I don't think Westmelon's actually going to be ready for this, and he's not. So that's a great opening pick here. And I don't know if actually spotted the second. He didn't need to.
No, but there's going to be a attempt at it from Amelia, spraying through a smoke with an AK. You just get traced easily by that one. Now they know that Vachil is going to be down there, but I think at this point in time, it might be a little bit too little too late. There goes Call Me Sue, who's really been shot down in this one, 0 and 5.
Yeah. I was going to say, I thought he might have actually been able to find the timing there, but they made the call. 9 was made alert to the fact that the upper tunnels was dirty. And yeah, Zaka missing a little bit of a sitter there. I suppose he did panic slightly. Now the nade to take some further damage. Double up on it and then swing in. This is a very weird game, Komodo. I am kind of torn about where I want this one to go. But the Huns have responded. They've got 5. They've taken the round back. Money's still decent for Lin Vision.
And I don't even think this is like something that you can say is a big difference, because it's like the Huns, they were pretty close on map number 1 here with some faults of their own. Maybe they've reeled some of those in and recognized where they were lapsing. You know, last time these guys played, it was 13-7 in favor of Lin Vision with that great T side too, remember? So it really feels like they've just kind of stalled on this map completely.
Alrighty, through. Again, just a very interesting start, right? Blind fire. Straight through the smokes, back and forth. It's back to a 3-on-3 here. 9 is going to be forced away back in towards CT. And it's just that lurk out from Call Me Sue as well. He has been playing totally solo this map, hey?
Yeah, the biggest thing right now, as I was going to say, is Vachil had the double AWP that was going to be a surprise. And he's just thrown a smoke in towards tunnels and then got spammed out, luckily enough, by Colby Sue, who did manage to just catch him with a smoke in possession. And now they're stalling, they're waiting. They know tunnels is dirty. That's information secure that they can just pincer Cobra in here. This should be the recovery in this round for Lin Vision. They should be able to close this. There goes 9. And they noted where Cobra was. Head for the hills.
Straight out of there. No holds barred. And Cobra actually gets hit with the shot as well. So, yeah, a little bit of a turn of the tides. And I think an important pick there for Call Me Sue, who has been not really doing a hell of a lot. You know, that lurk finally activating. So they start to make a scratch on the economy here. I do think that we're going to see the Huns invest again. They've got just enough to kind of make it work. And yeah, I don't know. It's still just such an interesting game.
100%. We're always evolving. We're always learning, adapting, and we're always doing silly plays in this game. And when you're in a game such as this, people will laugh.
Of course. And you got to.
Yeah,
because otherwise
you just got to laugh it off. Yeah, that's it. Good nade on Astari and Amelia. Again, you really haven't been able to get outside of bedroom. That was a good read unless they hurt him. This is, you know, the resettable situation for the Huns too right now. Full investment, minimal utility, no AWP. If they're able to pull this round away, they'd be laughing. As you know, if we had one of those little prediction models over this one, it would be something like a 65-35 in favor of Invision here.
Yeah. Just looking over to my other screen as well. It looks like we have seen a pretty heavy domination from Atox, 13-5. So 13-6 for Tyloo on Mirage, 13-5 for Atox on Inferno. And again, for whatever reason, Tyloo just really dealing with the issues on the maps that require a little bit more of that structure. So 40 seconds left in this one. Util going down. They are posturing up towards short. They just have to overwhelm Bartak in this long position.
You know what you don't? It does have a FAMAS. You'd have to just completely overlook the position. Or maybe take a one-on-one where he pre-fires you. Zeralta somehow managed to find 2 down mid. Why are you stretching out into mid to B with no cross smokes here as a team on the T side? I will have no idea when you've got no tunnels control either. Literally, Vision have given up this round.
Yeah. I mean, look, somehow Amelia shoulder peeks that, but will they overlook Cobra Zero? Looks like they will for now. They've got to line it up. Yeah, I don't know. Vision, I don't like what you're doing right now. This is very, very strange. It's very, very delayed. And I guess all we can really kind of lean on down to the fact is that they're just still trying to maybe work out some roles, trying to work out some issues, because that was a very, very lackluster round, an opportunity to reset the economy of the Huns, and they've lost it. They fumbled the bag.
Yeah, and they'll know that as well. There was a massive opportunity there for Vision to be able to come on back into this one. And what did I say, right? When the Huns are in that sort of round where they've got the lesser weaponry, they're able to steal away a round such as that one, they would absolutely be laughing at the outcome. And Vision have kind of given it to them on a silver platter. A ill-advised push out through the mid doors. You get doubled by Zeralt, and then you're trying to scramble to try and get back in towards the, you know, some way in towards the round, and you just go through tunnels and get massacred. It's not a good look for Vision there.
Yeah, I think I just need to see a pickup of the pace, I suppose, for Vision. You know, it's such a slow prod, and the fact that they're looking for the site takes with only sort of 20 seconds left after not really having a hell of a lot of control on the map. You know, that round, they obviously just had to dry walk tunnels straight through a smoke. The fact that they even found one from Amelia was a good opportunity, but just made it a little bit too easy there for Cobra to wrap them up in a nice little parcel. So onto a odd force buy here, Komodo. The weaponry that they've got out is strange, but look, it's certainly enough to get the job done. And now they're much quicker up mid, a complete change of pace.
Yeah, but, you know, they've got to try and find an opener here, and they've got to push 9 off the line if he's going to be happy enough to challenge a duel like this. One and done. Will fall on back, leading in Starry and Amelia with these lesser guns. Zach has tagged up. Okay, an opener, an opportunity.
Yeah, nicely done. Now Zeralt trying to find something. It's an awkward line, and now he gives up his position. Zach has found another. Call Me Sue is taking a beating inside mid, and he will be taken down in the end by Cobra Zero, but at least that's sort of given them enough space that they will be able to find that control and also the bomb plant. 2 Deagles, but they should be able to pick up weapons as well as they peek towards long. So there's an AK for Amelia. Starly should be able to pick up something as well, but Chill just basically has to watch bedroom to see if anyone does rotate around. Cobra Zero doing the exact same. They've got utility to take into the next round, but now they are starting to feel those economic woes ever so slightly. They've got another buy into the next round, Komodo, but I don't know. Vision are going to be able to do or have a good crack at closing this gap.
Yeah, well, what do we see in the first map? 6-6 at the half, right? So that's definitely what you want to try and echo here on this one. And an opportunity here where you're not resetting your opponents just yet, but you're kind of about to do so going into the last round, where then they'll have the you know, loss bonus if they win this one. A little bit of extra loss bonus coming in towards their pockets as well. I mean, you still do have to challenge 2 pretty strong rounds, in my opinion, of the Huns, who have already showed us some great prowess of coming back from a deficit, have been pretty proficient with their utility, and happy enough to actually not over-rotate too much on this map, where I thought that they may very well do. You know, it plagued them over on Inferno. I would be any different here, but they do recognize the fact.
Trying to peek forward here now out of bedroom, but the single smoke from Bartak actually manages to hold them away. And look at this aggression up short now, Komodo. Zaka's going to be onto that line. He should very well find something, but no, he actually peels away. He's not going to be ready for this one at all. Up close, and he misses the shot.
What?
Oh my god, they've been decimated. All falling apart now. Westmelon needs to try and connect onto this shot. There's going to be a couple of warning bullets thrown out. Zeralt now picks up the AWP. It's going to be about if they can clear around or not. I mean, Call Me Sue does get one back, but look at now the pickup. This is a good control, a good call to come out from Bartek to rotate all the way back around because... Exactly, but I think they're ready for it. They should have a level of awareness now on this aggression from the Huns.
You got to dig deep if you are Sue here. Westmelon as well. You know, these are the two, correct me if I'm wrong, that did come back with a miraculous play over at Inferno. Actually, no, they won the pistol, didn't they? The 2 versus 4 pistol. Yeah, so you really need to see something come back from them like that. Dry in towards this long position for a Famus for Bartek.
Surely they clear it. Gonna be onto that line, the right eye peek, and there's one shot. Bartek should be able to get 1 and 2, yeah. Oh, man. Just bad timing there from Zaka, right? You know, he unscopes. If he holds on for just a half second, he might be able to find something. But the fact that Zeralt gets 2 without even being contested, yeah, every single individual from Lin Vision just doesn't seem to be in the right headspace right now.
Even in that like situation there against him, when you've got one player holding the pit or the long angle and you've got someone clearing out the bin, you know, if you see shots raining, there's only kind of one spot you can be, and there's no quick realization from them as well. So it feels like something definitely is missing here a little bit for Fallen Vision, just as this round looks like a dead round. Let's probably reset.
Oh. More tech issues.
More tech issues.
Pain.
A little bit.
But that's okay. Seems like it's been identified nice and quickly, so if it's just a quick reset, we should be A-okay. Looks like maybe Westmelon was AFK there, so maybe there is even some ping or PC issues or something along those lines, but nonetheless, I don't know. I feel like this is one of the longest first halves of Counter-Strike that I've had in quite some time, Komodo. You know, we talk about how MR12 changed the pace of the game and how these games can be sometimes very, very quick and hard to stabilize, but this feels like we've already had a whole map and we're not even at halftime yet.
I mean, Inferno was the same, wasn't it? Like, that one felt pretty deep in the run, in the time.
At least that was a bit faster, though. Some of those rounds, you know, there was the constant contest towards, like, Nana. So there was a little bit of engagement back and forth. I feel like this has just been either an early pick or two or kind of just some odd spacing. So, yeah, I don't know. It's been a very, very strange map. And for both these teams that are very, very good, you know, Lin Vision is certainly not proving themselves in the server right now. And the Huns are kind of just, I'd say, a bit confused, right? You know, just the way that they're kind of wandering around the map and finding some of these picks. They've definitely taken matters into their own hands, like the mid-walk just then, the dark push before.
The funny thing, the way I look at it right now, is the Huns are thinking to themselves that we're just objectively better at taking duels, and that's what they're doing. They're fighting Lin Vision, who are even scrambling to clear corners and get their guns out to just take a fight.
Don't blame them. Don't blame them at all. Because, yeah, as I said, when your opponents aren't kind of performing up to what you'd usually expect from them, why not take advantage of that, right?
100%. I mean, it's always going to be that good recognition of a CT team as well to just quickly figure out where your opponent's gaps are and where their weaknesses are and exploit them time and time again. You know, and then where do your own strengths lie? You know, the reason I highlight is all those opportunities that the Huns could come out with earlier on, like that tunnels push that they do, is because they haven't really shown too much of their hand just yet at that point in time in the map, right? They've kind of just been taking the fights over at long, and that was it. We saw nothing in tunnels. We saw nothing really in mid. They finally go to do something different and work to treat. So really good proactivity and awareness from the Huns.
Kangaroo, Dion.
Yeah.
We're going back to the conversation. So it stinks. That's the problem. So I made some like meal prep with it a while ago. You can get these like 1 kilo bags of kangaroo mints, which is like super lean. So it's a great gains meal. If you buy that like protein pasta as well, like free gains. But when it goes into the fridge and you reheat it, it just has a a stank about it. And it's really, really upsetting because it could be one of the best kind of easy meals to put together for meal prep and stuff like that. And not too expensive either. But yeah, unfortunately, when you pull it out and it stinks out the work kitchen or the home kitchen, a little bit disappointing.
I reckon you could cook a mean bit of meat on Inferno apartments. They've got, you know, a room there, out a teaspoon with a kitchen and a couch and stuff, you know.
I like where your head's going. I'm glad you're not doing the second series. Man needs to go to bed.
Nah, I'm fine. It lasts round and a half though right now.
Yeah, finally. It's funny, like, I'm normally hell around this, but again, it's just been such an interesting one, like, because of the... I feel like it must be so hard to mentally get into this one with all the tech delays too, because we don't know exactly what it's been. I know there's been some audio issues, but, like, challenges mentally, right? Now they're going to actually walk through mid here, so a hell of a lot more proactivity.
I think Zeralt has a prime position as well if he wants to try and go for a little bit to flex his muscles and wrap them, that he'd get all of the information right now, because he's gotten to bedroom with 0 utility, 0 sound scene. You get util trickling out of tunnels from the vision. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm wrapping.
There'll be a mid to B smoke, and there will be. So Cobra does only manage 1. And that was a much better approach. Straight down mid. You know, they're going to be able to take the site control here. They've got a couple of extra weapons. And now 9 also joining the way through. Bartak and Zeralt will also find their way up the B ramp. So they're going to go nice and balls to the wall in this position. Molotov towards cart. Nobody home. So they are going to pick up the pace and try to get straight in here, Komodo. So they're going to make their good effort as best as they possibly can. And they're doing the damage. Zaka and Westfellow, though, are able to find it. So there we go. In the end, 7-5. Lin Vision fight back. Last time I'm going to mention it, but 2 hours, 15 minutes we've been here, and we're only in the second half of the second map. And with the Huns ahead of the curve right now, it looks like it could potentially go their way. However, we do know that Vision Gaming are fighters. So let's see what they can do here. Astari starts to get the opening here. It does get tagged up Amelia, but at least there's an opening pick already found.
Hey, at least this time he makes A-Long his home, and he doesn't lose his life immediately like he did 5 times. There's duels going on both sides of the map at the moment, however. You've got to respect a smoke at B tunnels. Meanwhile, Starry lighten up, even pushing for more. He might actually be finding more.
Not ready for it at all. No chance. Yeah, he might even get 3 and 4 potentially. But they do start to chase him up towards top mid. Unfortunately, Westmelon... Again, it's just an interesting round, isn't it? You know, the fact that Starry might walk away with an ace is just unbelievable scenes, really. And a bit of a testament of this one. You know, he was looking really, really good on Inferno. He's had a pretty rough start, as you can see. You know, he was only 2 and 10 before this 4K. And now Bartak. By the way, this game's been going. Bartak almost wins the round with a crazy 1v5. But no, it won't happen. Amelia lives on. And it's going to be Call Me Sue to take that opening pick, and we're only 1 round the difference.
An opportunity for Vision on a side that they haven't shown too much on historically. I'll take that back. Recent history, I guess you'd say. These are the rounds that you sort of just kind of want to let them go in their own motions as well and see what Vision are going to reveal, right? Because the Huns revealed that they just want to take control of A-Long, relinquish it over in mid, and just hold down B. That's why they were able to do some little different strategies later on in the half. Vision could certainly try and do something of a similar ilk.
Just another nice cruisy round, really, as you'd hope here. Just damage out from Westmelon. He does get legged up in the end, but there's a march down mid. Much better on confidence. Oh my goodness. Hang on.
Excuse me?
Hang on. There was a world where if he connected with that shot, there was something that could potentially have happened, but that was a nice little flick. That's woken me right up. The Huns now tied scoreline facing down with Vision, and with that extra damage, it's certainly going to make the third round a little bit more rough for Vision, but they've still got the AWP up for Zaka.
Yeah, 9 though with the scout. If you can get some good info on the cross as well, maybe even some chipper damage, right? These AKs can certainly start to sing. But I'm looking at their utility at the moment, and I'm just seeing a couple of flashes, like 2 of them. They've already lost 9 actually.
Very nice opener. It's been a complete change of pace, hasn't it, for Vision? Call Me Sue just on the job of watching over towards tunnels. This time he's going to send his way back down towards mid. Westmelon already having a hell of a lot of this control as well. So the proactivity from Vision is looking much more solid on this CT side.
By the way, Zach is now on 13 kills. He's certainly shot up after, you know, having a disappearing act at the beginning of the map again.
And also an Inferno just in general right until the final round.
Correct. Now this time Sue, who is in the void, it feels right now, doesn't feel so interested in going for this peak, and that's, yeah, unfortunate.
It's alright, he's done some good damage onto Bartak here, so I guess it's going to be the question on to how Zaka can look. I think he actually got the leg shot onto the collateral there. Just going to be so careful of this member coming out from tunnels, and now with that pick, he's going to be able to reface the line, and that is much cleaner looking for Vision. Seems like they're starting a bit of a trend here now as they send the Huns economy packing. Just down to a bit of an eco here, and a lead that we weren't really kind of expecting given the start of this game. Vision have woken up.
Yeah, if they can start to find their momentum on this CT side and look to close this one down, then they will potentially even get a little bit of a breath of fresh air, depending on how that other game does go, because that one potentially has a bit of depth to it as well. But I definitely don't want to count my chickens before they hatch. Slow proceedings for the Huns, just on this little pistol round of theirs. If you can give a couple of kills over towards Call Me Sue, you know he's going to be taking them once.
Nice and easy breezy. Again, really, you know, not a hell of a lot that can be done here outside of a few nasty deagle shots. And with the way that bomb is going, 9 rotating all the way around back towards tunnels. They have got a little bit of mid presence, but again, no utility to isolate the choke point. Starry can now drop in towards mid. Great shot there from Vachil, but Does get a quick response. Now as they walk their way up short, there should be eyes postured from Zaka straight back on towards that line. And there's a 16th for him. Will it be a 17th? Absolutely. He is hitting some shots now. Much better game from Zaka into this second. And now 9 tagged up as well. Does have the bomb, but a long way from home. The rotation would have been there anyway. So Lin Vision walk away with 9.
A way around such as that should go at the end, right? Pass mark, surviving with 3. If you survive with 4 or 5, you're even better. So Westmoreland will just buy it back up. This time, though, for the Huns, they really need to be able to seal the deal here, because if they don't, they're playing on the back of the 3,400 max loss bonus, and even on the T side, you know, when you're getting that one on in, you've got no confidence on the back of it. You do not get enough for, you know, a map like Dust 2. Be grouping in towards the tunnels at the moment too. You can stave them off a little bit longer with some extra utility, but for Zaka, I mean, he's ready. Oh, I saw a world.
He could go really big here, Komodo, but he's taken. Nice trade there in the end, but Westmelon sitting on towards the back of sight. He's going to be able to deny too. And unfortunately for 9, well, Westmelon, I don't think he was quite aware of that. I'm not going to count these chickens because the chickens have been roasted. And, you know, you've got to cook it just right. Otherwise, you'll be dealing with old salmonella.
They have so much utility for a good retake here, and Starry is too far forward.
Damage is just crazy. The fact that they even want to contest this as well, Komodo, they want to try and walk through that smoke. Instead, they're going to wait for the utility, and I think 9's going to take matters into his own hands. Oh my god, he's winning it, isn't he? Even after the efforts coming through from Zaka, even after the moments, no, okay. Emilia will be able to breathe a sigh of relief there as a 10th round now secured here for Lin Vision. They lose absolutely everything in the process, but fortunately for them, the money is good. They haven't been impacted by the city-sided woes and not even needing to pick up the AWP there. They hold on to the AK. There's plenty of money in the hands of Starry. They'll be all good for now.
Yeah, I saw a well where Zaka lined up the 3 of them in the tunnels there as well. Yeah, it was looking like it could have been plausible, but he bought his time as well, right? I think maybe a little bit assisted that he was flashed behind the big box, so well done at the end for Lin Vision to fend off another gun round of the Huns and make things a little bit more difficult. Again, this is going to be that full loss bonus coming into their back pockets. And where I mentioned, you know, you want all of the utility that you could possibly want for the T side on this map. This is a round which might actually showcase just why Galil for Bartak. Utility is actually being held and respected a little bit more for the Huns right now, which I do like to see. They've got complete control of mid. They can choose where they want to go. And if it is going to be towards an A-sided split, I mean, they're going to have to try and just overwhelm Amelia, who can even get some assistance by nice timed rotation from Zaka with that AWP. Starry can even throw a flashbang for them as they actually juggle over the utility to get Zaka the majority of that one. So it's good to see Lin Vision's mid-round calls are really changing things up here. But again, the emphasis really has to be on the Huns.
Putting the brakes on the Huns. Now they start to walk their way up short, but once again, Zaka can slot in over towards Car. 50 seconds. Another smoke down towards mid from Starry, so surely that's going to start to set their eyes over. There is a mid to B smoke, but again, I don't really think that that is the method to their madness. It's just going to be Zaka again trying to provide some additional support, but again, once more, straight onto that line. Flash goes out, but how long will they be able to hold it? Oh, Zaka does turn off the line. He does narrowly miss that additional shot. He has to pull away completely here. But at least it's enough to kind of deter the offense from the Huns. They will get that bomb planted now.
But with minimal utility as well, they really just need to be crispy with the aim here.
Patience is going to be a virtue here for Lin Vision. Slowly prodding their way in now. Waiting for that timer to tick. Zaka hits another shot as he repositions. Very nicely done as they do swing a little bit too wide there from Goose. And now 9 hoping to clear at the right time. But as they walk in towards that line, it is going to be a rough one. Potentially all coming down to timing. Shots will be secured, but 9 hitting heads. They're running out of time here, Komodo. All left on to 9, but he's taken by Call Me Sue. And I think they just have enough time. It's going to be so damn tight. It's okay.
Oh.
I was thinking
to myself in that moment, they were scrambling to try and find it. And I think, like, did Zaka touch it before one of the others with a kit did? Because somebody got on it and then got off it. Unless my audio is a little bit wigging there. Regardless, by the skin on their teeth, the enamel and chipping.
Yeah, it basically would have been a 1v5 there for 9. You know, like, sure, there was teammates alive at the time, but If he walked away with that one, that would have just been an unbelievable round and a way to potentially get the Huns back into this. But Westmelon still even got the confidence to go lower dark after that. And Zaka narrowly misses the head down towards suicide there. He's tried his best. But now look at this utility. It makes it very, very awkward. Westmelon, oh, they've done so well to bait him into submission there. Just using that Molotov to clear out lower dark, making him seem like no one is in tunnels. And now it's advantage on HP, at least, for Invision.
Yeah. I'm waiting to see what's going to happen to bedroom here between Amelia and, of course, Vachil, too, who's really been that wing player to try and find a lot of this timing. And he's not really been too successful on it just yet. Do force Zaka off the line with that AWP over at the side itself. So with a minute to go for the Huns, this is where they try to just engage in a favorable fight. Oh,
that's rough. Damage dealt. So at the very least, they can lean on to Call Me Sue here. He is playing a very, very forward position, and now he's spotted. He has to try and play the jewels, and he will be able to. Two's not bad because they can just march straight through that smoke there, and they've caught the timing. They've caught the bomb.
Yeah.
It's down, and now Vachil has to do absolutely everything solo, and I think Zaka's just watching straight onto that window. He absolutely is. Not a single round on the board for the Huns since we switched the half.
You want to know the funny thing? Last time, this is exactly what happened, but Linvision were on the T side. Are they just second half savages? Like what is happening?
All I'm starting to think, because, like, look, this was usually, in my mind, going to be a Linvision win, right? And it should have been cleaner than it was. So I'm just wondering if all of these tech issues that have been plaguing the side of Linvision so badly is maybe impacting their gameplay, because now at least we see another pick picked up by Zaka. 23-9. What a change again. You know, it all comes down to that final round of Inferno, the AWP.
So what you're saying is play with the economy of Linvision. Don't let Zaka get an AWP, and then you're going to be winning. There's a chance, though. There's a chance here in the 4v4.
All they can hope for is a chance, Komodo. They've got not much else. And, you know, even with Call Me Sue after having a pretty decent Inferno, he's had a quiet one. So I think that's a great pick from Westmelon there. They do get the dink from Bartak. And as they try to march their way out, Westmelon is going to buy himself some additional time, but Call Me Sue's not exactly in a position where he can actually help out. So they're going to just have to rely on Amelia pushing all the way up. Westmelon should be down for sure. The timing is good, but it's only enough for one. And now, as it is going to be Amelia walking all the way down mid to try and gather that control back, I think they're just going to have to wait and try play the 2v2 on the retake in full.
Yeah, there was a small overextension from Call Me Sue for the ending of that one there, in towards this 2-on-2.
All the way from back plat. Amelia just has to try and hit that shot. Zaka up very, very close. I don't think he's actually found the timing. Zeralt and Vachil have to try clutch this one out. Zaka tries to get his way through, but he's taken. And now it's all left onto Amelia. Inside that smoke will be the play up towards Heaton. But as it's an awkward line, Vachil is going to be able to find it. And finally, for the Huns, a round pulled out of the hat. Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance.
From 12 to 7.
I like Twevin.
12 and 11. Pew pew. From 12 to 7 to try and push us into an overtime here for the Huns to have a chance in this upper bracket. Of course, winner will be playing the winner of Atox and Tyloo. Losers will also fight in the lower bracket and then say see you later.
That lower bracket obviously not going to be happening for another hour and a half if we are successful for Linvision here. It'll be a nice little break for you guys, right? You know, we'll reset. Everyone will go off and make their dinner. It is about that time for most parts of Asia.
Yeah, don't count Melbourne.
Melbourne is its own country.
Sad Australia.
It's like Sydney, Melbourne, New Zealand, just so far ahead of the rest of the world. GMT +8 Sigma time zone. But Zaka forced off the line. So he will send his way back in towards CT. Does actually try to fight it for a little bit longer. I think he still wants to play ball here. He actually does extend his way through. He gets a leg shot onto Zerald. Now as they walk their way up short, it's going to have to be the rotation back around here from this long control, Komodo.
Yeah, long control not even sniffed out that there's two there for Linvision.
Oh my god, Zaka, he wants to try and find the fight, but he's taken down, and it's going to be 9. And Cobra Zera, Amelia does find one, but he's taken on the trade, and they're already here. I was about to say it could potentially be a save, but it's going to be a fight straight away. Westmelon looking to get on towards it. The HE is good to blow up the smoke, but now they can start to run forward. Call Me Sue trying to get some further damage in the 1v3 clutch here. How much can he find? The rotation is now coming through CT. If he tries to fight this one over towards Wizard, there might be an opportunity. Tapping onto the defuse, just waiting. They think it's a bait. They think the information is good, but now Call Me Sue might be able to actually get onto this. He's surely going to be aware. Is it going to be an experience? Is it going to be that moment? Oh! Doesn't spot the head, and Zerol gets away with murder.
It got the recognition right at the end of that one. You could see the back thought just before he got hit in the head. Repositioned his aim just to dodge it. So he did. Either someone called it that you saw him, or you recognized that he saw him. Too little, too late though. Right in that little nth millisecond. However, though, Mitch, you know what that means? The Huns have a breath here against the full USPs.
This is nuts. I can't believe this game is... Well, look, first of all, I couldn't believe that Linvision won so many. Now as they walk all the way up, it's getting a little bit scary. 9 is...
They're leaving 9. They have
That's
to.
okay. They have to. Like, if 9 doesn't get anything here... Oh, no, Do they fight for this? I think they can go for this.
Nah, I think you save the AWP and you kind of send the rest of it to do whatever.
That's the smart way of doing it, right? But sometimes the smart way isn't the most entertaining way.
Yeah, that's true.
It looks like that is what they're doing, though.
Any kills actually really hurt the Huns into the next round. So this is dangerous.
No, dude, they're going for this. They want this round, and I don't blame them. They're going to have another buy into the next round anyway.
There's no kit.
Okay. They pulled away. It's fine. They were lining up short for a second until that smoke went down.
USP's up with the bomb. Save the AWP, save the AK. You get another kill, and it's absolutely bloody gorgeous. And I don't know how he's... Yeah, USP's hunting here. You're up with the bomb anyway. If you can catch him before he fades out, which you do. Oh, Starry didn't die, though. Oh, it doesn't matter. He's CT side. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, all that damage, I mean, it keeps Fachil's economy very honest. And Zeralt will get... he was the one that survived, so he's fine too. Does 9 want to request an AWP from the team? I don't really think you got the opportunity to be able to do so in this current point in time. You just have to 5 rifle.
Okay. I feel like if Linvision doesn't convert this, it starts to get a little bit more stressful for them. A 13-10 is already close enough of a game, let alone having to deal with the potential economic weakness into the finale. But it would be ironic that we would need both rounds of 24 to get a determination on this series.
Yeah, there's a big difference for the Huns, though, because they finally just get some very clean A-long control when there's a gun round present for Linvision. They've invested 3 smokes and a couple of mollies over here, though, to be able to get it. But the timing from 9, that's impeccable.
This is rough. They're already weakened up, and I think they're already saving. I think they're already doing it, Komodo. How... It's like they're listening. I swear to God, right? We say the Huns haven't won a single T-sided round. Bang, 4 in a row.
That's just the caster curse.
It is, man. It really is. But look, all I can say is the game's not crap anymore, which is nice. And that's not even criticism again on the teams, right? You know, the lull and the slowness from the tech issues that was playing, not us, but the server, like plaguing the players. Definitely made for a slower game, and the pace as well and truly picked up.
They need to be careful that the Hunter's actually coming on and not focusing on that bloody, that stupid stocker bolt.
Yeah. I think they die.
Well, they can't afford
to be so careful. Yeah, Zaka's watching that line. So awkward. He knows at least one's there. Call Me Sue should be able to defend. Okay.
Yeah, they needed to hold on to 2 of those guns here to be able to fashion a pretty decent buy in this last round here. Otherwise, you know, you're going to overtime, and, you know, if you give the Huns that affordance to actually have some money to play with, which is the one thing that they've not been really able to do on this T side. You know, they dropped the pistol in the 2nd round, right? And then they dropped their first gun round and the next one after that too. How many of those rounds, if they, after that, had just had some extra money to be able to get a good buy-in, do they start this comeback train a little bit earlier where the Linvision squad aren't maybe even on round 12, right? So if this pushes into overtime, they're kind of happy with that, at least, to be able to try and push us into a third and final map. And I think that that pendulum has certainly swung in the favor of the Huns.
To defeat the Huns. I need to watch that again, man. Mulan, so elite. But, yeah, look. Everything on the plate now. All on the table. Weapons to boot. Utility all across the board. And it's a quick run into tunnels. They might even be looking to make this one work as early as possible.
Oh, I like it.
I suppose eyes are going to be onto Westmelon. Yeah, exactly. Smoke's going to go down now. The flash starting to come out. He's got enough time. And Westmelon only opens up with one. They overlook Call Me Sue, but he does get taken. And Komodo, I'm not even going to say it at this point because it feels inevitable.
Call Me Sue literally looked into his teammate's flash there because they took so long to bloody rip it.
Yeah. A little bit of miscommunication. Call Me Sue, the newest addition to the team. So we take a deep breath. And if we're going to see something from Linvision, it needs to be massive. It needs to be this full 3-on-4 offense as all of the Huns are locked in towards the site. Damage onto Vachil already. Bartak also low, but they're just holding onto this utility. They're taking so damn long, Komodo. They will be able to flash the Molotov on towards the car. That is going to put Vachil into an awkward line, but he gets one. Starry finding another, and now the response. They're running out of time. Starry's doing damage. Zach is not even on the site. He's taking so long. He might be able to connect, but no! What is happening? Halftime? Overtime? Help!
The coach is in the server. Yeah, halftime. Halftime? Overtime.
Overtime. I am broken.
I mean, they threw a molly in tunnels. They smoked it. They had a flash ready for the fence, and they never threw it. And then eventually, when Westmelon throws the flash, he dies because he waits way too long to throw it. And then he flashes Call Me Sue, who then dies. Like, guys, you hear that stampeding, just rip the flash.
Zaka finally getting an opening kill here. That is a massive turn of the tides. Remind you all, overtime is first to 16.
OG CS.
Yeah, we do need the full rounds of regulation. Clearly, MR12 not good enough for these two teams. It wasn't that opening map of Inferno, but again, it was scrappy. Now Westmelon trying to look through, but he spotted out for chill. Oh, man, the B site is weak.
There's a leak. There's a leak at this B site right now.
Yeah, it's really rough, isn't it? You know, this is the thing about changing those potential positions, because now, even though it's into a 3-on-3, they do have that one member in 9 in lower dark just watching to see if there's any rotation around. And oh, he misses a sitter. Draken, 30-degree window as we see it. Now they rotate back up towards tunnels. They can start to move quickly. They've got the utility. Zaka just watching on towards that window line. But again, you saw how late he was into that previous round. They have to get moving. They don't want to give too much time away. The flash goes over the top now. Starry tagged up inside that smoke. And Cobra Zero to do the additional damage. Zaka can't do anything. Can't find any time. And there is certainly a leaky tap. Call a plumber immediately because B is flooded.
And I'm absolutely, like, my jaw is on the floor, and the fact that you lose control of mid to B, you already heard footsteps of position in tunnels, and you still go for an open duel as Linvision. I don't know what the heck is going on between Call Me Sue and Westmelon over at the B site, but it is seemingly from our position so indecisive on where the heck they want to just sit. They don't know what to do.
It just seems to be lack of experience is basically all I can put it down to, right? You know, and I can't tell if it's lack of experience on Call Me Sue's listen ability or if it's just, you know, maybe a little bit of mismanagement between him and Westmelon, because at this point in time, you wonder, like, do we change positions? But if you change your fundamentals, you change your basics, it can certainly be a bold thing to boast. But at this point in time, you know, Linvision, they're running out of options. They're running out of time. And already losing the opening round of this overtime certainly makes it very, very spicy.
Chance for the Huns, though, again. They've already managed to cross over towards the outer bedroom bin.
Oh, Molotov. Floods him into submission. Westmelon picking up 2 nicely found. And some respite. But for how long?
It's been too long for Dust 2. What color is that bin again? I forget.
Blue.
Thank you. Blue bin. There you go. The utility was in the blue bin.
What's top mid called?
Top mid.
Palm tree.
Top mid.
True. Starry wanting to fight his way through. But again, they're just going to try and abuse Call Me Sue, aren't they? Oh no, he's dead again, Star. He's low, Amelia. He's low HP. They're just burning inside this Molotov. They're watching towards it like a hawk.
No,
Amelia's so low on HP. Starry! I don't like it. Bombs dropped. Bombs dropped. That's the only thing. I didn't even notice.
He's pulling at the heartstrings in a situation like that because you're hearing the Tixon on the flames and you're going for a dual low. Now,
oh my God!
That's a sharp, reactive shot. But now it's 2-on-1.
They've got the bomb.
Yeah.
Surely they know. Amelia's walked straight over it. I mean, look, they've got to be careful that they don't separate and give the 1v1s.
The thing is, Amelia doesn't actually need to reveal himself here that they've got the bomb. Like, he can let the bomb be picked on up because 9 knows. And he's gonna totally be ready. He's got time to go to B. You could have just left the bomb and bait them into an A-sided play. But now there's actually a way that 9 wins this because you're overzealous to take that fight.
God.
Why are Lin Vision giving so many jewels that they don't need to? This game should have been done 2 years ago.
Oh, did he even see him on the cross? I don't know if he spotted his shoulder or not. He can just run straight up there. Westmelon has no utility. He just has to walk straight dry into it. They get the spot. They get the info. And now it's just going to be on towards this battle. The Molotov is good, but now he's up in towards the window. He's trying to shoulder it out as best as possible. 9, just sitting heating. Can buy as much time as he wants. Westmelon does have the kit, and now he starts to creep on through. He should know exactly where he is. He doesn't want to drop off the box anytime soon, maybe just to try and fake the audible. He gets onto the top of the site, and oh my God. I'm Asian CS Clip of the Week or Asian CS Match of the Week, right? This is 2 of the top teams in Asia, right? Not the very top, but Lin Vision certainly was at the tippy top, and the Huns have got the experience to call the same.
Oh, man. I tell you what.
Okay, we are back once again, Komodo, and as Stream A for the Asia Dallas qualifiers, sorry, I'm thinking RMR, my God, wraps up, we go for our third, and it's been an interesting evening so far. Lin Visions versus the Huns. This is what you get when you love and embrace the Asian Counter-Strike scene, Komodo. So, final map, it's Anubis. Again, I had my reservations about the Huns and where it was sort of going to go, and I still have my reservations because I can't help but feel like Lin Vision kind of gave themselves that map. They were up 12-7, and they lost in overtime.
Little bit. I mean, if you didn't hear him, they were up 12-7. They had an advantage in that round as well. 5-3.
Oh, they did?
And then they lost because everybody decided, let's go through a smoke one by one.
Oh my God,
and die.
You're so right. What do you even say? There's nothing to say. All I can hope for, and I'm going to pray to Gaben right now, is no more tech pos. Right? No more. We need a game nice and clean, nice and good on Anubis.
The problem is it's not going to be a clean game. That's the thing, right? This is going to be a dirty, scrappy Anubis right now when we're going to get some cool plays. We're going to get some absolutely ridiculous tomfoolery shenanigans that should never be happening in this game of Counter-Strike, but we're going to get it because it's Asian CS. And then we're going to get a winner.
From a perspective of just... Okay, go.
Then we're going to get a winner. Then we're going to get a loser. And from what you just said, imagine a world in where Lin Vision is in the lower bracket with Tai Lu now. And we're saying goodbye to one of these Chinese teams.
I mean, look, all I can say is in like the context of Atox versus Tai Lu, Atox should be the better team, right? You know, they've got more tenure. They've got the players back in the books, so it should be all good their side. But yeah, I just can't see a world where Lin Vision loses this, right? And they very well might. So that's good. I'm happy from what I've seen from the Huns in their moments, right? Because, as I said, Lin Vision, like the way that they've been playing in some of these rounds, it just seems like they don't really kind of deserve to take it across the line. But that is just the way it goes. I can't help but feel like, again, the issues with the tech issues that they have had to deal with has impacted them, right? So it's not like they've just had a really rough one individually where the players are underperforming. It's been scrappy because they cleaned it the hell up on Dust 2 towards the end of that one, right? As they moved over to the CT side. But then, unfortunately, the wheels just completely fell off. It was 5-7, 12-7, and then they lost 16-13. So, pretty crazy.
It was 16-14, wasn't it?
14. No. Yeah? No. Help?
14? Help? I wrote it down. 14? Yeah, 14.
Yep, we needed all of it. So, all of regulation in the first map, 13-11. All of regulation in overtime, number 1 in the second map. Surely we go one more, right?
So, second overtime then. What's that one?
Yep.
22-20?
Yep, it's pretty much what we need. It's pretty much what we need. But, no, that'll be okay. Wait, will it be... No, it'll be 19...
No, it'll be 19-17.
17. Yeah, 19-17. Yeah, that's fine. Dude, this is the problem. Our brains are slowly rotting away during the course of this one. But as I said, you know, when you invest in an event like this, it's a closed qualifier for an event like Dallas, there's going to be chaos. And you don't come to the certain parts of Asia, right? You know, we could park the Mongols to the side for a second because they have been looking like one of the best teams in the world. And there's a reason that they're sitting, you know, near the top of that VRS ranking and the HLTV ranking, with that said, right? They're a bloody good team. The rest of the APAC region is in a very volatile state right now, but not even in a bad way, just purely on the basis that the teams are trying to find their footing, right? You know, they've got a lot to work on. There's been roster changes over the break. Nothing has really stabilized, and you can very much see that from ECL. It's even teams like Just Swing coming in with like Gas and a couple of Russian players like QQ God. Like, there's things happen. There's things cooking in ECL right now. So
they lost to Rooster or Semperfi, I'm pretty sure.
They might have.
The same bracket together, yeah.
Is that in that Blast Rising event? Same thing?
Yeah.
Interesting. But yeah, so many things are happening right now. You know, it's such a volatile state in a good way, as I mentioned. You know, you've got the Aussie teams that are looking really, really interesting. You know, Rooster's good 1 minute. Next minute, they fall apart. You got Semperfi, who are trying to find some better form. They did manage to make playoffs at Extreme Slam, but then had a disappointing finish. You know, there's moments where we can see these good things. But overall, we are trying to dive into the server now for the Huns and Lin Vision. We've been given the prompt that it's about a minute away, so that's what we can hope for here as it goes into Anubis. And I'd understand that there's a little bit of extra rest needed between that one because, as I said, we've had a 3-hour 2-mapper so far. as mentioned, that on the other side, of course, we do see the
Wait,
series wrap up in favor of Atox.
Does that mean I can reply to Mac that I'm not Dion half-day Commodian? And,
No, you're still only doing one series, so you're doing a half day.
Yeah, but it's after a like full day of a normie job.
Yeah, but I still get called. I've done that 2
Yeah.
days in a row now, and I still get called half day Komodo. So you can wear that crown for now, because do you know what that crown comes with? A better night's sleep.
Not really. I've got to get up in 6 hours. We still haven't even started this third map.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Are you going into the office tomorrow?
No, I'm going to get woken up by a dog needing to be
Oh,
walked.
but then you just roll over and go back to sleep, bro. This is the thing about working from home. You can, check Slack at 9 a.m. or something. You just roll over at some point. Yep, all right, no work to be done.
I can't even do that because it's, without revealing too much, one of those isolated systems. So I have to actually like fully connect and tunnel and everything. Nerd stuff.
Nerd stuff. Understood. Very, very good. I, unfortunately, will be making my way to the office tomorrow morning, and I've got a pretty high-octane day, but then off the trade-off is the Thursday.
You're making your
I'm
way
heading down
downtown.
south. Yes, I will be indeed. It's like the Mornington equivalent where we're going, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So very much looking forward to that one. It should be a good weekend. Staying with some different company as well, which is going to make it hopefully for a super enjoyable weekend in a unique way. I won't also go into too much detail, but
very nice.
yeah, overall it should be a nice one. I'm just looking forward to celebrating love with some other loves, and hopefully finding some time to watch FlyQuest versus Falcons.
Yeah, that'll be a really interesting game actually. I mean, we can always kind of theorize an expected result, but yeah, we'll wait to see it.
Well, what we will do is we will throw to a quick break, because, again, we don't want to bore you guys with what's going on in our lives. We've told you enough about that. And as soon as the game is ready, we'll be straight live. And the game is live, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again to everyone for your patience. We know how much you guys love Asian Counter-Strike, so that's why we are here. And it's going to be a relatively quick move here from Linvision on this T side of Anubis to try and just scope out A main.
Anubis, let the games begin. Last time these guys did face on this map, by the way, it went Linvision's way 13-9. No, sorry, it went the Huns' way 13-9.
Will things change?
And
that
it is
will be the question.
On the T side. Very slow start to the T side for Linvision. Bit of a challenge in mid doors, however. Overextension from Cobra by himself with no assistance. Never mind. Gets the job done.
Not bad at all. These Julies can always be spooky when it does come to the T side and the CT side approach. But good approach there from Zerol. You know, happy to go picking down towards that position. Now Cobra on the flank is able to find another. So it's been pretty damn clean. Now call me Sue, the only one to find something. Now as they wrap around 1 versus 4, I mean, look, he's got a little bit of space, but he has to go invest in towards that position, and he's going to get taken down by 9. So another round going the way of the Huns, and, you know, with the pacing that's behind them right now, it could very well be 2 Mongolian teams in that upper bracket and 2 Chinese teams in the lower.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, we did just have a 12-7 comeback victory in overtime. So don't think that everything is just already done from a single extension. And of course, I thought Linvision were actually just going to stampede straight in towards the A site in that pistol round, but they, you know, thought better of it. Maybe they would have been better if they did just decide to do that and dodge out the dualies. This round, however, though, Mitch, they're just going to be on towards these pistols to have a bit of a chit-chat and see what they want to do with the guns in the next round. More importantly for the Huns, you know, just get a good start to this CT side. Don't drop anything.
Bartek clearly just tapping away with the Julies, right? He's playing a second pistol round. And I mean, there's been some reasonable damage, but happy to tap away. It's all falling apart for the side of Linvision. But again, with no investment there, obviously with no bomb plant, they're happy to just sort of roll through it. Bartek will get taken down, but again, only losing the Julies there. And on the flank, there's good damage from Vachil. And now the Huns walk away with a second round here. Linvision need to put something together now. As we know, Anubis still very much T-sided.
Yeah, but I'm just kind of questioning, you know, a good way in which the Huns do navigate this map generally is having a good performance from Vachil. It always feels like this map is one of his that he is just aware of, and so far having a kind of a mid performance in today's affairs, you know, this is certainly the time for him to deliver a decisive blow, I reckon.
You reckon, do ya?
Well, unless Call Me Sue does awake on Linvision's side because we've been hyping him up so often.
We've been waiting for the man to activate. Did have a good couple of moments on Inferno, right? But there he is. Showing up to the plate already, finding the opening pick here for Linvision. But plenty more work to do over towards that side of A, which Vachil looks like he's starting to peel back.
The problem is for Linvision, however, though, they've only got 2 smokes now. If you want to try and get in towards one of these bomb sites, you need to see some overextensions from the CTs, and that's exactly what's happening. That's what Linvision did, remember, Mitch, time and time again. That's how they kept getting plagued. They kept going aggressive when they were at a deficit. Now we're seeing the Huns do it. Yes, it is only round 3. But if they get into that situation time and time again, and that tendency, that'll get the better of them.
Again, it's a pretty slow start to the round, but ultimately after finding those opening picks, Zaka does manage to get one onto Bartak. So it's a good-looking opening gun round for them. 9 able to drop Amelia. I mean, look, there's still HP. It's still got the kits in play, but I think the way they want to look at it is they probably just want to save the weaponry in towards the next round. A little bit of extra utility. So it gives them a bit of a coffer. I mean, Bartak doesn't have a hell of a lot, but the rest of the members can buy for him.
Any damage that you can even do on this Exa right now is not going to be a bad thing too. So we'll see what sort of navigation Linvision decides to do. You already got the hunt in from the likes of Starry and Westmelon. But again, you know, both of these teams have showcased to us in the beginning stages of these maps a little bit of tentative approaches on the T side, some risks on the CT side, and then we still end up, you know, doing the same things when we exchange halves, and we're at a close half for the exchange. So maybe one of these teams will look to change that up. Might even see an AWP picked up for the Huns nice and early. There you go. Vachil's just going to exit that from the ragdoll. Straight into the hands of 9. Wouldn't even be surprised if he goes for some aggressive peek down towards mid. Or even towards A main. Very proficient AWP. Likewise of Zaka, you know. Activating at the tail end of Inferno. Thought he was going to close in down Dust 2, but he didn't.
Oh, yeah. Zaka's efforts, unfortunately, were left behind on Dust 2, it feels like. Almost 30 kills and an L. Doesn't exactly go together. And now Vachil, oh, he might be in for a bit of a rude awakening here. Yeah, he is. He's going to have to get that Molotov down, but Westmelon will rip his head off in the process. They do go through the molly, though, and Bartek will be able to find the damage in the process, too. But he's dropped so low there. It's just fire everywhere on towards this site of A. Murder on the dance floor. As a 4v3 situation does posture. Linvision are pretty happy with that. They're going to pull away completely.
Get another situation, though, for Linvision where they are lacking in the utility. So these are the situations for the Huns where, yeah, they're at a player deficit. Are they going to take that risk and look to try and equalize things? Or are they just going to recognize that they can play on the back of 9's AWP still over at this A site? You have a little bit of a spotto from Cobra in mid and just ensures the Rolt can see any water cross. And then you should get a pretty good idea on where Linvision are going to look to end things. And again, with that lackluster utility, definitely can set up 9 to find one and have a second bite at the cherry, or even reposition and look to play a 3-on-3.
And these rounds are just so slow, aren't they? I'm not looking to overextend, but again, the Huns at the exact same time, they're not kind of trying to take too much control here. 9 will be able to delay the shot enough to find Amelia. And now creeping around to the side. They're still yet to get in towards the side here. Call Me Sue really has to try and find this space. Looking to get that plant, but again, looking over towards the pillar. Starry will be able to find Cobra Zero in the process. Now 9 trapped on an island all alone. And they can just keep him there. Starry doesn't need to do a hell of a lot. And I think 9's actually going to start to pull away. He's already dropping away towards CT as Zerolt does posture up towards camera. But again, they're just so hesitant. It does look like they want to go for this. If Zerolt does find one, he could be doing something. But again, he's traded. And it is going to be nice in the end. Zerolt gets 2, but Zaka to close. He definitely did. It was a bit of a fadeaway there, wasn't it?
I thought that by, you know, what it was, that it didn't even come into fruition. So I thought it was a 2v0 at the end of that one. Regardless, we'll be tied up 2-2. And with that round, the Huns will be pushed on to a eco round and a timeout early. What do you talk about in a situation like this?
I don't know. Hey, it's a toughie. Like, there's a lot to think about. But again, you know, some of these rounds have just been going so slow that it can be hard to work out how you shift it up.
Yeah.
Just feels like neither team kind of has a grasp or an understanding about what the other is doing.
The problem is, from what we saw on Dust 2 and even Inferno for that matter, the beginning stages of the maps, the teams on the CT side kind of just did the same thing for the first like 5 rounds. And then it really opened up the remaining next couple to change the strategy and take the Ts completely off guard. So I'm wondering if the Huns are going to be able to do that in a round after this. You know, get a bit more forward aggression in A main, for example.
That's exactly what they're doing, but obviously they're trying to find it on the pistol round.
Yeah.
Zerolt might be able to spot out the gun barrel of Zaka here, but Vachil gets legged up in the process as well. So it is a little bit of an awkward line. That's a great shot from Zerolt, though, but as Zaka repositions back towards the stairs, he will be able to find another. And now just left onto Vachil and Cobra Zira. Zaka's getting his shots. This is exactly what we need to see from him. So it looks like Linvision very well should be walking away with a third here. Cobra Zero, not really a hell of a lot that he can do in the eco. Just going to be waltzing straight in towards his demise. What do we see here? A warning shot. Just the one tap.
Just a clean execution. And for Zaka as well, that's really good from him, because as long as those shots don't taper off, he's going to be an absolute pivotal piece to Linvision's game in this one. Try and, you know, stay in the upper bracket and go toe-to-toe against Atox. But on the back of that eco, the Huns will finally get their buy on up. I don't believe there's going to be an AWP 4-9 to play with in this round. And no early shenanigans afoot from them either. No little set play for some forward momentum space unless you, well, actually, no, there is a little bit of push on up. See if anything is actually going to happen there for Invision, because Call Me Sue's died in B main.
They're trying to posture their way up mid. If they can find the gap, maybe there's something to work with. Call Me Sue obviously down already, and now Vachil trying to reposition. They definitely seem like they're keen over towards this B site, but again, you know, that position from Call Me Sue was so aggressive. If Vachil can find something here, but it's a great swing out from Amelia. Nice and wide, nice and dry, and 9 now looking like he's potentially going to find a contest towards main. Westmelon actually catches him, walk through a smoke. So that should be plenty of B control, but again, Lean Vision have just parked it. They don't want to over-aggress just yet. They are going to ramp up the pace now through the connector, but they still don't have any idea as to how clear this side of B actually is, Komodo.
I mean, how many times have I already hammered on the fact that the CTs today, when they've had an advantage, they kind of give it up themselves by looking for more on a wing of the map. We've just seen that twice. Vachil in A main, 9 in B main, pushing on through a corner on the smoke that's completely read by Westmelon. And that's just the round. Really well played out by Lin Vision with the patience and individual duels being won. There will be at least enough of a safety net for the Huns to go at it again in the next round. But, you know, I'm a little bit surprised that the teams just haven't figured out so far on the course of 2 long maps that over-aggression on the CT side is more often than not what's causing them to lose these rounds, because the fallout effects is literally after those kills.
It's such a slow waltz, isn't it? You know, both these teams kind of stepping on each other's toes just a little bit, enough to feel a little bit of pain. But now it is going to be another investment over from the Huns. They're already dealing with that economic battle. Envision 4 rounds on the trot. Zeralt will be able to buy himself up. So they've got enough to work with. Of course, they've actually got plenty of utility in tow as well. But yeah, this is Linvision kind of try to steer the ship as best as possible. Drive an outcome, because I think we need a clear victor in this one, right? Like if this goes kind of all the way to another close map, to all the rounds of regulation, it is just going to put a question mark on what we see from the winning team. You know, Atox, they were able to clear house against Tyloo for the most part. And right here, right now, we can't even put the difference between these two. So it's going to be interesting to see what we will into the next series, both the upper and lower brackets. And now Vachil will be able to get that Molotov down Komodo, and he spotted him out. He's just had a look and left him.
Well, Cobra down for the count. Now there's another instance where Call Me Sue might actually be able to double down over at that B site, but he parks at a minute to go. Are we going to see more CT aggression with no setup, no flash, no assistance? Okay, no, there is a flash. Good. At least it's measured this time.
Certainly is. They get all of that control, and they're actually trying to walk out A main now, and Zaka's so ready for that. But she'll actually go straight back on towards the line, and Zaka, he gets tagged up, but he finds the frags. And now it's all going to have to be onto 9. Who repositions accordingly, and they peel away. 30 seconds. Zeralt has a pretty powerful position towards the backer side here, but it does feel like a little bit of a one and done.
The problem is usually this would be smoked off. Nope, Zaka's just gonna swing it and probably quick scope it.
Jeez, man. That's
again
just insane.
I mean, who was it? Bartak earlier on map 1 Inferno. He started with like 10 kills in 4 rounds, right? Zaka is having not the, you know, as good of a start as that, but he's certainly won 2 rounds here of his own shots out of the now 5 that they've gathered.
At least 1 on the exit. But again, I don't think 9 is going to be able to survive the rest of this round. He's playing very cautious to try and take this weapon along. And it will just be the solo M4, you would say, given the loss bonus. I think it's 2,900 now. A little bit over. 3,400 money up. And again, it just depends on whether or not they actually want to invest. They've got enough to throw the asses together and a little bit of utility, but Oh, I don't know. They just need to make sure that they don't lose too many more of these rounds here. Otherwise, Lin Vision should really be walking away. But again, T-sided map, right? So the questions will go begging.
Yeah, they've got to have the realization and the hunger for this one for the Huns to be able to try and find that. I mean, historically, they haven't been too bad on their CT side here. It just shows a little bit more strength for Lin Vision's T side. Some significant damage done, though, to Zaka and Westmelon. I like the idea going through for a bit of a B main pop. But again, I always feel like there plays with the initiative behind them on the Huns are always on the lesser equipped rounds.
Pretty common just across Counter-Strike, hey? You know, they throw the pistols in there and they're like, let's try something different.
I just would like to see more teams do it with some rifles, because then
it separates
it changes it from, oh my god, what a great play, like with the guns, a great set strategy that works wonders, not the Hail Mary on the half-by, you know?
Yeah, as I was saying, it like really separates, you know, tier 1 to tier 2, right? You know, you'll see teams that are at the top, like your Spirits, like your Vitalities, that will take those risks and take those set plays on the gun rounds. They don't just wait until the pistols come out. It always seems to be for the lesser experienced teams that wait for the pistols to take some risks. But it's 1 for 1, and Amelia's down very, very low, so it's a bit of an awkward battle over towards B. There's 3 here. They are going to have to go all the way through it. They'll have to clear out Bartak from the ruins. Tough round ahead.
There's one. Komisu down for the count. Now it is just these 3 low players again. The sub 30 seconds. You got to be risky if you're pulling out any utility as Lin Vision. And Mitch, there's 20 seconds to go. They're rotating.
Yeah. Oh my god, they are. They're just relying on this position here from Amelia, who is 1 point of HP. He hasn't cleared out 9, who is sitting very happily on towards the site as they rear on up. I don't think anyone's been spotted. 7 seconds, no time. That's the round done. There's no time to get the plan.
Yeah.
And that is just...
Somebody has not researched rotation times on this map for the bomb plant.
Oh, I just think it's bad calls, you know? That's what it seems like. Like, we've seen so many moments throughout this series where just not the whole team of Lin Vision are on the same page, right? That's a mid-round call from Amelia, who said, guys, let's actually go A. We've lost a member here. And, you know, just not really thinking too hard about it.
They were knocking at the door of the B site.
Oh, yeah.
You can't sub 20 seconds call to rotate when it takes 22 to rotate. Like,
hey, I'm not arguing with you. Don't you worry about that. I agree. But, you know, hindsight's obviously 2020, and I certainly don't have that vision. It's, yeah, all coming down to just scramble play from Lin Vision, right? They don't all seem to be on the same page, which you need at this level.
Yeah, if it's going to be scrambled, at least make it egg scramble, because then it tastes alright.
Only if it's full of chili.
Debatable.
I wish I could eat eggs in their purest form. Free gains. Just like being at breakfast with Mac.
Yep.
When abroad, just brings a plate of 15 hard-boiled eggs over and smashes them all without question.
Disgusting. Anyways, slow progression for Lin Vision and exchanging of utility, but no real progressiveness throughout this round at the moment. If you're going in towards this B site, you're still going to go into a pretty hefty fortified duel that you find the first of.
Yeah, Westmelon getting that one very, very quickly. Zoralt will respond. And now Zaka. Oh, Jesus. Okay, Bartak getting a couple of big kills and another one found by Call Me Sue. He's had a couple of rough approaches there, but look at this coming through connector now very, very quickly. They have managed to escape and get out towards main. Vachil actually getting that one towards long as well. Sue going down quickly. So this 2v2, very, very winnable, but Starry will make quick work of Vachil. What was that from 9? My God! Surely he wins a round out that way. Yes, he will. That is incredible from 9. Aren't you meant to be an AWPer?
He's just accidentaled him, I swear, through the flames that he throws and the flash that follows. He taps him through the corner of the wall and then doubles down.
This has been a game of the ages.
I wanted to make some sort of like 30-year-old player joke. There's no one that old on this roster.
Yeah, you're probably right. Now that I think about it.
I think it's like the average age of the Huns is like 22 or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know for Lin Vision.
Lin Vision also not super old either.
Not anymore.
Oh, man. I'm getting old. This game is aging me heavily.
You're aging
Like,
with
it's
it.
just, it's just confusing, right? Like, I've seen both of these teams play at such a strong level, but clearly, you know, it's maybe the, again, online factors, the tech pauses we've been dealing with. Maybe, you know, there's some ping issues. I did hear that there was ping issues for Atox in that previous map for some of the players, but, you know, they still managed to walk away with a victory over Tai Lu. Tai Lu's still dealing with woes right now, trying to find their full 5.
Yep. Oh,
Tai
nice.
Lu legacy of 2018 needs to be revived, is all I'm saying.
Some good bowling, but not quite a strike at the moment. Vachil down to 1 HP. Where is the flash? Where is the smoke? Impact kill. Unfortunately for Lin Vision, they don't have that information secured. So they don't know how low Vachil is able to survive Holden Norp. So he'll still be fashioning good play. Meanwhile, some stalling utility thrown across the map between the Huns in mid, in amongst the A main. Good deep smoke, actually, at the right timing, too. 30 seconds. Lin Vision are just going to have to try and disrespect this util now.
Yeah, they are. Vachil 1 HP is ult quick on the flank. Maybe he's able to find something here. Westmelon, obviously with that opening, but he's taken down very, very low as well. But they're overlooking Nine's position. He's in the corner. He's been able to drop the bomb. 15 seconds. It's awkward now. They can get the smoke down. They can continue to try and find this fight inside the molly. It's awkward. There's just no time. There's no time to do anything. Komodo, I can't watch anymore. I can't look. It's just, it hurts.
Where is the bomb? Why is the bomb rotating by themselves when you've seen 2 flashbangs, a Molotov, and a smoke thrown at A main? Why is there no assistance to help him get through? I do not understand the calling in the mid-round from Lin Vision at the moment. We have had 3 very late, bad calls so far.
That's called the first tactical timeout from Lin Vision too.
I will say from the Huns, they probably have to be laughing at how they're closing out these rounds because they don't have to do much. In the beginning, they're throwing standard utility, maybe having a bit of a peek out either mid or B main currently, sometimes down through E-box as well. Mid round, they're just chucking some smokes here or there, a couple of flames. Late rounds, well, it's just gun up because Lin Vision are, you know, tripping over their own feet.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, right? Like, the only reason I'm being so critical about Lin Vision is because even with the change, like even losing G, swapping over for Call Me Sue, it seems weird because Call Me Sue's obviously alone on an island. I haven't seen much of this player. He's been trying to, you know, find those picks. So he has died solo a fair few times, but it's the rest of the team that is disappointing me in the way of how they're playing out this map, right? They've had some brilliant moments. Like all members are actually hitting some shots, but again, the mid-round calling, I think you've just hit the nail on the head about how poor it has been and what question marks are coming through. You know, we know that there's been tech pauses. We know that there was some communication issues. So, yeah, I don't know. I just can't put my finger on it. I'm just trying to ride this proverbial wave of confusing Counter-Strike as we move on into the last 2 rounds of the half.
And again, on the back of that timeout, it is going to be the call for the investment from Lin Vision. With lesser weaponry and lesser utility, though, I'm surprised it isn't something a little bit faster for them, where they literally have just been plagued by relying too much on their own utility and stumbling to try and get any space around the map. I would have much rather seen a wiser half buy and then a decent buy-in towards the last round of the half. Spotto from 9, though. Recognizing that he might be overwhelmed by himself. Yep, he wants to at least recoup with the team for something, or at least give the guys over at A now a call that he can try and do something.
They've let them through camera pretty easily here. And
He's
Vachil's
behind
actually
him and
going
they're
to
not
try
watching
and
him.
get forward. Zaka does find 9, so it's something here. But again, it's just going to be on that position of Amelia. How does he play this? He just needs to bait out the information for as long as possible. They seem to be somewhat aware of it, but how long do they want to leave this? How much information does he want to go? Surely Amelia is just calling right now that he's heard plenty of footsteps, but that was the role. So patient. very, very nicely done, because now they have to try and get in towards this main position. All members coming from the flank right now. The utility will start to rain through main, but Westmelon picking up another frag and just closing house. So there you go. A much better approach there from Lin Vision. They pick up the pace, they move straight through camera, and all Amelia had to do with that Tech 9, he didn't have to get a single kill, he just had to funnel the information over and keep the Huns interested, and that's what he did. So Lin Vision, they will find 6 here. Zeralt not going to be going down, but it's still anyone's game here.
Yeah.
You know, again, this map is still meant to be T-sided in its current state.
Oh, nearly getting the kill at the end there, but I mean, for Lin Vision, they just gave themselves a bit of breathing room. There's just a little bit of extra time that they actually managed to work with this time, right? They're not actually just stumbling to try and get into the site to get the bomb plant down. They do that with enough time to then focus on where the gaps are. Well, they don't have control of A main. Put some numbers to watch over towards that one. There's someone wrapping mid because, you know, it's a position that they could find some timing, right? 9, I thought, was actually going to find the timing, but it was good to see that Zaka, I believe it was, turned at the right time. Whoever it was, good timing for them to be able to do that. And Lin Vision, you know, still, for all the, you know, faults that they've had in this half so far, have still fashioned a decent half to get it at least tied, and now maybe extended.
Up close and personal. Westmelon's going to be able to do something. This is the pacing that, like, where has this been?
Literally.
Right? Where has something as simple as this been? The El Clasico of just pulling out a Mac 10 and going for something different. Going for a little bit of a change in pace. They've completely flushed out the Huns here. And Lin Vision, they surely should be locking in a 7th round here. Zeralt is so far away. Cobra Zero and 9 struggling from the high heavens here.
Amelia and Komisud both have HEs as well.
They can just continue to barrage down with that utility, right? Yeah, tagging Zeralt and Cobra Zero down to half. Zaka gonna make it all work, and there it is. 9 will be able to walk away with 2 Komodo, but that is a 7th round closed here for Lin Vision at the halftime break. Chat, are we back? Because I don't really have an answer for you at this point in time. It's been a very confusing affair between these two teams in Lin Vision and the Huns. And with the half coming to a close, 7-5, there was a little mini resurgence there at the end for Lin Vision. But again, at the end of the day, I can't quite put my finger on who's going to win this one and who I actually think deserves to win this one, given how it's all kind of gone so far.
Yeah, I mean, like, if we're stacking them on up because we didn't even see the Tai Lu game, are we just saying as well, like, oh, the winner can win here, the loser will probably still beat Tai Lu? Like, I don't even know if we're in that realm at the moment because
bro, we might even be in the position where like, the winner gets, like, the loser gets stomped by Tai Lu. Like,
yeah, exactly.
It
like,
could be either way, right?
Tai Lu is also one of those teams that will just recognize these, like, weaknesses probably a lot quicker than Lin Vision or the Huns have been able to do, and they will punish you because, I mean, there's not been any bad manners. They've been around a lot longer. They just know that stuff.
Yeah.
With age comes wisdom. And
some would say that. I'm still
we...
stupid as hell, so... I'm not any smarter, but I certainly know when to shut up now and just do as I'm told. I think that's been the learning in my 30s these days. Still get to cast CS, which is nice. But a slow start to the round here from Lin Vision.
Yeah.
Right, they are postured up towards mid. They've got those Julies.
Zerold could just waltz in towards the A site and play with Amelia's emotions here.
He doesn't know that, though.
No.
Seems to be pulling away quickly.
And he's seen no utility over there either. You know, does it make you think that there's a stack? Does it make you think that they're starting to push somewhere else around the map? Nobody has had any sort of handshake. How do you do at the moment? We're about to, though.
Yeah, it's about to happen. Dink up onto Westmelon immediately, but are they going to not clear the corner as a result, or will they just march on in? Well, look, maybe Nine just decides to get the 3K, but Westmelon, the reload, it's late. And he was 2 points of HP anyway now, all left onto Starry in the 1 versus 3. He's found the right location on the map. Where do they choose to go with this? If he walks in, if he splits the timing, but no, he's caught by Cobra Zira. And the Huns, they put down the foot at the start of the T side, Komodo.
Yeah, the usual B-side player too, if I'm not mistaken, Starry there. So a wiser idea for the Huns to recognize that situation. I don't know why in my head I just thought it was Lin Vision getting that round. Anywho. Good pistol. Good patience, I think, more importantly, from the Huns in the beginning. And then able to just capitalize on the numbers still. Winning out with them Glorks in mid. There's a late force up from Lin Vision here, though.
Interesting position to find yourself in. I mean, look, forcing into this round makes a hell of a lot of sense. But, of course, again, you know, do you allow that tied scoreline to happen? Then, of course, Huns will likely take the lead as they have to forgo the guns and deal with the USPs. But it's, again, a slow approach here from the Huns. They've walked their way through mid. They've got it for free. They will be able to start to have a creep up towards a main.
Just hopefully not seeing them waste too much of the time here.
It's going to be a live duel now. Completely dry, completely solo, no utility needed. It's just 9 to open up. And now this rotation to come around for Call Me Sue. It's certainly going to be awkward, especially with no supporting players around him. No utility to try and fight this fight. They're just going to wait for that rotation. But in the process, Zerold and Bartak, they just completely murk the team. So it's all left onto just Call Me Sue, and they should be surely watching that Heaven Smoke. Yes, they will. And 9 does get tagged very, very low, but he'll be able to see through another round for the Huns. 7-7, scoreline tied up. Huns should very well take the lead here. But again, they just are so hesitant. You know, neither of these teams have been looking confident to go for a quicker pace round. It's just been so slow, limited utility, just kind of creeping around the map and hoping for contact.
And that was the force-up round as well for Lin Vision, squandered. So an opportunity for the Huns to start to take control of this map after their big efforts to even get us here in the first place, right? 5-all stack from Lin Vision over at the A side at the moment. The Huns are going to see that nobody's home over at the B site and just call an audible. No one's here. They're stacking. Let's just get the plant. Let's actually first get the bomb over here, Cobra, and not run into the pistols. That's probably option number one. And then it'll be cleanup.
Tapping away. If they can find something here, it might be nice. But again, just with the free plant in, it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath. I think Lin Vision are pretty happy to just wait and patiently see if anyone will walk straight into their crosshairs. But yeah, again, the Huns are playing a very, very slow exit here. You know, Zach is very, very low from that earlier exchange. And the rest of them, well, they've switched sides, you know. They're happy to just sit in the T-spawn. And once again, hope that something does come their way. Zerolt's actually dinked up. They only got the P250. I mean, 4 HP between the two of them. Bartek's going to get baited. Or at least bait Zaka into submission there, sorry. And another round where we've needed basically the entire round to secure anything. And 9 players are alive as the bomb does detonate.
That's a lot of cash in the pockets of everybody here on the server right now. But who is it going to continue to keep for? Of course, the Huns will have a couple more buys in their back pocket too. So they set themselves up quite nicely at the beginning stages of this map. Now's the real time to see the meat and potatoes of what Lin Vision's defensive side ability does have, right? And I say that because the AWP is in the hands of Zaka. The utility's all there. There's at least a kit in the back pocket of Zaka. But I kind of just want to see how they're meandering around the map, how their rotations are being played out. What are they drawing out from the Huns? Early stages, it's just a respect of the incendiary over at A main. You're going to wait it out outside E-box as well. But you have foregone everything at mid. So you have to have your head on a swivel if you're the newest addition to this roster in Call Me Sue. That's a lot of a priority on your shoulders right now.
They've got mid completely for free here. Call Me Sue, you see the panic. He did manage to spot the cross. But as now they move away from camera, they reposition accordingly. They're actually going to try and wrap in towards the B side here. This is awkward. I don't really know if the Huns are going to be able to get away with this one. It's got to be onto the timing for Westmelon, but Zerolt does find him. And Alva Chill, so patient over towards that side of A. They are completely separated. They've changed places. Bartek can just keep them interested. He will somehow manage to get some damage out. Call Me Sue found. And once again, you know, they're going towards this position where 9 might be able to get the spot. He does drop Zaka. But they can't overlook Amelia here. They need to get on towards this site. 30 seconds. They've got the time. And it's done. The Huns with a very unorthodox approach should be securing their 9th for free here.
They certainly went on a holiday around the map, didn't they? And they're rewarded for their leisurely time. The stroll netting them 4 players surviving. And they might even find Starry as well, trying to invade on their holiday. Back in the sands. Is it his time?
Certainly not the Prince of Persia today, mate.
Then he falls too. What a sensational round from the Huns.
Oh, again, I don't even know if I can call it sensational. Like, I mean, they converted. They hit the shots. They found the timings. But they just spent, like, 70 seconds walking dry up mid with no utility. They walk into Temple. They get into CT. And then they somehow get a bunch of kills for free and close out the round.
And that just shows you the gap in Lin Vision spacing around this
what
CT
I mean.
side. They don't have any decisive reads or recognition.
Lackluster.
Yeah, 100%.
Just nothing of interest, nothing of engagement coming out from a team that I very, very highly rate normally.
Why are they doing this on their pistol round? Westmelon has pushed out on this lane towards A. They now get the information that everything's at B, but I don't think you got the defenses to hold this down. Or maybe you do. I don't know. What do I know?
This is the round that they'll win, right? You know, they shouldn't. But Call Me Sue will be able to hit a shot. Taken very, very low. That Molotov should surely make it uncomfortable. They are able to get the smoke down quick enough, though. So once again, they all will still wait in position. Every single member of Lin Vision is here. Zerolt will find Zaka. And now Call Me Sue, very, very low. Does do some further damage onto Vachil here. But it is going to be another shot from 9. Amelia taken down. They will be able to recover that bomb. And they do have enough time to rotate all the way around. Westmelon's picked up the M4, and he will try and be the linchpin here. But I think the Huns can just park it. They don't even need to over-rotate. They can just wait.
One of the benefits of having the time on their side here, the Huns, in terms of their eagerness to go to the B site to start things off, and just having the time, 30 seconds to go. Though now in a 2 versus 2 as Westmelon dispatches of 9, does make things a little bit more achievable for Linvision on what may very well be a retake. Though if they leave it too late, Call Me Sue, he just needs 1. 10 seconds.
Patience is a virtue. Timing. Yeah, he just gets this, doesn't he? Oh!
5.
No time.
4.
No time.
3. No
Round's
time.
done. Just...
Are you kidding me? Why? Why are we so weak and scared of the pistolas?
Oh, Dion. Look, we've casted a fair bit of Asian CS together. I think I've probably got more of a tenure, but in all my time, no matter what level of Counter-Strike I've approached in this region, this is, concerning, I suppose, for who's going to be playing up next. You know, I'm hoping that both Tyloo and Atox are watching along, licking their lips right now.
Yeah, I think that's a benefit to say. Atox, congratulations.
No. And look, the crazy part is, right, you know, none of these teams are eliminated off the back of this. You know, they still will have another chance, and there is that upper and lower bracket to play through.
Yeah, well, that Molotov actually kind of helps him to still buy enough time to get out of dodge.
Mate, he's gotten into dodge. He's jumped on the racetrack there.
Yeah, meanwhile, Vachil actually has an opportunity to find the right timing in this round to be able to call to the team to rotate back on over. Currently, it is just Amelia there with Flash and a HE. And he has to watch 2 angles through mid and through main. Silence, though, falls on the server. And with Sorolt meeting up with them, this certainly does feel like it is going to be a pivot towards this A site. You technically don't even need to explode with your util that you do have, but you've got it. So you can go in with a flash over, with some smokes. You can go for an execute here and leave 9 with the AWP, who, by the way, is on 20 kills, to just have a field day.
Why not? I think a few different individuals have kind of had their moments throughout this series. 9 was looking very good on Dust too. Now as that utility comes in, you know, again, there's a level of hesitation here from the Huns. They will wait ever so patiently with all that utility going out now. Amelia's going to try and buy the additional time. This time, though, the Huns will give themselves enough time to plant.
A single smoke, though, for the retake for Westmelon. On the A site, I don't know about that one, Chief.
Patience now. Everyone's sitting completely still. 9 watching all the way through A main with that AWP, and now as they start to creep around, the wrapping on towards the site, they have spotted some information, but they're all not in the best spots. This is 9 in a 1vx.
Alrighty.
And Starry will get the defuse. So I'm going to say good retake, but the Huns kind of made that a little bit too easy for them.
And that's the kind of approach that I want to take in that, because the one position that you can push in that scenario to upset it is the one position that Linvision actually do. Straight down the stairs, you get 3 isolated one-on-one fights, because there's, you know, you've got the box protecting you for the trade from the site, and you can stretch out to main. Like, they do that retake quite successfully with no utility. Still doesn't forgive for the pistol round.
No.
Starry, open
Starry. Man, this will be the thing, right? You know, out of nowhere, Linvision will just be like, all right, actually, we've had enough. We want to win now. They've just got 2 picks straight out of nowhere.
The same thing, though, the Huns could also kind of say that and run away with the map now. So.
Yeah. Well, they did that on Dust too, right? We were sitting there going, yeah, game's done, 12-7, all right. You know, we'll pack her up. We'll wait until that 9:30 position. So this is when the second series was meant to start with like a 1 hour buffer.
Oh, bro, we would have had like, you know, 2 hours, 3 hours.
I think we genuinely would have had at least an hour minimum to think about the next game and also just giving even the players a bit of a rest, right?
Yep.
But that's okay. So the Huns, they've gone back to this default where they just choose to shift walk around the map. They're playing a very, very lack of confidence approach. But they've gone the long way around, and I think off the back of it, there's been a little bit of speed from Starry. So even if they do find the site here, the flank should be good enough.
Well, you would think so. There is a double up high-low for Amelia and Call Me Sue.
Very nicely done.
Yep.
Yeah.
20 seconds. You ain't in, and 9 will die to the flank. No, he will sharply shoot. He is fragging this game. There is just minimal impact in the rounds that they're actually needing to win.
Well, as I said, right, you know, a position where the Huns, they are now onto a full eco, right? I mean, look, Cobra Zero and Bartak are probably going to buy up some techies or maybe a Galil each or something like that. I really hope that's not real, Vachil. They're going to call attack timeout, which is appropriate to do. But, yeah, 9 sitting there, 22 and 9. Still only 89 ADR somehow off the back of that. And the rest of the team, all negative except Zeralt. But I suppose, you know, not much more could be said for Linvision, who are also having a bit of a lackluster one. Westmelon somehow 14 and 8. Zach is reasonably reactivated. Starry's had a couple of moments, but again, you know, I just can't quite put my finger on why this game is so strange. And I think it partially just comes from the fact that they're playing it so slow. And I wonder, like, I'm hoping for the sake of both of these teams in the public eye that, you know, there has just been some tech issues that's causing some dramas, right? Because they've completely changed their pacing, their tempo. It's just been a game of the times.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a wishy-washy one. But let's see now if Linvision are going to be able to extend out and maybe find a good lead. These sort of rounds, you're going to see Vachil and 9 try and set up some utility to provide a way in for these rifles to go and do the stuff, where I'm looking at it objectively and I'm thinking, why doesn't 9 have one of these guns? Why isn't he the one that's going to be able to take these duels if he's fragging so hard so far?
Good opening. So at least there's something to work with. Starry will get 2 back, though. They line up very, very nicely, and the anti-flash is decent, but Vachil will be able to get that one back. So it's a 3 versus 3. Utility does start to barrel down. They should very well find that bomb plant here. Obviously, Zeralt again with not a hell of a lot to work with. So it's an interesting round where, you know, the Huns have found way more than they expected. But there's that frag onto Vachil. But now moving through, 9 does actually manage to get that one onto Westmelon. It's awkward. It's strange. It's 9 all on his lonesome. Call Me Sue has to try and clutch this round out. 1 versus 2, and the smoke will go down. It's going to bait him into submission here. Again, I just don't really know what we can expect from this one. The Huns surely should be finding this round. Bomb still dropped, though. And Call Me Sue's so nervous as to how he approaches this. He is going to start to walk out the temple now. Oh, no, he's actually going to wait out the smoke.
They got a molly.
He's got out, but he's made sound. And now they're swinging onto it. Call Me Sue, 1. Should be able to find some further damage. They try to slot in towards Connector, and he's just going to get swung and done. 9 with a pretty incredible 3K there, Komodo. 25 and 9, and the Huns have tied it up 10 to 10. I don't know what to tell you, man.
This is why I'm saying, why aren't you just giving him a gun? He is literally the raid boss in this game, and they can't defeat him with a full party. They went in with 2 AKs, 2 flashes, and 2 smokes, and the Huns just win that round. It is ridiculous. And I think Linvision know that as well.
I'm just breathing deep, my guy.
They call a pause here. They've at least got the affordance of another gun round to come forward. Yeah, albeit Amelia down on towards MP9. Can they make the proper gun round, though, look as powerful and potent as they do with these lesser guns? With these rounds that should not be one that they're winning. Because if they can do that, you get more confidence as a viewer. If we start to see either the Huns or Lin Vision really fine-tune these rifle rounds, it looks better for everybody. I like the change up though from him. Straight up the guts of mid. Amelia gonna get caught with utility in hand. Somehow managing to find one, make it to double. Oh my lord.
Missed shot from Zaka, making it a little bit more uncomfortable here. 9 is going to be the one to keep the eye on as per usual. They're rotating all the way around. They're obviously playing from the disadvantage here, the Huns. And as that bomb is still in the hands of 9, they are going to look to get it planted. And how do they set up this post plant? We saw a very, very rough-looking post plant from the Huns previously, but now as that utility does start to come out, Cobra Zero is going to be able to find one, but Call Me Sue does get the trade back. Now up in heaven for Chill. Watching the line firmly. 9 is going to have them dumped on the head. Goomba stomp there. Call Me Sue, but for Chill, 1 versus 3. He's on the defuse, trying to get it done. Call Me Sue, he's found it. Oh my god.
No bullets. He's got to reload or change guns. He can't hot potato on the one on the floor. Nearly the 1 versus 3. But yeah, I mean, the difference maker that makes it happen where Amelia starts off. He gets 2 with the MP9. Had he got 1, could have been a different story. Could have been another T alive. Play over at the fountain, on the pillar, set up some utility. You never know. You never know. But for Lin Vision, they get 1 step closer to round number 12. And probably taking the biggest sigh of relief that this series is done. Because you know that's what's going to happen to whoever wins.
Is it?
I'd like to hope.
Tactical timeout completed. The Huns have used it all. And Lin Vision with the firm lead. The investment is going to come out. It's going to be Galil's Mac 10 idea prospered, but Zeralt's actually going for that AK. It's only going to be Bartak on the Techie, 9 on the Mac 10. But where does he take it? Again, you know, 9 has had that confidence behind him. He's nearing on 30 frags. But I think it's going to be one of those moments again where we go all the way of regulation. But Zeralt opens up the bank account nicely. Yeah. Now Zaka has to try and find something. The utility does start to barrel out. But how long is he going to be able to hold this? They are trying to make their way around this smoke right now. It's awkward, but Call Me Sue gets 1. Will it be a second? No, it's 9 with the run and gun. And now Amelia coming in towards the connector. How much time can he buy? He's going to give away his position with the Molotov. And I think that's basically just done in the round. It's another one where you wouldn't be expecting the Huns to find it, but that's the thing about the pace change. At least the Huns were able to run out confidently, take that control, Zeralt with the opening 2. And it's going to be tied scoreline again here, Komodo.
9 just having no care in the world as well. Team's gone in. Zeralt's got 2 kills. Oh, whatever. I got a Mac 10. I won't bait my team. I'll just go with them and still get a kill. I'm leading 27 kills in this server. I'm not given gun priority, but I'm still going to make it work with what I've got. And I just cannot believe that the Huns are doing what they're doing right now. I also cannot believe that Lin Vision are doing what they're doing right now. And we are having full rounds of regulation again for our map in this series. We were joking, by the way, folks, that this game was going to end something like a 19-17.
Yeah, what did we say? 2 overtimes?
Yeah, we're on that trajectory. 3rd time out used now.
Well.
Starry Mag 7.
And attack timeout. So that's going to be all of them used. So again, this game has been taken the absolute length. So we are 4 hours and 15 minutes into a MR12 best of 3 that's only had a single overtime.
Yep.
Feels I mean, good, look, man. Again, if it was anywhere where this was going to happen, it was going to be
that's true.
The Asian region.
That's very true. So, let's see if one of these teams is actually going to be able to win in regulation or not, because this is a very big gamble for Lin Vision, who have been on the wrong end of these lesser equipped rounds. They had the better guns, and they've been losing more of them. at the CT side affairs that they hold here. So let's see if they can actually answer back with one. Because if they don't, Mitch, well, they're not really playing with too much in the next round, are they?
What can we expect in a change up from this round? Forward thinking, everything invested for Linvision. Just going to be on to that swag 7 for Starry inside the connector. He is double pumped with his teammate of Call Me Sue, who is actually playing a decent game. Just, again, a little bit isolated in some of these fights. Now the utility goes over. Vachil does try to clear the initial mark. And now they just have to run straight into the flames here. It's awkward. Westmelon very much caught into a bit of an island. Same with Zaka, taken very, very low. 50 seconds left.
Yeah, a bit of a reset. No real headroom made over towards B main either. So does that incentivize you to just stick around this A site? Yeah, you still got a little bit of this utility as well for the Huns that if they wanted to materialize a proper execute, they could. But that's an overextension actually from Zaka. Wanting to get risky with it out through A main, leaving just a merely. Oh, but for Starry, okay, Mag 7, good for one. Maybe a double.
Oh,
nah.
Maybe over-investing there a little bit as 9 does take down Starry. So they're going to try and make this happen. They're going to try and make this work. But it's going to be all onto Amelia with the M4 in position. He gets one, but he's traded by Vachil. And with 9 taking down Westmelon, Komodo. I can't believe I'm saying it, but the Huns have got map and series point here.
And that is literally on the back of winning Dust 2 from a 12-7 deficit. 5 rounds in a row to put it into an overtime, winning that one, and then going through this absolute slog of a map as well, with all of the strange, weird rounds that we've had. And on the back of losing that round there for Linvision as well, Mitch, they are playing with pistols and utility. In fashion, though, they probably win this one. So
yeah, I was about to say, can you settle down, right? You know, this is Linvision's round to this is the Huns. No, sorry, this is Linvision's round to lose. That's what I was trying to say. They win this every day of the week. Because again, it is just like the Huns, they spread out, they go to their default, they sit still for about 50, 60 seconds, and then maybe they decide to use some utility. Yeah, that's the problem. How is it working?
Yeah. 9, again, you know, I'll highlight him here, having a belter of a map. He's one away from a 30 bomb here. Still, Linvision just going to be poised to refresh some utility. They kind of got to, because they need to bring these duels into close proximity with these little pistols. Nobody on the B side is going to budge whatsoever, but they might actually get capitalized upon if they do wait. This is where they might capitulate, though.
Utility out. Starry. Oh, my God. Spotted out very, very quickly. 9 able to find the opening. 40 seconds. Time ticking. 9. And Zaka. He's going to be the man to fall. Westmelon does get some damage onto Zeralt, but as 9 finds another 31 frags. Komodo, the bomb is still a little while away, and they are going to walk it around. Call Me Sue has to try and be the hero that nobody deserves right now. If he can slip the net, if he can find the timing, but no, 9 is ready for it. This man will not go down, and my God, Komodo, it's done. It's done, everybody. We can go home. Oh, it's all right. Don't worry about it. We're leaving. See ya.
Yeah, what a series that was. Not gonna lie. There are so many rounds in that series that you can't keep a straight face on. You can't analyze properly because like it shouldn't be the normal outcome. And it's due to the factors of one team doing some good things and one team doing some absolutely abysmal things.
Oh, bro. Linvision have won like maps on LAN against tier 1 teams. Like, simple as that.
I will add on the back of that for you guys. They still have to play another best of 3 now.
All I'm questioning, right, is how long will it be till the next one, right? It was obviously meant to already be 18 minutes ago that we started, roughly, right? Something like that. But yeah, I got no idea. I got no idea what to say. I got no idea what to expect. The Huns They deserve that win, I think, is what I'll go out on the limb and say, right?
They really fought hard in the rounds that they had the lesser equipped buys. Their pistols and, you know, their decision to not give 9 the best weapon when he's having an absolute ripper game. But it still works out. I mean, credit where credit is due. The Huns played awesome, which actually now does mean that the China teams are in the bottom bracket and the Mongolia teams are in the top bracket.
I guess it does make a little bit of sense. Yeah. As I said, I was surely expecting that it was going to be like an Atox Lin Vision upper bracket, and then, you know, dealing with the Tyloo versus Huns lower. But yeah, Lin Vision, the way they were playing, I don't think they deserve to go into that upper bracket, right? And as I said, like, the Huns didn't necessarily play poorly or amazingly, right? It was more of an individual play here and there, which is what we do traditionally see from them in some of these events. They've got their really hot moments. They've got individual talent across the board. They're a really, really solid team at times, but they are a little bit more inconsistent. Whereas the Lin Vision that we saw today, yeah, again, it's some of the worst Counter-Strike I've seen from them in quite some time. And I really hate saying that because you know me, I'm the eternal optimist. I always try to see the positives in all of these moments for these teams. And I just couldn't see anything good from that series from Lin Vision, except for the Dust 2 second half before they lost in overtime with a 12-7 lead to try and close it 2-0.
That was looking good. Like, again, there was some good moments from them. They weren't, like, great, oh my lord moments, but there were some good moments from them that you can start to see the vision again for this Lin Vision squad, right?
Yeah.
You can start to see them have an idea of how they want to navigate the maps, how they want to navigate these rounds, but they just absolutely crumble in a couple of crucial rounds where it just doesn't work out for them. So, yeah. Long series for them, and as I said, they gotta play. Series. They have to play another one now against two teams who have had, by the count, an hour and 20 minutes to rest.
Yep, that's exactly right. And there's no rest for the Wicked because both these teams were certainly that in this series. Again, you know, the Huns, I'm going to say it once more time, they earned that victory. Lin Vision, they deserve to be in the lower bracket after that performance. And for the next game, but I'm going to be getting rid of you, Komodo. Thank you for joining me. Mac's going to be coming along next. He's just got back to Malta today. Pilly and Elfish Guy are going to be taking you through the upper bracket between Atox and the Huns. And yeah, for Lin Vision versus Tyloo, I got no idea what's going to be happening. So for now, everyone, have a quick break. We'll see you soon. Take care.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the IEM Dallas closed qualifier. We had a scorcher of a series earlier on to kick off the evening, and now, of course, we have one more to have a look at. It's going to be an interesting one. It is the lower bracket. It's where things get bad. You know, teams are going to be sent home, and it's going to be all over the place. Of course, you know, we have different faces on the stream. I'm not Conky. I'm Mac, and this isn't Komodo. This is Ted. We're here to bring you all the fun. Ted, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. By the way, I just want to say Komodo is actually such a cool nickname. I just thought about it. You just take an animal, one of the coolest dragons out there, the only real dragon, and you're like, well, you know what? I'm gonna steal the name for my nickname. I'm feeling great though. I mean, I told you right before we jumped into the show, I'm really excited because I don't usually get to watch as much Asian Counter-Strike. So now when you just asked me to step in and watch some Lin Vision and Tai Lu, and you know, look into how some of the OGs of the Asian scene are playing nowadays. Of course I'm gonna be excited. I'm really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, right? It's like welcome to Asia, welcome to my humble abode, or at least my old time zone, where it's probably getting quite late over there. I think some of the boys were from Australia, at least, were going to bed. China is a slight different time zone. Same for Mongolia as well, so that'll be interesting. But yeah, for the match that we have for this second match of the day, it is Tai Lu up against Lin Vision, which on paper is a banger. But in the words of Elfish Guy, when I asked before, how was Tai Lu today, there was a lot of expletives, so I don't think they're playing as well as what we know that they can.
Yeah, I think grotesque is the nice word to use when talking about how he actually described the play style for some of those teams. And you know what? This is actually really weird for me because I need to be blunt here. Looking at Tai Lu and Lin Vision, I just look at some of the nicknames on the team and I'm going, well, this is supposed to be a good game. Those guys are supposed to be playing good Counter-Strike. There's some guys that have played majors here before. There's some guys that have had a lot of international experience, some of them quite recently as well throughout 2024. So you're expecting to see a high level of play here. And yeah, I think that's why it's a little bit perplexing that Tai Lu haven't really been able to show up as much in the last couple of weeks. But we're going to go into the veto here, Mac, and looking at the Inferno engine and train, because me and you had a bit of a conversation about it before we went live, and there's been a lot of I guess a lot of matchups between Tai Lu and Lin Vision in the last couple of months, and in the last couple of years is one of the El Clasicos of Asian Counter-Strike. Does anything catch you by surprise out of the three maps that we have here?
Not initially with the Inferno and Ancient. That's something they've gone to a fair few times, especially in the last year. But Train, now that, of course, Vertigo has been taken out, Vertigo was one that a lot of Asian teams did float regularly. So it's good to see that they've at least left Train in there. I don't know how well practiced they both are on it. It may actually be the first time we'll see it from both these teams, which I can dig into in a moment. But yeah, keen to see Train. I'd like to see how it develops in all regions at the moment. And I haven't seen an Asian game on Train yet. So I'm keen to go to 3 for that reason. But I'd also love to see one of these teams, you know, assert dominance and just look like the better team, at least on the first 2 maps.
I completely agree with you. I feel like you hit the nail on the head right there. I feel like when you're going into this matchup, Train, obviously, the first time we could be seeing both of those teams play an official on it, right? This is exciting as it is as an idea, but it can't be overlooked. We gotta address the elephant in the room. Lin Vision is the big favorite going into this one veto-wise. And again, you were saying before we went live, it actually feels so weird to be saying that, right? Because Tai Lu, on paper, have the far better players, or at least they should have the far better players. But then we're going into the game, and you're looking at the map pick of Tai Lu. They go for the Inferno. We were saying, okay, the Mirage has been looking solid. Well, that's what Lin Vision perma. You go for a map that Lin Vision have played 3 times and have won every single time against solid opposition as well. And this is your map pick. This is what you're putting all your bank on.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how this one's going to go as well. Like, Lin Vision, of course, bringing in Call Me Sue recently has gone relatively well for them, but then they've choked in a couple of qualifiers for some other, you know, more domestic competitions. Whereas here, you know, now they're down in the lower bracket again. Both the Mongolian teams are the ones that stayed in the upper bracket. So it'll be interesting to see who ends up taking the spot in the consolidation final, at least out of these two. You know, G, of course, going up against his ex-teammates is another nice little storyline. And he like, you know, was one of the masterminds of the team. You know, he was the soul, the motivator for everyone there. So you always know that he's going to be having a good time going up against his ex-teammates, but also knows what their game plan should be, which might be an edge. We'll see what ends up happening there.
Yeah, I think I'm glad you mentioned Komi Sue, by the way, because this was a conversation again we were having right before we went live. I was wondering where I recognized this guy from. Well, he was on
Yeah.
wildcard, right? And this is such a weird one. And yeah, if you're just watching and you're like, well, wildcard, wasn't that a North American team? Yeah, it is a North American team. He played with Jabo, he played with Stanislaw, he played with all of those guys. We played with Sonic as well. And the fact that he's already gotten that international experience, or that North American, I guess, experience in a way, and now he's back to playing in China. You told me something about him being a student as well in the USA, and that's how he got into that team. I'm actually excited because I feel like once you get a bit of a different perspective and you play some international Counter-Strike, once you go back, you're a little bit, maybe a little bit stronger, and you can bring some new ideas and some fresh mindset, I guess, and approaches to the play. And I feel like for Lim Vision, regardless of their loss earlier, I mean, it was a really close game, all in all, and I was able to look through how some of the maps went. I really feel like going into this game against Tyler, regardless of the names on the other side, they should be feeling like they are the favorites.
Yeah, I think, on paper with recent results, they should be the favorites. But, the names on Tyloo, they always just, drag me back, make me think that they should be the ones getting a lot of the extra work done here.
Man, that's how I feel. I still remember when Yam Young was one of the biggest talents. Well, he probably still is. He's fairly young, right? Still 23 years of age. But I still remember when he was considered to be one of the best players coming out of the Chinese region.
Yeah. Well, let's see what we have here on Inferno, at least. Lin Vision going to be starting on that T side. And looking at straight up short. Mercury with Julie. He's going to be able to... Oh, that's actually G to snatch it away through the smoke. Nice little smoke bang. But now he's the last one here on A, Starry. 2 men on the trade, and the site is Lin Vision's.
Yeah, no kit for the retake as well. You might as well be calling this one off already, right? With the low HP on G as well. The fact that he doesn't have armor, neither does Yam Young. I mean... They're probably going to give this one a go, because what point is there in saving 2 players or staying alive with 2 players that don't even have the armor, but it's going to be an incredibly difficult retake to get back into.
Up short they come. Westmelon, first point of contact, looking to potentially swing off of the site players, but Westmelon locking it in. Mosaic, he's got a big job to do, and he knows that he's got to deal with these pit players, but across the top, Starry again gets it done from the balcony. Zachary even chimes into the mix, and that's going to be Lin Vision taking the T-pistol.
Yeah, it's a perfect start for Starry. What a triple coming out of him. And this is the trick, I guess, in a retake like this one, right? Because they get a couple kills and you're thinking, well, they might actually have a chance, right? It looks like it's a 50-50, but then the time was always a factor. 1 headshot equals death for all of those Tyloo players, considering 2 of them didn't have armor. So it was always going to be a really difficult one breaking through all those crossfires. And as we said, as the full eco is going in, this is the map pick of Tyloo, but it's still a map that Lim Vision have played pretty successfully, even so far in 2025, right? You're looking at the XSC Pro League 2025 game they played against GG Hao. That was a complete whitewash. It was a 13-3 and then a 13-11 over the Huns in the best of 3 that they lost earlier today. Of course, ended 2024 as well with a bang on this map, taking down Talon with a 13-10 fashion. Azur, my goat.
Yeah.
Rest in pepperoni.
Oh, I like that. Okay, so G did the little body block there on the Archer's smoke. Managed to get the boost across the top. Unfortunately, didn't get the pick onto Amelia, and now Mercury just scrimming through the smoke, goes to the grave. Zach up, finding the quick double, and the A site open for business here. Tyloo, 2-man disadvantage on the retake, just with default pistols. You're not expecting him to do too much here.
No, absolutely not. I mean, that was, I guess that was the main storyline of this round. Supposed to be an easy 2-0 lead here for Lim Vision. Looking comfortable, and I'd rather actually, I want to pick your brains on something. Obviously, we talked about the previous game. Lim Vision just ended an excruciatingly long series against the Huns, right? And for those of you that are just tuning into the stream and don't know what we're on about, they played 3 maps. 13-11 on Inferno was map 1. 14-16, they lost those 2 as the second one. And then the third one on Anubis was the 13-11 in favor of the Huns, obviously. That was... There was even some technical timeouts in that game. So if you're Lim Vision, do you feel burned out or you feel warmed up for this game now?
I don't know. It's like, obviously you're going to be warm in some aspects. And Tyloo as well. I think their game went for maybe 30 minutes less. So
Sure.
they're both in similar boats, right? There was like maybe an hour break for Tyloo, which is a good amount of time just to, chill out, get yourself ready, get your notes ready on LVG if they even needed notes. But yeah, LVG similarly, they're all gamers. In China, they're grinders. So I don't think anyone's really going to lose that test of endurance here.
Okay. Well, getting into the nitty-gritty now. the big boy rounds, as we call it, the full buys. It's, of course, a bit of a bonus coming out of the T side with a couple of those players still being on the Galos. Emilia rocking that Mac 10 if they need to pick up the pace a little bit more. And early on, we're seeing Tai Lu, by the way, not really challenging too much with a hyper-aggressive CT side. They'd rather play it a little bit more standard. They have that boosted player and attacker in towards short, but Lim Vision on the other side, just taking their time. A sweet little default, and the bomb is slowly starting to make its way back in towards A.
Oh, is that contact up short? Looking good so far on the defense. G forced off. And I think attacker as well was seen towards the top of quad here. Waiting for the swing. Nice little spray transfer. And attacker, the newcomer to the team. It's been a while since I last saw him play, but he is still, you know, the old dog doing work. That's two-man advantage. LVG starting to execute on B. Mosaic standing at the ready. Oh, and this B site has been locked down. Good luck, Zaka, man.
Yeah, you can wish him that again. I don't think it's gonna help too much. At this point, you might as well just be holding on to the AK and the smoke with 29 seconds. He was thinking about resmoking City. Now, I feel like the penny's dropped. You might be better off by just holding on to the premium rifle. The majority of your teammates actually have enough money to at least purchase something. Even if it's just the hero AK with a half buy around it in the next round, it's still more than what you would have if you were to go down. But this is such a great first buy round for Tai Lu, right? It's a bit of a tempo setter as well, in the sense that attacker just gets a double in towards short. Mosiah shuts down the B bomb side with 2 more. It just feels clean, right? It feels like Lim Vision just walked into your crosshairs, you were set up, you win the fights. There's nothing more to it, right? It's not a complicated, it's not a scrappy round. We were just holding, they walked into us, we killed them. It doesn't get easier than that. It doesn't get more satisfactory than that either.
Yeah, you'll have to see it. And you're right, we got a decent buy around the AK. It is just Galils and whatever extra utility that LVG can bring in. On the Tai Lu side of things, their Riders Range starting to bolster up the economy. And still just going for the 3-2 split, not going too aggressive at Banana, not going too aggressive anywhere really. Except I say that, and attacker is sneaking up behind that Molly and Apps. Hall's play. Aggression works out. Starry not quite at the ready. He was looking into the wall. And that's a great way to kick things off for this round for Tai Lu.
Look at Yam Young. He was thinking about walking through the smoke there. For a second thought he would. There goes the deep re-smoke though. And this is already looking quite claustrophobic for the T's. They have to challenge, but it's just a solo challenge from Emilia through the smoke. And he's just not ready for the aggressive player of Yam Young.
Right, full banana control and that re-smoke as well. Going to burn off another 20 seconds. You'll love to see that. We've got Westmelon as well. Yeah.
This is a safe call already. I know there's 1 minute on the clock, but you lose apartments, you get pushed away. You get pushed away from Banana. You've lost a player each side of the map. It's a 3v5. You have an alright amount of util, but no money. It's still risky going for a round like this.
But this is China. Right, you see, Ted? So they're going to give it a crack. They know that they've got that 3v3 probably towards the A site. And we'll see what Mercury can do here. Solid up on Cold, only going to be able to get the 1. So we are in with a chance here. Jam Young starting to come up short. Should be able to time this push effectively. Sun out, gun out, good plant position. Won't be able to get the bomb down. And Jam Young locks in a second kill for himself and a second round for Tai Lu. But LVG kept them guessing and also did some good financial damage.
You know what? I would have felt so much more silly if they actually had won the round. That's my European brain functioning, by the way. This is what watching CAS Counter-Strike does to a man. You're looking at a 3v5 with 1 minute on the clock, and you're just thinking, there's no way those guys just walk out middle and just get a double kill on Porch like that with 1v1s, and then they get the side kill, and it's down to a 2v2. Well, apparently there is a way for that to happen.
Yeah, you really have to turn off the some of the protocols sometimes in your brain when you're watching Asian CS.
Oh man, I love it. That's why I love South American Counter-Strike.
Yeah. The amount of risks that a lot of teams take is it's much larger and much more frequent than what we see over here in Europe at the moment. But yeah, LVG this round, just down on the Glocks. So we'll see if Zaka with the Hero Deagle can get any damage done. So far, so good. 5-1 for himself. And, ooh, pokes his head forward, down to half. That nade should... Ooh, thought it was going to do considerable damage, but he managed to escape back into Boiler.
Yeah, it is a great opportunity this round. I mean, you try and keep it a little bit cleaner, taking a bit more of a passive stance against the pistols as well. You don't want to feed him too many kills, especially with the early thing happening now, though. G, gotta be careful.
Falling back, swapping up positions to tuck away on site and allow Mercury to keep on farming up these eco kills. A little curious with this position. Timing to the push with the bomb there for Starry. Looks good, but again, with 12 in the clear. Oh, Mercury escapes to short. Will be able to escape any danger. And now we're going to see Westmelon trying to sneak his way out. Crossfire from pit, from sight. And that's all mopped up nicely. Tyloo doing God's work, keeping 5 rifles alive. We'll put them in the lead in more ways than one.
Yeah, it did look a little bit unsettling there for a second, right? You just felt like they were a little bit uncomfortable towards the back of the bomb site, but in the end of the day, you keep all 5 alive, you're mustering up the money. It's really important that those moments of uncomfortability and discombobulation don't occur, and they're not occurring against the full purchases of the T side, but when it's just the pistols on the other side and you still keep 5 alive, it's alright. Now, the first tactical timeout coming in here for the side of Lim Vision. Of course, there is a bit of a conversation to be had when it turns down to, or when it comes down to the coaches. On one hand, we have Gum, who's, I want to say, for me, a lot more of an uncertainty, right? Because he just joined Lim Vision as his first project in 2023 as a coach. But then on the other side, you have Joking, who's one of the most respected and well-known names in the Asian scene. So in that sense, I guess this is on paper yet another advantage that Tyloo should have in their favor. But I'd say it's a well-placed tactical timeout here for Lim Vision. You don't want to let Tyloo carry away too much momentum, especially with how momentum heavy some of the maps that Tyloo have been playing so far in 2025 have been. It kind of feels like they either stomp you or you stomp them, and you don't want to be on the receiving end of that.
Yeah, well, we got one of them later on if we make it to 3. Train's been incredibly CT slotted for a lot of these teams out here so far in the pro level of CS, but Asia plays by its own rules, so we'll see if that keeps on happening. Speaking of, we did see the aggression finally come out from Tyloo. Heads down mid, just pushed in through the smoke, and lovely pick from Mercury, but now on 7 points of health, he's happy just to rotate across, trying to increase the defense towards B, or even just go back and get that utility, whatever he's doing here at CT. They're just trying to figure out where they want to put their pieces.
Yeah, I actually love that call, by the way. Right after the T-side tactical timeout, you want to disturb them. You want to make sure that they don't play out the round the way that they wanted to play it. You just throw in an early aggressive play, you get that 5v4, and now you have the 3-man stacking towards B, which seems like it is the desired avenue for the T's. They're going to be ready for that hit.
Smoke goes down to the nice timing, but the T's are through it already. Jam Young trying to fish through the smoke, won't be able to connect, and Mercury already low. Shouldn't be here because he was on A, and he's going to be able to get 2 free kills on 7 HP. Bomb on the ground, 40 seconds for LVG to try to make this happen, and Jam Young's going to be flashed on through. Oh, he shot at the ragdoll! No, sorry. Good cover eventually, and Zaka, he is set up to try and clutch this, but unfortunately the broken smoke gets his head taken off. And Tyloo win it anyway. That was chaotic.
Well, that's the living proof of the sentence. You can sometimes be too focused. And when you are too focused, you can start shooting at things that you're not supposed to be shooting at. That nearly went out of control there. Thankfully, Mercury was able to find that triple kill, right? Thankfully, he was able to open things up and then get a double. Because that was, you know, this is again something that we can close our eyes for. I guess Jam Young, it wasn't perfect, but you still win the round. You still keep 2 players alive. In general, it was a good rotation. It was a good round by design for Tyloo. And if you're Lim Vision, sure, you get a lot of kills. You get some money to work with in this round, but in reality, you've just picked up the best round in the second, and ever since it's been Tyloo. It's starting to get worrying.
Yeah, it's getting to that point. I think we'll see, you know, things maybe shift in that second half, but for now, the old Classico, the Waterfall out apps, couple coming out towards Boiler as well, but Attacker, ooh, has been spotted on the balcony. Now things get a little awkward. Full AK magazine doesn't get dumped, and that's the A site taken. Moto smokes up, so there's full control, but we are going to see G at least snatch one away through that smoke.
Yeah, you can try and go for this one. Low HP on Komisu as well. A couple rifles, a little bit of utility. They have the kids. They will be taking their time, especially with Jamian closing out the distance from the apartments.
AK in hand. Crosshair in a very good position. But the timing favoring LVG. Now they know that Jam Young's here. They're going to be looking for him heavily. Smoke to pit to make things a little safer on that retake. Mosaic across the top is not in a good spot to deal with Westmelon, who was just tucked away. being sneaky next to the hay bales. And now it's looking like the CTs, they are thinking about just suffocating the economy, trying to keep their guns alive. AWP and AK, both very valuable weapons here on the CT side, and they are running for dear life.
What a big round. What a steal. I mean, I guess now you understand why probably Lim Vision were not feeling too pressured in the first couple of rounds, right? This is why keeping the presence of mind is really important, because you might have been losing a lot of them, but there were small things that were a little bit concerning in some of the rounds for Tyloo. They might have not necessarily gotten punished for them, but now they get punished against the pistols, and this could turn things around. We are gonna get to CG on an AVP though. This is interesting. We haven't yet seen an up on the T side.
And we'll see if you can find the extra impact. Flashes forward, going straight through the mollies. That's a lot of damage taken, but they will walk away with the full banana control. LVG not placing any of their members up there, but they are going to be placing all 5 straight through mid. They've got full bracket control. G just wait for the swing. Won't be able to connect as Amelia opens up that hit side, but won't be able to make it to site just in time. Westmelon with the full wrap all the way in, and now we've got a 4v3. LVG have been very successful towards A.
Yeah, gotta call it off again, especially with the low HP of Jam Young, who is pushing through the Molotov. He's not even making a move towards the A-bomb side. Mercury is sticking around, hoping that he gets given a reason to go for this round, but you can't really do it, and this was just the perfect reaction coming out of Lim Vision, right? You lose that banana control, but you don't lose the player. You recognize the fact that there was probably, again, a lot of utility being thrown over. They might have even heard that one player burning in the Molotov, but they just go out middle straight away, switching up the tempo, dealing with attacker in towards the apartments. Felt like he was probably supposed to have a free kill there. Couldn't hold it together. And then even with the pickup from the AWP, it was just a little bit too much to deal with. A lot of credit to be given to the entry from Amelia. Of course, Westmelon able to get that refrag. And Lim Vision, again, good mid-rounding.
Yeah, their protocol just to pretty much sprint up mid after they lost banana control ended up working out way too well. I don't know. That's just, yeah, great mid-round call, as you said, and beautiful couple of entries. But maybe establishing that Tyloo, with Attacker recently coming back into the roster, and him playing on the A site, might be a little shaky with how the chemistry is working on the team. You never know. But let's see what they do this round. Guns for everyone. Half the utility already used for LVG. And Tyloo, with the 3 weapons saved, are going to be on that full buy yet again. Still waiting for more impact from G, though.
Oh, this is going to be an app spot. They're switching up the tempo once again. Look at how quick this is going to be as well. Minute 20, and they're already making their way in towards the apartments. Jam Young has to be on high alert.
Seems to be aware. Was playing anti. Here's that first flash come through. Attacker, the first point of contact. But no trade just yet. Mercury, the double, and the apps pop does not work as expected for LVG. Unable to deal with the members this time. Ooh, legged through the pillar. Mercury down to 72. And it's Jam Young saving the day, doing God's work at pit with a nice little double. And they buy time for those rotations. Tyloo maintain the lead 5-4.
Yeah, there's always a risk when you're just trying to walk out and fight instead of just throwing in the flashes and sending the first player to jump out in towards short, right? If the first player jumps out, even if they die, I mean, they're still going to take some of the crosshairs away, and it's probably going to create some more favorable fights. But when you just walk out and you're looking for a fight and your first guy goes down and doesn't get the kill, it's definitely harder for you to make your way out in time. Buys more time for the long player as well to get into position.
Jam Young doing it again. And the flash timing was perfect from G. Going to be able to take eyesight away from both of them. And Jam Young doubles down this time with the banana control. They at least get those extra picks. So if even LVG, if they pick up the pace towards A instead, Tyloo seemed to be aware, seemed to be ready for it. Molly to buy some extra time for Mosaic to join him over towards Archers. And Mercury even able to rotate back into sight.
Look at the amount of numbers as well. Look at the amount of players they've been able to already rotate back in towards that A-bomb side. All 4 here, and there's no way in. A lovely double coming out of Attacker as well. Getting that confidence up. Had a bit of an off with just a single individual fight a couple rounds ago, but now he's showing that he can be reliable. Top of the board right now for Tyloo as well, as they get 6 on the CT side. No money for the T's. Tyloo could be pushing even for 8 here.
It's interesting, the tiny little change-ups that we're getting here. But well played from Tyloo. And they've worked hard to get themselves 6 now on the board. Tactical, a second one already going to get used by LVG. And, mate, I think they kind of need it, right? I've heard good things about Call Me Sue, but he's having a bit of a rough game. Amelia as well.
Sure.
You know, managed to have... Look, he's got 2 kills, right? One of them was that entry that won him a whole round. But other than that, you still need to find a bit more impact here on the T side. I think they've done really well to have 4 rounds at this point, considering you're looking at, you know, no one individually going too crazy on that side of things. Tyler, on the other hand, like, you got Attacker, the new guy, who is also the old guy, coming in and putting up 10 and 6 as one of the heavy A-site players, the pit player there. But you wouldn't expect him to be the name that is carrying from the front. You know, Mosea, incredibly sharp, Mercury, incredibly gifted, and Jam Young as well, who you can see has got this hyper-aggression going on, which we're going to see one more time. But this time, LVG sit back a little further, throw that half-wall smoke, and are ready for the aggression. Hey, Chi able to polish up at least one more pick. The refrag back for Tyloo. And LVG, where are they going? They're going around the world all the way to second. Look at that.
Yeah, they are. Issue here is that you don't have a single other player who's got armor, by the way, so there's no one to actually drop that AK over to if you're Westmelon. I mean, you can, but Amelia doesn't have the armor, right? So... I guess challenging the Ope is not the worst idea ever. If G misses a couple shots, then it could get hairy, but again, Attacker in towards the pit has been serving him well so far, and actually, as they say that, they will start moving forward. Might miss out on the timing of the apps play.
Depending on where this flash pops, if they jump out to short side, oh, maybe there's a chance for him. But it is going to be G to snatch that one away. Amelia gets the job done with the AK, and Zachar as well. Find both the entries that, look, we thought the CTs should have been right after making their way to short, but just isn't quite working as intended for Tyloo, and LVG might be about to hit him with another eco.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised there, right? Because you know there's going to be a hero AK and a couple pistols, and you decide to go for that aggressive maneuver, just completely exposing yourselves. And now, I mean, Mercury, Mosea, they're going to try and look for a way back into this round, but it's going to be so difficult with the smoke. They still have the time, they have the money, they're going to give it a go. Need to find the kills really quickly, though.
Amelia back of sight, gets taken right on out. Westmelon, one with the dig, and they know that he's tucked away. Head down, playing the timer, and hoping that that's going to be enough, which it will be. Bomb planted at the back of sight. Well played. Great discipline from Westmelon to lock that one in, and no escape from Mosea. So extra damage to the CT economy as Linvision managed to snatch a 5th that they probably should have had no right taking.
I'm not gonna lie, there's so many things just going absolutely horribly wrong right now. It's, first of all, how do the pistols turn things around like that and towards the A-bomb side? Second of all, the moment that you see that one player that was towards the back of the bomb side and Ninja just starting to move forward, you're thinking, oh no, they've given away the round again. But they still win it because of time. So I guess if you're LVG, you don't really give a damn about how scrappy it was. You had just pistols and one hero AK, and you didn't even have a second player with armor, so you don't really give a damn. It's just a round on the board that you care about. On the other side, though, Tyloo, this is definitely one that you should be regretting in a way. Probably felt like you should have had a guaranteed 7th. We were even having the conversation of an 8 potentially, but now that's off the table, and a 6-6 half could be on offer here for Linvision.
Into the quick tech pause, hopefully, fingers crossed, touching wood. We are just getting through a little ping issue, and hopefully we will be back very shortly. A classic in China. What time is it? It'll be getting towards the later times of the evening, probably like 10 p.m. So you'd argue maybe all that congestion, if that's an issue, should be disappearing. But you never know. You never know with the old Counter-Strike.
That's the thing, though. No one's safe. No matter where you live, no matter what internet provider you're using, when you're playing Counter-Strike, anything's possible.
Yeah. The good thing is, you know, for both these teams in particular, they've probably got a more local server, considering they're both from China. You know, sometimes it can get a bit more interesting when they play the Mongolian teams. Both teams having to play on, you know, like 50, 60, 70 ping, depending on where the server goes.
Sure.
So
I guess that's the fun part of
yeah.
it, by the way. When you say Chinese server, they should have good ping. I mean, a Chinese server means that they could still be living 1,000 kilometers away from the server.
Arguably they could be, but I think most of them live around sort of the Shanghai area.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look. Again, back to the old 3-2 setup for Tyloo. Early round, not throwing the smokes instantly. Just holding them for a moment. And LVG already having to deal with the retake utility from Tyloo here at the top of Banana. Jamyoung looking like he will be sent in shortly. Mosaic has that flash at the ready.
Oh, what an 8. Mercury down to 38. The first 2 HEs missed, but now you know there's 3 players, and Jamyoung, he's still being really aggressive. This is a bit of a risk. You know 3 HEs came from that direction. He's actually going to push through with a flash. This is such an aggressive play. It's so crazy, but it works out.
He's not bad with it. Linvision have seen that 3 times now, and they just changed up the timing of when that one happened. Hold that thought, though. We're up short. Linvision looking for the A site again. It has been successful. Great flash, but gee, he really needs to trade for more than just a single kill, and a 2-for-1 is going to be able to get Linvision all the way into site. Plenty of space to plant. Molly to short just to try and get it planted, but it's over towards Cold, which could come back to bite them if it is just Starry left in the pit. Mosaic waiting for Jamyoung to make his way through the halls. And Starry very much expecting it. There is a molly. Mosaic going to be throwing that towards the back of sight, I believe. Not right onto Starry. Lovely utility, forces him out, but even so, a 1v3 is a bit too much with little time remaining. It's going to be all tied up 6-6 at the half. We are right back and ready for the second half of CS between Tyloo and Linvision Gaming. We're all tied up as well, so it's anyone's game at this point. I'm keen to see exactly what Tyloo have on the attack, especially with attack now in the lineup. There's been some interesting things going on in that first half, and you can feel that there is something going wrong for Tyloo, so we need to see if they're going to be able to lock it in on the T side. Because if they can get that momentum going here nice and early with the pistol, then this game could get out of hand quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the main concerns right now for Tyloo should be finding that consistency, right? Because we did praise them for a lot of the good mid-round plays that they had, a lot of the aggression, a lot of the cool setups that they had with aggressive flashes as well towards the even early stages of some of the rounds. It's all about winning the ones that you should be on paper. I mean, think about the one with the pistols that Linvision were able to pick up. If it wasn't for that, Tyloo could have gotten even 8 out of that first half, and that would have put them in a great situation. But now you have the chance to quote-unquote right your wrongs with the pistol. That is, though, unless Westmelon just pushes down middle and headshots people.
Yeah. Lovely little aggressive maneuver. And with that pick, look at LVG. They almost sent 4 to B instantly. Decided against it. And Zaka with a reactive flash at the ready. Starry has not cleared Lightroom. Didn't realize he could be up here, but Westmelon just tears him to shreds. What the hell just happened?
He aced them.
He just aced.
Yeah, they were just walking up middle. He just... When I said if he pushes down middle and headshots people, that's not going to work out. That's not what I meant. His teammate just died in Boiler. He was supposed to get run down by 4 people running at him. He just headshot every single one of them. Okay, yeah, that's my captain.
I wish we had replays. I would have loved to see that one again. But look, that's what the demos are for, right? Anyway, Westmelon with a flash at the ready.
And that's enough.
Call me Sue. Should be able to have a couple of freebies here. Only one found at Banana, though, but the flash good enough to enable it. And we got that Crocodile chilling in Boiler. We'll see if Starry gets some action with that, which he might.
By the way, every single time you say call me Sue, for whatever reason after call me, I just, my brain thinks that you're going to say maybe. Banger song, by the way, but you reckon he was inspired by it?
Maybe. We'll see. I don't know how long he was in America, so, you know, there is a chance. I think I saw he's 20 years old, so he would have been, I'm going to guess,
a teenager.
8? 8, maybe?
Oh, no, a little bit older than that.
Really? Is it not that old?
Maybe, actually. Maybe I'm older, and I just, when I hear 20, I just associate myself with those people, but I'm a little bit older than that now. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's a me issue, not...
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It is, I've Googled it. I've fact-checked it. It was released in 2011.
Okay. So, oh... Why do I know this song? Yeah, I was...
13
I was 10 years old. Okay.
So yeah, Call Me Sue would have been 6. Maybe it, you know, impacted his life in a positive way.
Sure.
Let's have a look. Early rounds. Util getting juggled everywhere. I thought Amelia's gone and left some extra before rotating back towards the arch side of A. It looks like we're going to get a bit of action. Banana in a moment. Good timing on that molly. And the flash and nade. All the follow-up here. Ends up getting some decent damage, but Jamyoung found some space between the heat, and he's going to be able to throw some heat in the direction of LVG. That's the B site fully open for the taking. You've even got Mosaic still on the lurk. This round should be done.
Yeah, that's it. Round over. Doors closed, and now you got to be thinking about holding on to the guns, right? Because Mosaic's position, I mean, he's probably going to send himself out there. You'd ideally want to keep all 5 alive and strengthen up the money, but it is just so crazy how easily Tai will make it work. And I'm actually going to rephrase that. How easily Jamyoung makes it work. They were just unaware of the fact that he's going to be ahead of the Yuto. And you know what? In their defense, I will say, Jamyoung is a little bit reckless at times with the way that he's taking space in towards Banana, but when it works out in such a spectacular fashion. Obviously, you're risking being a little bit ahead of the pack. Maybe if you go down in that position, there's not going to be anyone up close and personal to actually try to refrac, and the CTs could be able to fall back. But if you're able to get the first kill when you catch them off guard like that, well, then you just win the round single-handedly. And sure, we're looking at 9 kills for him. I'd say in general the kill distribution for Tyloo is looking pretty solid, but Jamyang's impact on a lot of those kills has been insane.
I'm interested to see if attacker or who is actually calling at the moment for Tyloo, because I swear it was somebody before he left.
Yeah, I'd go as far as to say that somebody is definitely calling right now for Tyloo as well.
No, well, you can't.
I'm sorry. It was an awful joke. I've lived my entire life. My entire life, I've waited for the opportunity.
I've made that joke so many times.
Yeah.
And it's just gone completely over my head.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, actually, I told you we were joking back. Okay.
You got me. So I was like, no, what are you talking about? He's not in the roster. Anyway, look. It could be anyone. It got thrown around a little bit.
Yeah.
So.
And perplexingly enough, it could be basically anyone bar somebody.
That's true. That is the brass tacks.
Sure. Good util damage, by the way. Limb Vision. A bit of a half buy in this one, not even going for the full investment, which is interesting. They actually had enough to go for it, but I don't dislike it. You're replaying around that is still dangerous, and you are going to have the proper investment with the AVP in the next one. Issue is, Komisu is all alone, and they're going B.
5v5 on the retake. LVG going to be buying into the next, so you better believe with this much utility, they should be giving this crack. But I guess we'll see. Boost over the top of the smoke here. Let's see if Call Me Sue can find anything. On the fade, the off angle. He's not going to find them anything just yet. Tyloo not giving him nothing. Just tucked away in all the corners. Solid crossfires established everywhere. Able to pivot on contact. Oh, this is not looking good. LVG going to be losing everything. As Amelia, no kit, absolutely no chance at the round, but he will hang around to just try and get some damage done. Only one found on the exits, and Tyloo will be able to even up the scoreline 8-8. So, still, anyone's game.
You know what? This is a fist bump nice try round out of the CT side. It was a half buy, you do a decent amount of utility damage. There was a couple players on Tyloo that were low on HP. A couple more, I guess, favorable fights. Maybe if you had a second player, but you understand why they wanted to have that stacking towards the A-bomb side, considering it was just a half buy. That could have been a converted round. So I think you're happy with it. It's a little bit weird that you decided to go for a half buy in the previous one to have a perfect investment. And Emilia still is on a 5-7. Probably not ideal. But hey, at least you do have Zachar on that big green. Hopefully he can hit hard enough for 2. Or not. You never know. The 5-7 is too OP nowadays.
Well, I'm liking this. We're going around the world? Okay, attacker leading the charge through CT spawn. Westmelon not quite ready.
3 more.
And Jamyang, he's still smoked off at Banana, so it's going to be an interesting approach here. We'll see if this lurk at A activates at all, or if Zach is just going to be able to continue snatching him away. Big shot onto G. Will slow down the push for sure, and now the CTs are all leaving the A site. There's that activation. Mosea going to be able to lurk his way out, find the double, not the third, jumping. Amelia going to be able to lock onto him, but he's got a big job to do. M4 in hand to do it, and almost holds it down. But it is going to be the bomb making its way to site, and Zach up with a solid hold on the B site. Unfortunately, now has to go for a retake on A with an AWP, and he doesn't have a lot of information, so it's probably just going to be that save.
This was such an awkward round as well, right? If you're Tyloo, it's so confusing to actually keep track of everything that's going on. So you push in towards CT, you kill one of the B players, and you're thinking, okay, there's going to be only one more rifle in towards the B bomb side. Let's go and split B, right? But then Zachar is the one to take first point of contact and get a kill. And suddenly you're thinking, oh, apparently they had a 2 rifle starting towards B with the AVP, so might as well go back in towards A. That's the reason that you see, I'm not sure who it was. I think it was Mosea after getting those 2 kills in towards the apartments. Yeah, sure, it was him. Getting his knife out, right? He was just not ready for a 3rd player. It was just such a difficult round to read there from the perspective of the T's, but you know, for sure Tyloo are going to be happy with it. A great round coming out of Mosea with a double out of apartments. Attacker as well, bringing in some good impact. We're talking about the kill distribution, I guess, for the side of Tyloo. firepower-wise, you're looking at some of the young guns on the side of Link Vision. You're probably expecting them to be all over Tyloo, but everyone on the Tyloo side has been able to hold their own. It's been one of the better games of Tyloo. It's almost a shame that Elfish Guy is not around.
Yeah. Well, he is. He's just on the other stream, covering all the Mongolian stuff.
Okay. Well, it's a shame that he's around but not around.
Yeah, he can't be more places at once, you know?
Yeah.
I also did just try and get some confirmation on the IGL. Word on the street is it's Mercury, but it could actually be anyone. So we don't have solid confirmation. We've just got rumors to work with here, guys.
That's how you love it. Everyone's calling. They just don't want to put pressure on anybody. So you know you can't find the person to blame if things are not right. You love it.
Ooh, call me Sue with the old Eternal Fire Pop Flash. We're going to set Westmelon up. Good timing on those smokes. That HE gets a little bit of chunk of damage, but the Molly's going to be forcing Westmelon into the open. So Pop Flash is only going to be for himself here. Good damage with the P2, but he won't be able to get more than the single kill. And at this point, you just want to try to, you know, put some reinforcements, set up some defense around that AWP to try and keep it across into the next gun round. But Tyloo going to be the first to reach the double digits here. 10 should be secured.
You can just tell that Tyloo's a really experienced team, by the way, by some of the things that they're doing, the ways that they're aggressing, even some of the ways that they've distributed the roles. But it's such an old school thing to just go for a B execute once you know that the CTs have the pistols out, right? There was an old saying, and you know what? This is an Asian stream, but I'm just gonna throw in something Bulgarian in there. There was an old Bulgarian Counter-Strike saying that goes, if you do a proper B execute on Inferno, even if they have 5 people with all their families and everyone else on the B bomb side, if they have pistols, there's no way you lose the round. If you do the execution properly. And this previous round was just a perfect example of it, right? You just set yourselves up for success. You molly behind first, you time it well with the break-in of the smoke, you wait to force that pistol player out in the open right before you break the smoke. It's a free kill, basically. Just play it well. It's something that Danish teams still do up to this day, by the way. They love their anti-eco BXX.
There you go. It's arguable because, you know, that could be like one of the more dangerous places to go. But I guess with the right use of those mollies, you can easily set yourself up for success. Oh, I like this. Boost across the top, and Zakar going to catch Jam Young right out in the open. Not expecting a re-aggression from that route. The way you said that as well, by the way, with the your families and everything, reminded me of Apex's shit talk from the other day.
Even my mom was on B.
Oh, Lord. Starry. Just tearing right through Tyloo there. The AK making a world of difference. Westmelon polishes that one off. And the A-pop does not work out there for Tyloo.
No. It really doesn't. And you know what? This was actually a really impressive round. I was going to say, it was a foot race there for Lin Vision because they did set up the Oper for the opening kill in towards Banana. It was a great pickup by Zakar. But then Tyloo, it felt like they had the right reaction. It felt like they were just sending it, hightailing it in towards A. But for whatever reason, Lin Vision were actually able to get into position before them. And the fact that you get a round where all 5 stay alive, and that was a full-on gun round for both teams, this is going to do wonders for both your economy and your confidence on the side of Lin Vision.
Tried to get sneaky with the boost there. But the deep T-Molly, T-Smoke rather. Actually, it's the CT Smoke? The mix of both, whatever it is. Made it a little awkward, made the jump sound, and didn't commit to the boost. Tyloo.
I was going to say the TC Smoke, but I'm not sure Complexity came up with it. Sorry. That was probably not one of my best ones.
It was a good attempt, you know.
Thank you.
The slam dunk, not quite there, but look, we'll take a layup. All right, what do we got? Good utility, still getting held on to for Lin Vision. They are giving a lot of space at bracket, though, and there's no way for them to get that extra information. But these mollies will force them to where Lin Vision want them to go. And Call Me Sue has to refocus over towards CT, but he has nowhere to fall back from, and that's an awkward fight to take on that angle. Mercury takes advantage of the peak, and LVG now tucked away on A, trying to get any information from that church all the way to CT spawn to figure out exactly where the bomb is going to be heading. And it looks like that navigation sends Tyloo back to A. Starry, first point of contact. Amelia up on the box. Will be slightly more exposed here for that wrap around, and they can't quite find the first man. Attacker looking to create the space. Will fall. Starry. Good cover to play with, and Amelia tucks his way back on site, but the bomb needs to be planted. And Westmelon, he's still here. He can stop it. If he can find an angle. Oh, can't quite do it. Mosey doesn't get it done with the peak. Locked into the corner. And that'll be another round to equalize once more. 10 apiece as LVG take another.
It's still such an effort, though, right? Amelia and Starry, they just hold on in such a spectacular way. That was a good call from Tyloo, by the way. The moment that you catch that rifle in towards CT, and you realize this is one of the B players, you're like, well, they were starting so many times with the AVP in towards B. There is a big chance that they've done it again, right? So you read it, right? You go back into the A bomb side. Those CTs are just stuck on the bomb side and a crossfire, which I guess just relies on both of them winning the fights, but they do. They get away with 3 kills combined. What a hold that was, and what a round from Lim Vision to pick up. The score is leveled up. Another tactical timeout coming out for the side of Tyloo, and they should be thanking their gods for that bomb plant, because if it wasn't for it, the buy round wouldn't have been as perfect. And I say it's perfect. I think Attacker is still taking a bit of a hit. He's going to be downgraded to a Tech 9, and this is everything that they have in the bank accounts. If Lim Vision keep winning rounds, I mean, I say if they keep winning rounds, if they win this one and they don't let the T's get to a bomb plant, this one could be running away here.
Yeah, a solid showing. Great comms, great calls, but unfortunately they just didn't quite lock it in for Tyloo. It was a well-played round from Lin Vision to get that aggression and be able to wrap their way back up in time. Mid-smoke comes through off the back of a Tyloo tactical. And LVG, they're already halfway down. Starry is taking no utility with him here. Knows that it could be quite dangerous. Westmelon catches Attacker up on the half wall. And that's going to be the bomb on the ground. CT's looking to scrim for it. Happy to keep on fighting. Starry falls to Mercury eventually, but G comes through with the goods. Almost gets it all done. But again, Amelia only goes 2 for 1. And now we got a 1v1 with Mosea up against Zaka, who is not ready for the rotation already, but it's an AWP, and you've only got that one shot to strike true. And Mosea swings through the shot, gets an 11th, and that round got way too close for comfort.
I don't believe it. I just can't believe it. He had the map in the palm of his hands and he just missed an AWP shot. This is so difficult to accept, by the way. If you're Lim Vision, you need a tactical timeout. You need to take a breath, because that felt like your round for the taking. They had no clue. And this is such a tough one, by the way, if you're Zacher, because you know you played it well. You know you put yourself in the best position. And you don't want to let that round get into your head, right? Because it's still a winnable game. It's still a 10-11. You're only 1 round behind. You have enough money to go for another reinvestment. You know you still got 4 kills. The T's are going to have I guess, arguably a worse buy than you will going into this round. But you just got to pretend like this didn't happen. Lin Vision, this round, it had so many back and forths in it. And you were so close, but yet so far. You got to stay focused, though.
They tried. They tried their hardest. But you got to hit them. You have to hit them. And what do we got? Mid-smoke and banana smoke both getting blown early for LVG. But Tyloo are not respecting the one at banana. Call Me Sue trying to get out of dodge. Good HE. Should get a chunk of damage done, and it will. But the T's are not stopping. They're flooding right on in. Call Me Sue can't see a damn thing, but he's got Westmelon to lock in for 3. Running in through that CT smoke. And now that's the bomb down in a very precarious position. Starry down second mid. Going to stop the rotate all the way around. And Mercury as well, just flushed out of that corner. Taking a huge chunk of damage from the incendiary. And this round should be done. Starry, great timing. They put the bloody view model in the way.
This feels like the Hunger Games now if you're Mercury, by the way. 26 HP, 1v4, your team has no money. The bomb is dropped into her spoo and you know you're surrounded. It definitely feels like there's no way for him to actually stay alive and hold on to the rifle. Might as well just wait for the smoke and try and take a couple guns down. Definitely doesn't feel like he's going to be able to run away with his life even. And in the last round, sure, the bomb was dropped in a really weird position for Tyloo. They were able to force their way through and, I guess, recover in a way, but this one just didn't feel like it was possible. Another fantastic, phenomenal hold coming out of the IGL of Westmelon. And Mercury, as we said, we'll give this one a go. We'll try and get a couple guns out of their hands, but it's the USP through the smoke of all weapons to actually shut him down. Lin Vision. I know it's been a little bit scrappy in some of those rounds, Mac, but one thing we gotta give them credit for. The rounds that they've been winning have been, the majority of them, incredibly clean on that CT side.
Yeah. It's crazy that no teams actually managed to, you know, fully build an economy. Lin Vision's looks good, but again, you know, I guess there is only one more round of regulation after this, so they should be right. Tyloo, on the other hand, they've gone all in. They're going for the win right here, right now. 2 AKs and not a lot of utility to do it, but you don't need utility with shots like that. Oh. 1D down mid against the AWP. You don't see that every day.
I'm not sure how good their Portuguese is, but there definitely was a Keota being thrown in there with that peak. That was insane from Attacker.
Oh, no.
Poor Attacker, man.
Look at this risk as well. They've gone off of B, Call Me Sue playing at range, trying to stack that A site, thinking that it might be a faster approach that way. He will be able to make his way back in time. Oh, I think he's been spotted. Smoke goes down, but the T's, they can just run through that. They don't. They respect it this time. And Call Me Sue, I think he only saw one of the T's there. So there's not a huge amount of information. But in the meanwhile, you've got Lin Vision fully clearing out mid. Brackets has got no one there. And now we've got an aggressive maneuver starting from Westmelon. So fast flank up Banana, but they've got about 3 seconds to try to make that happen effectively.
Yep, Attacker's lagged out as well, so it's a 4v4. Komisu gonna be all alone, needs a multi-kill out of this. Flash, actually, coming in from the D side is gonna help him out a little bit. A lot of damage being done. He collects a double, looking for a third. Finally refragged, but the support comes in time, and Komisu all alone towards the back of the bomb site is the one you call when you need someone to hold on to B.
Hold up, I think that was actually Westmelon's flash. No one was holding deep Banana, so he threw that in front of New Box. Yeah, no, it was from Banana.
Yeah, from
he was running up Banana and managed to throw the flash in front of New Box.
That is the flash of the century, by the way.
That's like no one from Lin Vision, I mean, no one from Tyloo actually was holding Banana, so he was able to get that util off for free. That's crazy timing on that one. Fully doesn't blind him because he's sitting towards backside at the pillar. And it was enough to get like those first two and then everything else to follow through. That was a nuts hold, a nuts play. And we're going into a tech pause. I'd probably punch my monitor if I was Lin Vision as well. Let's be real.
That's insane. I thought in the midst of it, I just thought that was a failed T-side flash. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense what you're saying, right? Because they were pushing Banana. And if he was actually able to flash from bottom Banana, from T-ramp, to set up Kolsu for that, I mean, he gets only a double, but he tagged down both the third and the fourth player to an assist range, right? So if he was the one to actually set him up with a flash, this is the flash that wins them the round. This is the flash that could end up winning them the map. And it's just so unfortunate again for Tyloo, by the way. Attacker just disconnected midway through, right before they went for that B play.
Oh, that's rough. That's rough out there. But look, it's worked out well. Westmelon with the God positioning, even just, you know, with that new roof being, well, newish roof rather, on Inferno being there, stops you from having the ability to throw that flash so easily over the B site at all. You know, the fact that he got close enough to get a flash off is kind of crazy.
Yeah. That's why I didn't think it was even possible. My man's McQueen. He's so quick.
Yeah.
And now, by the way, officially, as we're into a technical timeout, Lin Vision, again, are playing a 24-round map of Counter-Strike at least today. This is their fourth.
That's true.
They are,
and we might be going to OT. You never know. Anything could happen, and we do know that Tyloo's money wasn't in the greatest way going into that round. So
You know what's the fun part about all of it? If you ask Lim Vision, they probably don't remember what happened on the first Inferno they played today, because it was such a long time ago. It's one of those days where you just play, you play more than 100 rounds of Counter-Strike, and you just, everything goes together. You can't make the difference between one map or the other.
Yeah, just all like melts into one.
Yep.
It's a classic. All right, well, I think the... Cool, we got no ETA, but we do have a stream delay slowly catching up, so we can actually catch what this flash was from Westmelon.
Okay, so we're gonna wait
30 seconds on it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like a almost an instant replay, but a well-timed replay. You know what I mean?
It's
and we can give you the run.
It's a
rundown.
respectfully delayed replay.
Yeah, exactly.
Almost an instant replay is the right way to put it. But yeah, I mean, a 12-11 lead, you get Lim Vision get themselves into a really good position. Actually, a good moment to check out what is going on over at the C stream, where it's actually, well, the A stream for this qualifier. And well, Atox currently have an 11-8 lead on Nuke against the Hunts. This map won there as well. The Hunts is map pick as well, but they're trying to muster up a bit of a comeback as of right now.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay. Not the comeback, the flash. So
yeah,
somehow that was coordinated enough that Westmelon must have called that the flash was coming. So Call Me Sue was like hidden enough behind the pillar that he wasn't going to get blinded with a flash that like landed above oranges. So it came through just popped above oranges, well timed and well placed, and it was enough to get those first 2 kills. That's crazy.
So you wanna tell me that Westmelon, well, bar being a 23-15, I think he was in-game leader right now, or 23-14. He did single-handedly win them the map with that flash just now.
Yeah, you could probably say that. Maybe the technical issue didn't help Tyloo either, but the fact that no one was there to be able to shoot back, or no one had vision to shoot back, that certainly adds to it.
That is crazy. I mean...
Damn, I love Counter-Strike. I love moments like that. That feels way more puggy, but that's like an intuitive moment, you know, where someone's like, okay, well, you know, I got you. You know, try and live for 5 seconds. I'll be there. And the fact, I think the timing of it as well. Someone was watching from car, like down banana, but as the hit was happening, they moved to throw some utility or, you know, go for the trade. Oh, that's a very rough timing for Tyloo. This is a VOD or a demo that they're not going to want to watch. You know, they're going to be like, are you kidding? That's what happened?
I think even if you win this map, it still falls into that category in a way.
Yeah.
I still think it's difficult to watch back, but yeah, if you're Lim Vision, you're still going to be proud of it. And hey, you know what? You have a blame F on the team. They're never going to be able to catch you off guard like that. You're always going to have someone watching your back, but Lim Vision stealing this one away. And we did get some information saying that we should be able to actually jump right into the server fairly shortly. And oh, as I say that, no, it's back to us.
Hello.
And now it's back to the server. Hey, Counter-Strike time.
We got you. You all got pranked, huh? Congratulations. Yeah. Enjoy your Tuesday. But look, yes, potentially 1 round left, potentially like 7 rounds left. Let's see where we end up at the end of this one.
It's a scrappy buy as well. Only the Tech 9's a bit to 50 even for Gias. He opts for that extra bit of util. It has to be a pop play. It has to be a set piece coming out of Tyloo, and you're just hoping that Lim Vision give you an opening. You're just hoping that they're not going to be focused on 100%, but leaving the opener towards top banana, I mean, even if you flash him away, he's just going to fall back, right? He's not going to go for the re-peek.
Oh, what's going on here? Are Tyloo all in? They've gone for the CT smoke all the way from spawn, trying to sell it. Jam Young goes up with it to just try and at least, you know, just stop those rotations. Amelia halfway on the rotation leaves Starry solo here, scrimming from that smoke at Library, leaves Starry all alone, and he's got many angles to cover. Nice high-low swing there, even though he snatched one away. The site is now in the hands of Tyloo, and they could be saving it. Westmelon takes out Mercury, and there's going to be at least 2 Tech 9s. No, like this! Oh! Jam Young could save the day. 9 points of health, but that will be that. Call Me Sue coming through with a body block for Zaka to snatch it. And that is going to be 13-11. What a performance out of Tyler to bring that one back. Lin Vision, rather, to close it out.
I mean, what a performance from Ty Lue to bring it back, and then from Lin Vision to close it out, right? That was such a back and forth. It was the definition of carnage this game, and it felt like even towards the end with the Tech Knights, they were gonna somehow make it work with a good old, okay, I'm gonna smoke CT from T-spawn, we're gonna flash a couple times, and then we just run A. They're gonna rotate and leave the bomb site. It nearly worked. They nearly did it.
That was almost it for Ty Lue. But look, that's not going to cut the mustard. They got to get to Ancient to show us what they're capable of there. Because, look, I think they get the side selection. Pretty sure Ancient's LVG's pick off the top of my head. We can fact check that during the break. But again, that was a game of Counter-Strike. LVG looking pretty good. Ty Lue also making the right moves. And I don't even know who's calling, but Attacker seems to be slotting in nicely. Still has the mechanical ability, and I'm keen to see a little bit more from them, at least on Ancient. You know, that's a map that wasn't in the pool, I believe, when Attacker was still playing with Ty Lue. I think he would have been out of the roster by then. Either way, that's another thing I can fact check. Anyway, we got a break to get to before we jump into Ancient, so don't go too far. We'll see you after this for map 2.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
If I heard that you 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 The way I live life. Way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it. Way you do it. The way I live life. Way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it. Way you do it. The way I live life. Way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it. What a shame on me. What a shame on me. If I heard that you if I heard that you Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than a fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamt.
Welcome back to the IEM Dallas closed qualifier for Asia. We are currently here in day one, and we're currently one map deep in this series between Tyloo and Linvision. And damn, that first map was a scorcher. And I don't know if Ancient's going to be the same. It feels like, you know, one of these teams has a little bit more success on this map than the other, but you never know. Attackers coming in, Tyloo were a bit less readable, and they're still showing us exactly what they're capable of. So it could be anyone's game. And I'd love to go to 3. If we get to 3, we get to see some train between these teams, and it'll be the first time they play it. Damn, I'm excited for the possibilities.
Yeah, look, definitely not the cleanest type of game on map 1, right? And I guess if you're looking for silver linings for Tyloo, you could say that Linvision themselves didn't look like they were on 100%, right? They weren't as focused all of the times, but it still felt like when it came down to the when push come to shove, pretty much, and when it came down to the really stressful moments, Linvision were a little bit cleaner in terms of the comms. They were a little bit quicker in the reactions, and they were able to deal with the pressure. Now, with that being said, Mac, on paper, and you know, you did say that, you know, Asian Counter-Strike a lot of the time just bends the rules in a way and the laws of physics, but on paper, when you're looking at Linvision and all the games that they've played, which is 2 maps, by the way, I know, a huge sample size, but the 2 times they've actually played against Tyloo in MR12 on Ancient, both times Tyloo weren't able to even get up to double digits, right? So if you're looking at Tyloo, it kind of feels like going into this game, regardless of, you know, all the bigger pictures and all the bigger stories with the veto that we were painting, and saying that Tyloo is just a team that veto-wise is probably going to be feeling a little bit more uncomfortable against the Linvision. Still, Inferno felt like the one opportunity. Inferno on paper feels like the one map that Tyloo had to take. Then you're looking at Ancient, which was supposed to be, and still I feel like supposed to be, the punishment pick coming in for Linvision, and it was all, I guess, designed to be resolved on that 3rd and final map. But I feel like with now Ancient coming up, with the fact that Linvision were able to close it out, with the fact that the in-game leader of Westmelon actually played a great game of Counter-Strike, right? Both damage-wise and calling-wise and assisting-wise. I think if you're a Linvision, you're going into this one thinking, okay, if we get that momentum going on our side, on the T side, and we get the pistol round, we get a couple good rounds, and maybe the first buy to start us off, it could be really difficult for Tyloo to actually stay composed enough and come back into it and beat us. And let's not forget, Linvision have been playing Counter-Strike for, well, a couple hours now, non-stop, really exhausting maps. So I think if you ask them, they probably feel like it's about time for them to have a bit of a calmer map of CS, so to speak.
Yeah, just cool it off, you know, get out of here earlier, I guess, you know, go for that 2-0 approach. Certainly could be a nice way to, you know, end the evening for all the Linvision fans out there. Tyloo, on the other hand, you know, they have played Ancient more recently between like Atox, which didn't go super well, and then also Faded Rise, which was also, you know, they're kind of like Cat Evil, if you remember that team.
Sure.
They're a team that were around for a little while there. They managed to beat them in the open qualifier, and Faded Rise at Extremes Land were playing pretty well, you know, maybe not as well as everyone sort of wanted them to. So, you know, I'd say 13-10, it's still kind of close. That doesn't give me a lot of hope here for Tyloo. So, yeah, 2-0, definitely going to be more so the expected outcome. But you never know. It's Asian CS, it's Chinese CS in particular, and upsets, silly results, crazy teams, you know, people bloody having like a pop-off game is something that you need to expect. You know, Jamyoung, the amount of times that I've seen him do crazy things on Ancient over the years, back when he was on Rare Atom. Man, people were scared to play this guy on this map because it's kind of like a rifler's dream, right? There's not that many AWP lines. You can take the engagements that you want on your own terms, and Jamyoung's the kind of player that loves to make those terms happen. So he'd be who you're looking at to try to carry him through it if Tyloo were to cause an upset here.
Stylistically, the map just fits him really nicely, doesn't it, right? All those aggressive maneuvers that we were looking at towards the middle, I guess, not as much as the late rounds, but early mid stages of the round and towards Banana on the CT side, he can go for that without having to run through all of the utility in the world now on the CT side of Ancient, or without us just calling him a lunatic because he just picks a random timing to get ahead of the Uto and start running with a flash through the T smoke. Now on Ancient, on the CT side, he's gonna get those opportunities, right? He's gonna get to be up close and personal. He's gonna get to support his team in the fights for middle, for lane. He can try and play up close and personal, up in your face type of Counter-Strike, and this is the one thing that actually does give me a little bit of hope for the CT side of Tyloo if they get on the right foot early on, right? Because financially, I feel like if you're able to, I guess, get on comfortable legs or strong legs at the start, so to speak, then it could be a lot easier for you to facilitate those aggressive plays going down middle. And I think this is something that Tyloo could definitely benefit from. We did see a couple good plays aggressively on that Inferno map, and we did see that Tyloo are not shying away from going for those opening fights and putting themselves in those advantageous 5v4, 5v3 situations and trying to push Live Vision back into their own spawn. The question here is, will they be able to do that on the CT side of one of Live Vision's best maps?
Let's figure that one out together, huh? It is time, and it is a different setup for Tyloo. We're going double into donut. They're very ready for the approach that Live Vision are taking, except they're going straight through their own smoke at Red Room. Smoke comes through for Mercury that kind of allows them just to go for the full wrap to B, and it's only Mosaic here. Over towards Long, gets double dinked instantly straight out of that one. The bomb plant should go down. We got a 4v4 and a curious attempt at a retake. And also, Tormisu was lurking at the bottom of mid, but elbow player gone means this could be easier on the retake for Tyloo.
Yeah, instantly deleted. Diffuse get available as well for Mercury, and with the 4v3 coming in play, they have all the chances to pull this one off.
Shot from G. Bringing it to that. Oh, 2v4, but make it more Starry. Going to be getting some work done on the ramp. A 1-for-1 makes his job done, but Attacker locks it down, finding Westmelon with the off angle, the awkward moment over at the vent in the cave, and that's going to be 1-0. Tyloo taking the pistol is going to put him in a good position, but they're going to need a few more to convince us of this one.
It did look a little bit funny there for a second, by the way, right? The moment that the CTs actually spot the Ts running through the red smoke, and they just smoked themselves off in towards CT spawn to try and block them off of going in towards A, but they didn't actually realize that's how you redirect them in towards the bomb side that had only one defender, right? So it's kind of like Tello actually helped Live Vision in a way to get that bomb down, but at least they make the retake work, and because of the bomb plan, Live Vision will decide to actually go for a half buy, actually. Upgraded pistols, the Eagles. You did have enough money to go into a force buy if you really wanted to, but I guess you still feel fairly comfortable with putting some of those individuals on the Deeks, hoping that they get a couple guns out of the hands of Tyloo, inflict some economical damage.
Good timing on the swing. But the bomb has got its way to a 2v1 over towards A. Attacker with an... or G rather, with the A1S hit. Gonna have the perfect tool for the job.
Ooh.
And Starry has the timing. No good with the off angle. That's looking all but locked in. Call Me Sue got his hands on an MP9, but that is just a prize he won't be carrying across to round number 3. Tyloo keeping it relatively clean there, and will carry every rifle that was taken in across to the next.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want if you're Tyloo, right? You're almost happy that Live Vision did actually call for the eco, even though they will be bringing in the big guns now. You get the pistol round, you get the second one fairly cleanly as well. So now you have a little bit of that financial buffer. It's not like you built up the perfect economy ever, but you still have 4 players on rifles, 1 on an MP9, and a couple of you can reinvest if something goes wrong. It's up to Live Vision now. You made the decision, bar the forest buy, or bar the bomb plan actually, not to go for a forest buy, sorry. That means that you had a specific idea on what you want to do. You wanted to get onto the guns as quickly as possible, and early doors, it doesn't look perfect.
Ooh, good positioning from Attacker could save this round, and the bomb as well being left in spawn makes things incredibly awkward. Tyloo already thinking about going for the retake. See you later. Onto Zaka. And just like that, the bomb still needs to make its way through. Attacker finally found, which makes things that little bit easier. Amelia doing work on site and finding the push in from the CTs. Man advantage swings back in favor of LVG. They've still got mid control, not worried about Donut. They're thinking about it. They just don't know where Mosea's been coming from. He's got a flash. He's got the element of surprise on his side right now. But Amelia has been very solid. And that's going to be Westmelon at range to take it out. Actually, the flank activating. That was a weird one. That was an odd round.
That was really fun, right? Because and I say fun. It's fun in a really specific way. You know what I mean? They just didn't feel comfortable planting the bomb, but I actually like that from Emilia there. Emilia had a phenomenal round all alone towards the back of the A bomb side, and it was starting to look a little bit funky, right? The rotation's coming in, attackers still alive on the boost. Emilia just takes care of all of it single-handedly. A big round coming in from Lim Vision, and that's exactly what you needed, right? A 4v5, you're forced to go for the A reaction, and the CTs just didn't seem to realize middle was a possibility, and now Tai Lu, regardless of the money that I actually had in reserve, this buy is still far from perfect. Only one M4 in the mix.
Starry still has the lane control. Thanks to this smoke being a little bit wider. Whoa, awkward. The timing not favoring him this time. And Tyloo looking pretty good. Well set up to try and close out this round. LVG very slow towards the bottom of mid. That refreshed elbow smoke has just kept them out for a bit too long. If they can get past Jam Young here, I feel like that's going to be their only kind of into the round. And they've got the tools for the job. One tap possible with the AK. Oh, spotted. And Jam Young. Oh, it's an awkward fight to have to take here. Molly forces him into the open, but the CT flash buys him time, but not space to get away. And now with that pick, the world's their oyster, but they've got limited time to try and crack it open.
Yeah, we got to pick up the pace a little bit, but the thing is, Mercury is just too afraid to go for a peek. He doesn't really know where they've gotten off to, right? They could be in towards Donut. They could have fallen back in towards T-spawn. They could have pushed back in towards Red. And attackers now starting to realize that this becomes so much more uncomfortable with the steps coming in from CT spawn.
This is like the only paths they could have taken to success in this round. They've taken every single one of them. Great entries found. The CT's unable to stop them from awkward positions to deal with the CT wrap in. Just like that, man advantage swings back, but Mosea's coming in from a main and should be able to find a free one behind Zaka, who's not ready in the lineups there as well. So we got the round turning on its head again. Call Me Sue from Big Box has now been seen and will isolate the fights, but not connect. Big retake out of Tyloo to bring that round back from the midst of defeat. That was a bit of an awkward one, but they get the job done.
You know what? It's kind of watching those types of games. It kind of feels like a Russian roulette sometimes, right? You never know what's gonna happen. You just feel like you just feel like Tyloo won the round. Then you're looking at Jam Young, and I was actually gonna hype him up for getting that double kill, being so aggressive. You probably don't want him to be jiggling that angle though towards the left-hand side and towards heaven, right? This is the only way he gives himself away, or he gives Lim Vision a chance to deal with him. They deal with him. They find the perfect way back into the round. And in 3v2 post-plan, they somehow end up giving it back away. And Tyloo, I mean, they're going to be so happy with this one. It was a round that they were probably supposed to win in the first place. They convert it back. Because of the bomb plan, of course, Lim Vision will give this one a go again with the investment. A lot of those players, though, already tagged down by the Yuto. You are right, though. Chinese Counter-Strike is something else, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, I didn't think that there was any world where Tyloo won that round, and then we saw, you know, it almost happened. Yeah. And then it didn't happen. So
it's like I don't know if you've ever seen a good example of a Turkish drama series, a TV series.
Just like Bollywood. Like, obviously that's not Turkish, but you know what I mean?
No, it's a little bit different. There is some similarities, but it's just really dramatic, and you never know what's gonna happen. And then suddenly you realize that the history teacher is the father. It's kind of like it's the craziest thing you could think of, the craziest ideas. This is what it feels like. It's impossible to write, and if anyone can write a script like this one, well, they need to go and get checked. But that's why we love it. You can never know what's going to happen.
You know, maybe that's the kind of script that we get when they're trying to write in English, but they speak Mandarin, you know?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Bit of damage going through the smoke both ways. Down to the 4v4 with 20 on the clock, and we are going to see the wrap from Zaka. Staying sneaky, though, so he doesn't get fast flanked. Mercury going to make his move in a moment. G can't hold from the big box, and Attacker again is going to be up on the boost. That's what, 3 rounds in a row. Lin Vision very much aware for it, and there's time to get this one down. Mosea 1v2 going to be smoked off, but dealt with. Good trade game coming out from Westmelon, swinging with his teammate, and that'll be a second on the board. A much needed T round for LVG.
Yeah, absolutely, and a really impactful round from Westmelon as well, right? We were saying his name so much on the previous map as well, not only being the in-game leader, but especially on that Inferno, he was actually the main input of frags as well when you think about it, right? Ended up or finished off the map, top of the board, top of the server as well, 24 and 15 for the IGL, and now comes in clutch with a big double. And as you said, now we've seen Attacker play the boost 3 times in a row. Might be time to switch it up a bit. It is a really good position, especially when you're not alone, and he hasn't really been alone in a lot of those rounds. But at this point, you can just see Lim Vision. The moment they make their way into the A-bomb side and they don't see Attacker, they're just instantly clearing the boost.
Yeah. Great utility usage from them there as well. Just mollying the vent, making sure whoever that was, Mosaic, over towards Cheetah, was fully isolated in the aggressive position. Mac 10, perfect weapon for the job up against the anti-eco. No armor. And those bullets will tear you to shreds. Call me Sue. Onto Attacker. Happy to grab another, and they realize it's this full eco. Like the call. Just get that bomb, regroup, fight together, and make sure you lose as minimal amount of weaponry as possible. Westmelon going to be dropping his, but I believe that was just the Mac 10. And it's looking good. Zaka just going to use that as bait. Try to keep his eyes on it. And we'll spot Mercury over towards Red Room. Should be easy pickings from here. And it should be a third found in a moment.
Yeah. It is starting to look a little bit more solid now, slowly but surely, for the Lim Vision side. Zacher will get dinked in the process by the USP, but still able to stay alive. As you pointed out, the only gun that you lose is a Mac 10, and Westmelon actually repurchases into another one. What is the spawn like? He doesn't have the first spawn for middle, doesn't have the first spawn for B. Once you have the money to have everyone on an AK though, but you still have your IGL out of all people on a Mac 10, that means that you have a really specific idea on what you want to do right now. So potentially a grouped up set call off of spawn. That's what it looks like. It's going to be a straight up A rush.
G has that incendiary, which will buy a couple of seconds, but the CT's also close with so much prio put towards mid. It's going to be quick rotations, and G happily taking them through that CT smoke. Mate, they needed some supportive util to get out of that one. And I don't see LVG getting back into this round, but if it is going to be anyone, it's probably Westmelon on the flank. Upgrading to the M4. Mercury standing on the off angle is not going to be cleared. And this is going to be difficult for Zaka on 8 points of health. If anything, his only opportunity will be if Tyloo completely split up. And at the moment, look, they're in just positions to at least be tradable, but just to try and find that information. And Zach is going to go around the world, or maybe just save. We'll see.
I'd be surprised if he's actually looking into this one. On 8 HP, that would be optimistic, to say the least. Hopeful.
That is true.
Really.
That is true. But it is trying CS. So
yeah, I know. We
never know.
We like defying all laws of physics in Counter-Strike. Maybe he just waited for 20 seconds in B doors to make us think that he's saving, and now he's gonna get a move on and he's gonna try and go for a kill. He is moving forward. Okay, he just didn't like his previous cubby as much. That's the spot. Look, they can save as well, Mac.
And that'll be what we're getting. AK into the next. The money's looking pretty healthy for LVG. And with Zaka having 3k in the back pocket, you can fully reinvest in that utility. But he carrying bloody 4k across to the next with that one. Maybe even a bit more. I think he picked up a molly towards the end.
Yeah. Don't mind the approach, by the way, from Lim Vision, I gotta say. It was a great reaction out of Tyloo, and they were able to stop them in their tracks. But if you're Lim Vision, you understand why they wanted to go for a play like this, right? You want to counter that heavy mid presence and go for a dedicated side hit. Didn't work out, though. Tyloo have been really stacked up in towards that A-bomb side at the start of every single round. You can see it on the minimap again. Attacker and G, pretty much every single round, they've been starting it together. So I think if you're Lim Vision, might be time to start exploring your options in towards middle and in towards B a little bit more.
Ooh, nice HE. Doesn't do as much damage as I thought it would. It's mid-round, just going real slow. Yeah, it seems to be. They seem to love him.
And attacker is on A again with G.
Boosted
They're redefining
well.
the meta right now, by the way. Just playing with 2 and towards the A-bomb side every single time. And the crazy part is Lim Vision have been running into it, but hold on a second. Nope, never mind. It's A again. Unless
they fake that it's A, go through the mid smoke once more, and then go for the full wrap to B if they can get past Jam Young. Bomb still not quite making its way across. Amelia, or Call Me Sue rather, going to be that lurker over towards A main. Unless that was just a sell that they couldn't sell properly. Zaka posted and ready for a swing from long, but the B-site defender's not quite rotating. 20 on the clock.
Go.
LVG leaving this incredibly late. Bomb now goes down over towards Donut, and attacker can't get more than just that single kill. So things go south real quick for Tyloo, who again just didn't look for any information off the back of that pick towards CT. But LVG, they're just doing it again and again. And it seems like Tyloo, they're just going to be opting for the save. A little bit of money in the back pocket. So they should be able to get some half by going around the rifles into the next. But LVG, again, with what has been kind of working, kind of not working, works this time. And we got a tied game again at 4 apiece.
Yeah, I guess at this point it becomes so difficult to read as well what exactly they want to do, right? Because it feels like if you're Tyloo, you've had so many players in towards the A-bomb side so many times, you're kind of expecting them to try and hit B at this point. And then they make a little bit of noise in towards the cave. They push you away from the lane position. You have no vision. You have nothing in towards A. You have nothing in towards mid. You have nothing in towards Donut. It just feels like Tyloo are waiting from the back of the sides and hoping that their fate is going to be the one they're going to be happy about, right? Not really taking as much initiative in the last couple of rounds, which I think is quite the opposite of what we expected, right? And it's quite the opposite of how things started on the CT side. It started as a really explosive, proactive, fighting for map control CT side here from Tyloo. The last couple of rounds have been a bit more, I don't want to say stagnant, because it's not without a reason, and it's not like being slow and just playing from the back of the side has not been working out for them, but eventually, you gotta feel like Lim Vision will start taking advantage of all the space that's been offered to them.
I want to see a bit more creativity, I think, from Tyloo. Or at least just try and find a way to take that mid control better. You know, the success that they have found is when they do take that mid control. But LVG, I guess, look, I'd also say that their lane control hasn't been super great. You know, they're just slotting like one person in there, hanging around elbow. Nothing super special. Those flashes never come. It is just going to be dry, pushed out mid. Amelia able to find one, but then gets done. Oh, and Mercury's hunting for the finish on that one, but it's attacker to do it from over near the donut side. And we do see the man advantage get doubled with that pick. Mosaic locking down the B hit, which finally comes through. And LVG, they will have at least a 2v2 towards this side of the map.
Yeah, you probably thought that there was going to be a double cave setup as well, right? The fact that Mercury was making so much noise with the MP9 and he was almost ready to throw himself through the smoke. It just felt like Mosaic was probably in there too. That's the reason Westmelon overlooks the angle when they're stuck in a 2v4. The good news is, if they just contact up the round, they're still going to have a couple individual fights. Mosaic needs to be careful. He was in the middle of nowhere. Might have been seen as well.
I don't know if they're aware, but they can plot Call Me Sue deeper in the site with this one. He is very, very cautious of this push into tunnels. But there's eyes on this position. And things get harder. Zaka will be pre-scoped. Makes his way in just in time. Good trade on the Mosaic. And a molly towards ramp will secure the plant. And some extra funding towards the next round. Molly at short side. It's all down to the timing. But Mercury, you're going to be able to find a dink through the smoke. Already softening Zaka up. But the bomb's certainly not planted for long here. And things will get awkward with the ramp push coming through. Oh, there's that second man. Attacker gets the job done eventually. And 3 will survive. Tyloo doing well now on the CT side. Able to trade these rounds constantly is looking pretty good for them.
Definitely is. Sure, so and that's the conversation we were having as well, right? It felt like at the start of the half that the aggression worked out so well for them. It didn't feel like it was necessary for them to stop going for those plays, right? You fight for middle, you get a 1-for-1 refrag, then the cave player does their job as well. You counter that attempted reaction in towards B lane. It just felt like they were aware of all the possibilities at all times here at Tyloo. Even when you allowed the T's to walk up the B bomb side, this is what it was, right? You allowed them to do so. You were still aware of the possibility. You were still holding for the peaks. At no time did it feel like Lim Vision were actually surprising you in any way, shape, or form. And that's exactly how this round starts as well. Attacked her with a lovely opener in towards middle.
We'd love to see it for sure. Ooh, okay. Missed shot from G. Not something you want to see if you're a Tyloo fan. There's not a lot of util to get into sight here. It's going to be suns out, guns out, and the damage is not quite enough. Attacker locking it in from short. And that's going to be 6 on the board. Potential for 8-4 to be the scoreline at the half. And that'll set Tyloo up for success in that second.
Yeah. Great impact by Attacker on the CT side as well. He's been finding his form. Had a couple lackluster moments maybe on the CT side of Inferno. Made us scratch our heads a little bit at times about his how his individual form is going to be going into this one. But it's always nice to see, right? Especially when we're talking about, again, one of the most probably respected names in Chinese Counter-Strike. You want to see that he's going to be able to punch hard on some occasions. And so far, he really has been. In Tyloo, you got to feel like they're going to get 7. Potentially, could even get 8 out of this one. And I know you don't want to say it, but I will say it. Can you smell the 3-mapper?
At the moment, I can.
Yeah.
Smells pretty good, though, because it's train at the end. It's nothing nothing silly, nothing slow. Whereas this ancient, you know, I mean, hasn't been too slow. We've had some longer rounds than usual, considering LVG are playing really passive towards the bottom of mid for the most part. But yeah, Tyloo, once LVG started to go B, they've sort of been running away with these rounds, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It just feels like, exactly as we anticipated, the CT side of Ancient kind of just suits them, right, as a team. They're really showing that's the case. G again, trying to get aggressive with the AWP, able to get the shot. In the meantime, though, they have lost Mercury in towards the cave. So for the first time in a while, the T's have gotten 1-for-1, and look at that A-bomb side push.
Oh, good timing on the swing. Call me Sue. Gonna find some impact. But no one's watching this push out of Temple, and Jam Young might be able to catch the perfect timing. Swinging. Ooh. Sneaks his way to new box. And no one is aware of this at all, but the CT slowly creeping in from A main. May have been heard. Good line found. Zaka down. And back to the 3v3 we go. There is going to be good util for the retake. Smoke goes down on the bomb. Molly deep on the line. Doesn't hit. It goes off the edge. It's G across the top to try and get this one done. And he's going to do almost enough, but now it's going to be the flank coming through. Starry trying to line this one up, but the box is going to be in the way, and Jam Young won't go down. What a way to end the half with a little bit of chaos. We are back at it again for the second half of Ancient, and Tyloo is very interested in taking us all the way to train, booking some tickets there. But there's a second half of Counter-Strike, and we know that LVG are very good at this map, and they're playing something very curious. Triple Donut, not something you'd expect every day, and they're going to be fighting this one together. Already spotted by Call Me Sue, and already dealt with by Zaka and Amelia. This mid push has been collapsed on, and Tyloo didn't last longer than 30 seconds.
What a call. I mean, if they weren't playing for such a long time, I'd say, what an anti. If they didn't have a previous best of 3, and if they knew they were going to be playing against Tyloo. I mean, that to me just screams straight up anti-pistol, right? When was the last time you've seen a team call a CT side pistol triple donut on the CT side with one more being caved, by the way, and pushing him from heaven in the meantime? They were just ready for the fight. They were one step ahead. The pistol round started and it ended in an instant. Okay. We are listening. I am ready for the comeback. I don't know how you're feeling about this one, Mac, but I am ready. I can smell it.
I could smell Train, but after that round, I can smell Train less. But if Tyloo pulls something crazy with Glocks this round, then I can smell Train again. You know, that's the...
Does Train smell like oil?
Yeah, burnt metal, burnt rubber as well. You know, at the train stations, they're usually stopping a lot, so...
That sounds ecological.
Slow it down. Yeah. Yeah. Depends on if it's, you know, a coal train, a gas train, or if it's a bloody electric train, which is,
I can tell you for a fact. Bulgaria is that developed that this is exactly what trains smell like still.
Okay. There we go.
We're so modern. Yeah. The fastest train here. It's almost as quick as the turtle from the turtle in Bunny Race story. But hey, the turtle did win the race.
Oh, the turtle and the hare.
Yeah. You call it a hare? Yeah, it's we just have the same word. We just
I think that's bunny. The name of it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Well, it's almost Easter, and these bunnies are hopping, except not on subtick. But look, Mercury and G, good luck, mate. Trying to play this one together, but I feel like LVG are kind of happy just to let you die after time. You kind of got to be the ones to make that move. But it's Amelia with the MP9 to snatch the kills away, get the extra cash in the back pocket. You love to see it. And it feels like LVG have not been embracing the FAMAS meta. You know, where we've seen a lot of pros, especially over Kato, really embracing the new FAMAS, and it's been working incredibly well on anti-ecos. But LVG, they're not that guy.
You know what? I'm not that guy either, so I respect it. Yeah, straight up. MP9 gang, let's go. If you have the money for a rifle, just go for an M4. If you don't, go for an MP9. It's better. Starry. First buy round though, and he's going for the M4A4. He's embracing that meta. Going for the aggressive play. I'm not sure if they've spotted him out, but Mercury in the meantime will drop one through the smoke. The crunch is still happening, but it's just failing.
Oh, gee, close range swing with that one. Crazy decision, and he'll go down to 22 for that one. But again, yes, that smoke extinguishing the molly at Heaven definitely kept Tyloo guessing.
Big kill.
They're going to have to keep on guessing here. Ooh, okay, G stops the push down ramp at least for a moment. So we're down to the 2v4, but that could change in a moment. Mercury tucked away in the cutout at lane. One bullet and he's done. And the bomb, in the meanwhile, is going to gravitate to A.
If they get the kill early enough, and the bomb is not planted yet, they might give this one a go, but if Mercury gets one, they just call it off instantly. Okay, do you want to go? I think you do.
They're looking. They seem to be aware of what's going on here. Nothing at mid, molly into donut. Gives you space, because that molly will tell you that no one's actually at the back of donut, or shouldn't be.
You've heard a player on the boost.
Don't know if they heard the drop, though. But the shot allows Mosea to take full... G, rather. No? Mosea. Oh, we're fixed with the numbers now. Beautiful. Mosea in A main. G looking to wrap his way through Temple side. Starry gets shot at from CT, and that time's ticked away too much without anyone giving LVG anything. Tyloo will be able to lock in their first round for the half. That's 9 on the board. That's a solid start. And a 3-round gap. But we'll see if Call Me Sue will be allowed to save the AWP. Yeah, Tyloo not going near mid, worrying about their own economy. G will just barely get away with 2 points of health. And there you go, 6-9.
Yeah, good awareness there from the player on the boost, by the way, to just drop main instantly. Had he stayed on the boost, that was probably the only way that the CTs would have given it a go, right? If they just pre-fire it straight away and they get that kill, you can sure as hell put your money on the fact that they were trying to get away with that defuse. And maybe if they had a smoke as well, would have helped out, but at least you're able to hold on to the AVP. You have a bunch of rifles in the mix as well. You tried to go for something more aggressive. It didn't really work out. Felt a little bit disconnected, but you get a second shot at it. It is really important that you don't lose this round, though.
Jumping across that spray. Mercury lucky to be unfazed. And it looks like it will be a late attempt at mid control for Tyloo, but that mid window smoke has missed. So Starry has every bit of information he could ask for and more. Amelia, in the meanwhile, has gone down really early on towards A main. So LVG have to figure out where they want to put their pieces. That smoke should fade shortly. And Mercury reveals his hand there towards Heaven. Oh, missed chance. Zaka flicks a little too far with the wall in the way.
Oh yeah, he tagged him. He just tags him for 37 HP. This is really weird there. Probably felt like he should have had the kill, but as you said, shot through the wall. They are still gambling on this one, and they seem to have the right read. The bomb is still dropped in towards the B lobby. If the T's want to group up and go for a B play, Lim Vision are going to have 3 people here. They've just left the AWP solo in towards A, and as they say that, the bomb is starting to make its way back. If they just throw in some utility in towards B, by the way, Lim Vision are not moving a muscle. They could buy it instantaneously, and by the looks of things, it's just going to be down to Zachary. He needs to hold on his own.
That timing on the smoke is great, except the bomb's going the other way. Nice little pop flash, won't connect onto Zaka, who's deep towards Temple side. Missed chances, missed opportunities, going fleeting time after time for him in the molly. Forcing him back, giving so much space with little time for Tyloo to get this one down. We've got a 5v4 and a post-plant LVG. They're already hanging at B. They're giving this one up. Tyloo, get to the double digits first again.
Yeah, a couple missed opportunities, right? Zachar, if you get 1 kill out of this one, then maybe they would have given it a thought in, but the moment that you miss a couple, you're just calling this one off. You got to take care of the money, and now this is starting to become a much more stressful game for Lim Vision, right? All of those situations that we were talking about midway through map 1, where both those teams were, I guess, willing to risk it a little bit more financially to go for some of those retakes. This is not map 1 anymore. You have a lead. You still feel like you have an opportunity on the CT side. You're not going to risk it if you're Lim Vision. You're down 6-9, now 6-10. You want to take care of the money. You don't want this one to be going to Train. Train feels like contested territory, right? For both those teams, obviously it is, but if you're Lim Vision, you probably feel like you should have had a lot more control of this second map, and you probably still have a lot of confidence put into your CT side, but it hasn't really been going to plan. And when you think about how terrifying the unknown is, and how big of an unknown Train is, if you're Lim Vision, yeah, you go for a tactical timeout. You want to try your best to salvage this Ancient.
I think you're on the money with that for sure. Let's see what we end up getting out of LVG after a tactical like this. It's arguably in a situation where it's almost do or die. Tyloo still need 3 rounds. So there's not a lot of room to make those mistakes. And they really need to lock in right now. And with 2 MP9s, that can certainly be difficult. Tyler, on the other hand, not even worrying about going for that AWP. Just happy to play with the AKs, happy to have that firepower. And G as well, 14 and 9. Look, if you're hitting numbers like that and you're the AWPer and you don't have to AWP, well, why bother? Elbow smoke goes down and Starry again going to be fighting very aggressively over towards Heaven. Mercury sprayed down, playing around the smoke here. Won't be able to make his way forward. And Westmelon finds him. MP9s both finding impact, getting up in the grills of Tyloo, who are making their way out A. But with a man advantage, LVG going to be going for this for sure.
Yeah, and the bomb is going to be a little bit late. Amelia thinking about pushing through the smoke with the AVP. Actually, on a second note, decides to calm down for a little bit. And Komisu's going to get 1 kill through the smoke. She would refrag. Mosiah's been spotted though. And there's 3 players on the other side of this one in towards middle. Dancing around, decides to disengage, but going in for more.
Oh, lovely shot from Amelia. Only half blind, I believe. And a shot back from G. This man is looking to carry Tyloo to a dub. Bomb slightly planted for him, but he has to try and fight here. Looks the wrong direction as he walks into the side of Westmelon. And that's a successful retake with plenty of time. Lin Vision, it gets a little scary, but after a first pick, the numbers favor them. And the retake goes well. 7 on the board.
Yeah, that's what you want to be seeing out of the CT side of Lim Vision as well, right? You want to be seeing proactiveness. You want to be seeing those standard mid-nades every single time. Try and put pressure on Tyloo. Try and push them away. Try and fight right up there in their faces, right? You go for a tactical timeout. You're not calling for the tactical timeout just to go for the straight up motivational speech of, okay, guys, you know what this one means to us. We can't possibly allow Tyloo to get back into the game. We got to stay focused. No, you go into that tactical timeout with a straight up plan. You need to come up with a solution, and that's exactly what they did. Playing with confidence, playing with assertiveness. Now it's up to Tyloo to try and respond back.
Yeah, Starry's in a bit of a pickle. Gee. Oh, he's just pulled out his knife at the wrong moment. Starry peeks perfectly. Amelia making a ruckus. Draws the attention away from him. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be answered by 2. And just like that, with so much control over towards the B site. I love how Jam Young's gone here. Done that, pushed so far forward that the CTs just weren't able to deal with him in time. And this should be a save every day. LVG, the economy, not in a good way. Starry can buy himself. Amelia and Zaka can drop. And they can at least salvage a round after this one. But this one's out of the question.
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult to imagine what's going through Lim Vision's heads right now if they're trying to build up any type of momentum, right? Every single time they win a round and every single time we can say something good about set round, it's still pretty close. It's still relatively competitive. They still lose a couple players. The T's get a bomb plant. And then in the subsequent, they just take over once again, right? Tyloo have been just hitting them hard. Every single time Lim Vision have been able to pick up around on the CT side, Tyloo have just responded back instantly. You can't strengthen up the economy. You can't feel like you're in control. Your individuals have a good round and then get completely shut down in the next. It must be feeling really tough right now for Lim Vision. And you're not going to get too many more opportunities to let a round slip. I mean, this was probably the last one, in all honesty. And as you said, they do have enough money to go for another reinvestment, but this is the one. That's the one that has to start them all. And this is the one that has to start a big sequence of converted rounds as well. A one and done is not going to cut it.
No early entries this time. Tyloo, giving it the crack. G boosted up, missed opportunity there. On to Call Me Sue, but the HE chunks down Zaka over towards Donut, as well as on to Call Me Sue. In comes that utility. The flash just never necessary. They end up going dry. And the T's will be able just to crack those heads. Mercury doing work all the way down long side. Amelia trying to save the day here, but 15 points of health. He'll beat the molly. Going, wrapping. Oh, and I think he's just barely tapped him over towards default. Sees that gun peeking around, but Mercury again another. 3 huge picks. Zaka knows that the AWP can maybe win them the game, so he's just going to slowly back away. But that's going to be 12 on the board for Tyloo. 1 round needed on the T side to finally get some revenge here on Ancient against Linvision.
Wouldn't you want to see a replay of that spray transfer from Mercury, by the way? That flick onto the third player. That was nasty. Straight out of the gates of hell for Mercury. That was insane. That was poisonous. And poison, as you know, is deadly. That's what this round was to Linvision. 12-7, 5 in a row now are the chances, the map points of Tyloo, and the money of the CT side is just dreadful. It isn't there. It doesn't exist.
All right, let's see if Linvision can play for overtime. Forcing like they have to with minimal money. And Tyloo, on the other hand, are just going to 4-1 split, maybe. Not Jam Young. Just throwing that CT smoke. Fast donut smoke. Immediately going to be forced out of sight or to fight with the smoke that he's dropped as well. It's an awkward position, but they're going to find him anyway. Man's playing in a common position. May have just ended this one. And it's looking very good for Tyloo to capitalize on a 2-man advantage. They still need to get it planted. Oh, Call Me Sue almost dropping that bomb. But they won't be able to find it back just yet. It's the scrim on in. Mosea standing tall, standing true. And Zaka with the AWP needs to do it all himself. 3 players in all different positions, but Mercury gets the job done again. And we're going all the way to train. We asked for it, and now we're getting it.
Yeah, we're getting the first Asian train in a very long time. First Asian train for you, as you said, right? And first train for both those teams since it was added back to the map pool. And it feels like we're just getting the dream scenario here, right? It's just a map pool exchange. We saw a great performance out of both teams, but a little bit scrappy on map 1. Map 2, probably what we expected, but just the other way around. We probably expected this level of comfort to come in from Linvision, but Tyloo, it just felt like they were in control all the time, right? Even if you're looking at the kill distribution, bottom frag 12 kills, top frag 17, everyone in between, that was just a team effort from Tyloo, and straight up, they were the better team in the server.
Yeah, I'm really happy with, you know, where we've ended up here. Tyloo, it's good to see them showing signs of life and trading maps out. But it also, you know, shows that Linvision, maybe they were a bit too confident on Ancient. Maybe Tyloo put a bit of extra work in, you know, over in the workshop, and it's showed. You know, they've been able to win 13-7, arguably almost more of a convincing win than what LVG was putting up against them every other time they played on this in the past. So look, Attacker being back, and whoever's calling is doing a great job, doing all the right things, putting all the pieces in the right spot, and then, you know, the T side looked too easy. The A hits and then getting into the post plants, and LVG just not being ready for it, not able to go for the retake. It's just been all over the place. But that being said, we need to get to train. And to get to train, we got to go through a break. We'll see you in a bit.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
It's been a bumpy ride between the sides of Tyloo and Linvision so far in that first elimination game of the IEM Dallas Asian close qualifier, ladies and gents. But we're ready, talking about bumpy rides, to jump right into the bumpiest of rides for Asian Counter-Strike right now. The first train of the qualifier so far. Mac, I'm going to hit you with a big question here. Who's taking this one?
Oh, mate, who knows? With what we've seen, it just depends on who we get, you know, and also who even gets the CT-sided start, and if the CT side is even going to be the strong side here in Asia, because both these teams are incredibly sharp, but with what we've seen in the pro meta, I don't think we're going to see the same thing in this matchup as what we've seen a lot of the top-level teams do. I think it's going to be much more scrimmy, probably a lot more outside rushes. We'll see. We'll see what the util game looks like when we get in.
Okay, so if it's the other way around, we're expecting to see a lot of A pops, like we're looking at Train in 2020. Then we're just inner rushes and a lot of aggressive and assertive play. I want to phrase the conversation in a different way, though, or at least shift the direction a little bit. I feel like if we draw a line right now, and we're looking at the performance of both those teams so far in the series, and we're kind of trying to look for the bottom line and who's been the most or the more convincing out of the two. Interestingly enough, even though Linvision was probably supposed to be in our pre-game talk, Linvision was probably the bigger force. Tyloo has been playing the better Counter-Strike, though, haven't they?
I think so. Like some rounds, yes, some rounds, no. But it feels like what we saw from Tyloo's CT side, right, is attacker or G, one of the two getting boosted up constantly. And it didn't really look convincing, and I didn't really like their CT side, but it was their T side that won it for them, you know, managing to, it wasn't even the pistol, it was just once they got guns going, then it felt like Linvision just couldn't get another round, couldn't get another opportunity. So if we're going off the T sides we've seen from both these teams, I kind of like Tyloo's more than what I've seen from Linvision, but Linvision on paper, in my brain, should be the stronger CT side here. So that half is going to be more interesting than the other half when we've got it all flip-flopped the other way. So I guess we'll see once we jump into Train who's on what side and exactly what we're going to get. I think we still knife the sides, but I can double-check that while we're chilling.
Yeah,
while we're waiting for the players.
Another interesting perspective to have into this one, and it's a bit of a reoccurring theme, I guess, reoccurring topic to discuss, is the fact that we did say that Tyloo stylistically looks like a team that could benefit from playing on CT sides of maps that actually enable you to be aggressive, enable you to be assertive. Now, the one thing me and you were talking about as the first half of Ancient was going is the fact that they didn't seem to really go for too many aggressive plays in the middle of the half. It was more like they started it really aggro, then they slowed it down, then there were all the rounds with attacker being on the boost, with them just essentially waiting from the back of the bomb sites and giving the map for free to Linvision even in a way in some of those rounds, and then they finished it off really strong. So are we putting in a lot of emphasis on how important it would be for Tyloo, given the 50-50 chance of them starting on the CT side of the last map, to actually show that assertive play? Because you did say that we're probably expecting the meta to be tweaked a little bit in a game like this one if you compare it to everything else that we've seen, but still you get a lot more opportunities to be aggressive now on the CT side of Train than you used to in the old version, right? In towards B lobby, in towards Pop Dog, which I guess now is Long Dog, in towards even A main or White Holes, depending on whether you're American or whatever and how you want to call it. But you do get a lot of opportunities to be aggressive. So is this something that we're looking at Tyloo and saying, hey, they probably should be doing that? They have the players, they have the style to be a team like that.
They could be for sure. Like we saw it in dribs and drabs, I guess, on Inferno, where the aggression would come, but it would come in the form of like just Jam Young, you know, and people setting up just Jam Young, you know, over towards the banana area. We saw that happen multiple times, but other than that, it was just on the retakes where they really had to try to, you know, get up in the face of the T's. So I think that style definitely suits them, and that should be the angle that they're looking for. But I don't know if that's the angle that we're going to get on Train. I feel like both teams are probably going to be a little timid initially before starting to find some confidence. So yeah, this first half is going to be a bit telling, but we might also see the confidence shift throughout the map at least.
Yeah, I think
that's my take.
I actually agree with you. I feel like we haven't seen both teams play like they feel like they have everything under control, right? There's been some bubbly moments, but all in all, there's been a couple people that have been all in all good throughout the series, and surprisingly enough, Attacker's actually one of them, right? He's been bringing in a lot of impact to the table, and I guess we can say the same for Jam Young. I want to have the conversations about the Opers though. Zacher and G, I think, have been two names that at least for Zacher and at least for myself, speaking for myself here, I think I was expecting to be saying their names a little bit more. I feel like we haven't seen anything over spectacular from both Opers, and it's been more of a rifle story, which I guess, sure, CS2 now is a little bit different. So if we're judging by the level of play that we saw from G and Zacher, maybe on CSGO, for those of our audience that haven't watched Asian Counter-Strike in a longer time, there could be a difference because they were, I guess, maybe the bigger stars back then in the context of whether the team actually relied on them to be the number one firepower output of the team. But still, I feel like we could probably use a little bit more. And Train, frankly, is a great map for that, right? We've seen some of the best players in the world show us that Train can be a really AWP heavy map, even though it's not the easiest one to AWP on. You can still have a decent amount of impact, even with Ivy now being a little bit more tricky to AWP. But who would you say you're putting more trust into going into that third map out of the two AWPers?
Out of the AWPers, Zacher, 100%. I feel like G, I've never been on his bandwagon as an AWPer as much as I had with Zacher since Zacher picked up the AWPing on LinVision. And then also, if we're talking about like the highs of these players, like Zacher did it at Pro League against some of the best, right? So he put up some ridiculous rating. I think we're currently not seeing that because, you know, sometimes in online CS, AWPing isn't as nice as what it would be on LAN. And this is one of those situations where, look, you bring up the good point that Train definitely has been a bit of an AWPer's paradise, you know, coming back, even though it is more aggression. And arguably, I'd say a lot of the AWPers that end up excelling are in positions where they manage to dodge a lot of flashes, or they're up against teams that don't utilize flashes effectively. So it might not be just about the AWPers, but about how the support players on either team actually set up their AWPers, and if they're even allowed to, or if they can manage their economy to get the AWP going. If things go wrong, you know, you can lose the AWP, you can lose the grasp on the finances. But let's see who's going to be losing the knife round, because this is arguably one of the more important knife rounds, considering on paper it's a much more one-sided map than some of the other maps in the pool right now.
Yeah, most definitely. And we're gonna start it off with a good old knife round that we just got a sneak behind the scenes call that they were actually playing for 4 minutes before we get to actually see some action. So yeah, in case you were wondering why the exclamation mark caster stop yapping start the game hasn't worked out, that's because the players spent 4 minutes looking at each other before they got into the knife.
That's crazy. The old standoff in con, I guess, is what was probably going down. But yeah, that's a good start. A good start for him. It was Tai Lu that won the knife, right?
I think so. Yeah.
They were on the CT side. So let's see if they're going to be into the T side, or if they're just going to play CT side and trust the current stats of the map and exactly what they're ready for. You know, most teams have been more CT skewed, but it's just the fact that it's Asia that keeps on making me think, you know, like, well, anything could happen, you know. And LVG, they could kind of do whatever they want. Tyloo could kind of do whatever they want. Do they have the meta utility? Are they going to be, you know, mollying to stop the CT aggression, or do they not know that utility yet? Are we going to see the CTs allowed to be more aggressive in certain positions on the map? And, you know, what we're actually going to be getting shortly from this one. But yeah, we'll see what side Tyloo ends up picking. Probably will be the CT side, but who knows? Crazier things have happened.
Yeah, crazier things definitely have happened. I think, judging by what I've seen from both those teams, and you know what, this is good, because I feel like my brain has not really been scarred by watching too much Asian Counter-Strike. For me, it's a new thing, so I can look at it from a bigger perspective. I can look at it from a third-person point of view in a way, and say Tyloo have not been playing outdated and bad Counter-Strike so far. A lot of the utility pieces, a lot of the aggressive plays, a lot of the ideas have been really fresh, bar those 3 rounds in a row where Attacker was on the boost dimension. What I am trying to say right now is, with Tyloo starting on the CT side, we do have big expectations, and ladies and gents, this is the best of one from here on out. Loser goes home, winner keeps fighting for that one and only Asian IEM Dallas spot. Take us through the pistol.
Yeah, well, Attacker's in a good spot, just chilling on Idiot Wall, smoke in the way, gives him some cover, but he gets traded real quick. And it's looking like the site is still in control of the CTs. Jumping across the back, puts G in the grave. And Starry has the cover from Olaf. Looking good now. Westmelon going to be able to snatch that one away. Starry from the back of sight. He's just looking to lock it in from heaven. Westmelon still needs to cross and run in with the Glock. That movement inaccuracy is not going to be enough of a factor. Starry, beautiful shots and a beautiful round out of him to find two. Two for Westmelon as well. And LVG take the T-pistol.
Yeah, probably one of the biggest differences between maps 1 and 2 was the absence, I want to say, and the presence, of course, logically, of Westmelon, respectively on the second and the first map, right? Westmelon on Inferno was all over the side of Tyloo. Highest, I guess, tap in the server, even 24 and 15, I think, was the score in the end of it. He was all over the place with multi-kills, utility damage, assists as well. On Ancient, the IGL couldn't really find his footing, so to speak, and it's nice to see him have a good start. Nice to see Emilia land shots like this one as well.
Yeah, big shots out of him, but that was swiftly traded. And Mosea, 5-7 at that range. Could have been effective. Missed opportunity. Nasty shot out of Zaka to get himself another and open up the Ivy area. Even smokes off the old icon, as people are starting to call it. And is going to potentially feign that wrap all the way around CT. Put that seed of doubt in the minds of Tyloo. But what we see is them potentially... They're going to retake here? No. Okay, I thought they were going to retake Con. They're going to regroup over towards Whitehall's instead. Maybe end up going to B. Maybe look for that long dog control. Who bloody knows at this point?
Yeah, you just slow it down a little bit. You have a 4v2, but you don't really feel too secure, right? With Starry being down to 23 HP and with Zacher being down to 27, you want to stay close to one another. You want to make sure the refrags are a possibility. And now you spotted one of the MP9s. You're just going to run it down the B bomb side. Second one up close and personal. Look at the HP. But they're somehow still alive.
They're getting the job done. An attacker is wanting absolutely none of this. Saving the Galil across to the next round so they have some form of firepower. But LVG going to be happy with that outcome. Everyone doing their work, doing their job. Trading out the 4v1 to easily get that B site. And so far, so good. A bit slower of a round than I thought from LVG, but, you know, they didn't want to put one foot in front of the wrong foot and trip on over against the Eco, or the Force Buy even. And LVG, after winning that one, should put themselves in a position to succeed, but we'll see if they can find 3 successfully or not.
Yeah, you don't want to see them get overzealous, especially on a map like this one. As we said, it's just essentially a best of 1 from here on out. And there it goes into play in that next lower bracket game. And of course the loser is out of the competition, out of an opportunity to actually fight in that consolidation final, out of a chance to play against the loser of Adox and the Huns, which, in case you're wondering, is going to a third map as well just now. It was a 13-11 nuke in favor of Atox and a 13-10 Inferno in favor of the Huns there. Ancient is the third and final one. They didn't get the fun train. We're the lucky ones.
Oh. Amelia not looking too lucky after that one. USP is almost working. Trade game was good until it's not, and everything... It looks like it's about to get more solidified for Tyloo, for LVG rather. Sneak out from Jam Young. Shot's not hit, but Call Me Sue takes it through with the third. And yeah, so the ship almost got unsteadied, but it will manage to find some safer waters.
It's funny you say that on the rainy map in the pool. What do you think about the rain, by the way? You like it?
I would be happy if it wasn't there.
Okay.
I'd prefer... Like, my PC's fine.
Sure.
But I'd take the extra frames over the pretty... Like, that's just me, though, you know?
Yeah. I'm on with you on that one.
Yeah.
Although it looks pretty when the drops fall on top of a knife, for example. It does look pretty, but that's all that there is to it. Well, Lim Vision, again, a little bit slower on that T-side approach. Deep smoke in towards heaven here for Jam Young, who really is trying to contest Brown Holes at the start of this one. That's what we talked about. Trying to keep the T's on their toes about those different aggressive plays is the way to go right now on the CT side. But Lim Vision, more than happy to just wait it out and keep on creeping their way closer and closer. Mercury has rotated to support Jam Young, who's going to be playing towards the back of Thomas for now, but this is going to be a straight up B hit, and they need to be on high alert. Gotta be ready. There's going to be a lot of Yuto going their way.
Here comes the bangers. Oh, top of oil. Could be a dangerous place to be, but they will get to safety. Or maybe not. They get taken right out of the round, and just like that, if you're Tyloo, you're saving. You got to call that. Looks like Mosea is going to have a sniff over towards Cloud, but won't be able to make his way through. And Starry takes him right out of the equation. It's save time for Tyloo, and this CT-sided start has not gone well for them. No. I love that out of LVG, though. That was great utility, great bust, good timing on the pop, and the CTs couldn't stand to it.
Yeah, it's the fact that I mean, you're gonna see a lot of people do that nowadays, and this is one thing that shows you that LVG to some extent are up with the meta, right? A lot of people just don't use smokes on the first wave of execute in towards the B-bomb side nowadays, right? Because you don't want to just smoke off in towards Z and for the CTs to just swing through and go towards the backlines, right? You want to molly off everything that you can, take the space, and then you can use the smokes to play the post plan and just hold on. That's why you see a lot of teams save, by the way, once they lose that B-bomb side as well on train, right? Because you molly towards the back of Thomas, and behind the default train, there's a molly that catches both those positions. You molly Z, you take the control. Top of oil, as you pointed out, is one of the few angles that you could be holding on to, but it's a really difficult one. You deal with the players holding all the other angles with good pop flashes and entry flashes, and there isn't a lot of angles in a lot of places where the CTs could actually be standing, even though there is more than there was on the old version, probably. It was just a straight up perfect execute coming out of LVG.
Even though Tyloo look like, in terms of the scoreline up the top, that they don't know what's going on, they have some solid utility. You know, they are throwing the broken wall smoke up towards the holes, you know, to feign the brown holes control. They're also throwing like a decent util set to take a main control as well. They got that early util, a couple of nice pop flashes from the A site train. I've seen a lot of top teams using those. So in terms of the utility, we were questioning that before the map started. Tyloo look all right. So maybe that second half might go better, but so far, no good for them. And LVG, their approach is just kind of like sitting back, right? Waiting out the util, contacting eventually, and then going for a very late pop. I like that timing on the Pop Dog smoke. And LVG, they're going to respect it as well.
Issue is, you just have one more smoke left on the CT side, right? And that was the last Molotov. Sure, they're going to be making their way into a bomb site potentially in 30 seconds, but you still want to have a lot of utility, meaning you got to start moving forward. You got to put some of those rifles in aggressive positions. That's exactly what Mercury is trying to do, but exposed, and Zachary will take him down with the AWP.
It's all up to Attacker, who's on the off angle. Will get cleared. Amelia shouldn't be hitting those. That is nuts, he's hit it. But there's 10 seconds to get to site and plant. Still a player on the back, but look at that G jumping up at the wrong possible moment. Con Smoke forcing him to think he had to go to the high ground. And Tyloo, just when it looked like they should have won that round, they almost timed them out. There's still just enough for LVG to get to the A site, fully clear it out and plant.
Yeah, fantastic awareness. Out of every single player that was running into the bomb site, by the way. Great pathing, great awareness. Not a single angle was overlooked by Lim Vision. And that's the trick, right? When you want to play that late type of Counter-Strike, and obviously we were not going to make the, well, I will make the Jame reference. You are playing like a CAS team on the T side of train. You're burning through the utility, and then you go for a late execution on 20-25 seconds on the clock. The big risk is if you overlook an angle, right? But if you have those rounds drilled in, if you've practiced that and done it enough times and have just put the reps in, all the players know what they should be looking at. Right, all the players know what type of angle they should be clearing depending on what's going on, and that's what we saw from Lim Vision. It just felt like, sure, Tyloo had a lot of players, they had a lot of different positions, a lot of different angles that they were holding. Every single one of them was taken into account. Sure, if one of those fights doesn't go in favor of Lim Vision, this could still be a round that goes out the window. But they just won every single one of those fights.
Let's see what ends up happening here.
A T-side train.
Smoke. Yeah. I didn't expect it to look this one-sided, but it's what we're getting.
I'm loving it. They have been really diligent with it, though. Really taking their time. Looking really focused here, Lin Vision. That's exactly what you want to be seeing. Even out of a T side of a team in that position. They just haven't been given Tyloo too many chances. And now the CTs will try and switch it up on the half buy. Double main push. Could work out.
Again, slow approach, just letting that time creep down. And Tyloo on the low buy with minimal util. I've used it all. And there's still 40 seconds left. There's one flash from Mosaic, but you can't really use that effectively here, playing close. XM, definitely the right tool for the job at this range, but if no one covers upper, then things could get awkward real quick. That's the bomb in sight, but above him, Mosaic going to be hiding in the smoke. Oh, he's heard that. Starry takes the pot shot, just clearing out everything. Crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and getting the job bloody done, isn't he?
Yeah, it just feels like the B-bomb side is under lock and key right now for Lin Vision. Mercury is still going to stick around alongside Attacker. You have a full investment going into the next one regardless, so might as well try and get a couple kills. But long range with the MP9s, especially when you have the armors, might be better off by just calling this one a day and saving up. Not going to be an option for Mercury, actually, on the second thought. Zacher drops him with the OP. 4 alive for Lin Vision. This is 6 on the board now. This is starting to really slip right through the... It's not even slipping through the fingertips of Tyloo. It's just completely out of control. I mean, look at the kills. The entire team of Tyloo, we're 6 rounds in. They've been able to get 9 kills across all of them. Westmelon hasn't died.
Yeah. He's having a map. He is having a bloody map.
He's not even on 5 KD. Maps can't figure out his KD right now.
Okay, entries. They're going through the smoke. It's not a slow one. Finally changing the pace. And it's worked much better for Tyloo this time. Double AWP. Getting the job done. Mosaic yet to really have to activate with his. But this is the conversation that you wanted to bring up earlier, is who is looking like that better AWPer. So far it's Zacher on paper. But G's finally got his chance to shine. And the round's not done just yet. 2v4. Low health on G. But still a solid amount of utility for Tyloo to play with in the late round.
Yeah, the one thing that you're really nervous about right now, though, is what happens if Lin Vision just walk out B and just kill Jam Young, and he's playing this one as safe as possible. This is the right approach, right? You're just spotting from the back of red, deploying the smoke in towards lower, just making sure that even if they make their way into the bomb site, you're not giving them a kill. You can let them have a bomb plant, you can't let them kill you and have a bomb plant after that.
Double upper push. One molly to play with. Full contact. Westmelon trying to break the line, get the info, and Zacher gifted that one. But it's going to be difficult for him to get past the next members. They're worried about a rat back in 20. Mercury going to Pop Dog instead. And they will allow him out on the site. Allow the plant, but haven't spotted him on the cross. G's up on the top of the train. There's a chance for him to just find this angle. That's false info. They think he's locked in. But Mercury, I think he's seen him. Spotted towards the bottom. Oh. That shadow is... It didn't help. It didn't matter. Mosaic finds it with the secondary AWP on the retake eventually. But that shot from Zacher, the sneaky jump at his opponent, worked out perfectly for a chance.
Yeah, that was sick. Oh. I mean, that was... What a nice try that is as well. With 2v4, you get a bomb plant, you get 2 kills. You're not complaining about this. You probably already got way too many rounds on the T side than you should have in the first place. And in a 2v4, you still make it expensive. You still make them shake a little bit. They were on the double AWP as well. So financially, you could imagine that Tyloo are not really in the spending vibe, I guess, in the spending situation.
Yeah.
This is not a bad outcome for Lin Vision out of around that. You know, they tried something different, tried to switch up the pace, it didn't work out. Now you can go back to the same old, same old. Or a rush B.
Vision looking like, yeah, or a rush B. That's what I was going to say. It looks like they are putting a bit more presence through the halls rather than going to A main at all. And Mercury knows that already. Fully clearing out everything. G posted on the lower line. And hits a cracker of a shot. Smoke towards up at a block. Jam Young at range. And now they'll just go for the deep lines. Or maybe even just swap spots. Jam Young, back bomb. Has been a pretty solid position. But is staying mobile. Is looking to get right underneath him. And try to play this off angle in case there is a lower pop.
If the Yuta was good, then they could be in a whole lot of trouble. Molotov's flashes being lined up. Lurk smoke into towards upper as well coming in. It's another execution. And this time, knowing there's an open mix, he's just going to get smoked off straight away. G has to look for a more comfortable angle, and he will be able to do so. The hit is coming, though.
On the way in.
They know.
No entries just yet. They got him. They found him. Sneaking in the smoke. And that bomb's got plenty of time to plant. But now we've got a 4v4 for the retake. Double AWP as well. Which was successful before, but can still be a dangerous prospect. If you can't find a pick shortly, there's just so many angles that you have to clear. They've had a lot of control of the back of sight, though. So they're going to give it a crack. Good util as well to make their way back in. Smoke towards lower. Molly can go somewhere. You've got someone still tucked away in the corner. And Amelia should be able to trade here. Nice little shot on the Mercury, buying time, burning that clock down. And speaking of time, Mosea able to find one, but it's G that is trying to provide supportive fire from afar. And Zaka may go down to the clock, but it was worth it to get a 7th on the board, and they got cash for days anyway.
Yeah, absolutely worth it, right? And the P-bomb side has been so problematic to deal with. At the start, it felt like they were just going to go there for anti-ecos, right? Just when the cities have half-buys, just when they have the lower guns, they were going to go with the Molotovs, with the flashes, then they tried to go for the A-pop on the previous buy round, then they decide, well, you know what? It didn't work. The B executions have been going really nicely. Why not go and hit B again? And sure, you've been using the lurk smoke every single time they've tried it. A Tyloo player has tried to get up close and personal inside of the smoke, and every single time they've been found out.
Ooh, faster. This time, looking for the pop dog control. They know G's there. They found the second man. Good trade from Starry. And won't overstay his welcome. But in the meanwhile, Mosea has actually gone for the full dry push through Ivy. Is that an Ivy smoke, or is that a misthrown smoke? That's what I want to know.
I think it's a misthrown smoke from the T's.
Okay.
I'm not sure
well,
you want to smoke that intentionally. Could be a bug as well in the minimap.
No, I think it's on a roof. Unless there's a hole there we're not aware of. But yeah, either way. Mosea has fully cleared out, reverse cleared A main after pushing Ivy. So Tyloo were aware it's either a pop, pump, or they're coming B. And that's why you got this early rotation from the other three. You don't need to worry about A. You've got Mosea in A main. You can play full retake if you want. And G, unless he gets blinded by a nice little pop flash, should be able to catch anyone pushing out upper.
Yeah, it should be. This is going to be a really complicated one. Starry low on HP. The players coming in, but they have the stack here. And it's not only the Ope, it's the rifle as well. G shuts down the first one. Amelia with the refrag. G with another.
Okay.
And the Ope is just being fed kills right now. G shuts down a third, and that B defense might be able to hold on after all. There goes the pistol from the back of the side. Unannounced. And unspotted before that. Jam Young to put an end to it, but it's all about the Oper, and G stepping up to get double digits on his kill count in a second round for Tyloo on the board.
You love to see it, and that all providing a crucial punch to the firepower. The big problem is, even though they've got rounds like that, Lin Vision just got off to such a strong start in the half that now Tyloo's got a maximum of 5 on the CT side, and we don't know what their attacking side's going to look like. So all eyes on G to keep this one going. AK's picked up for Mosea and Jam Young. There's a nice little upgrade after, just going pretty much an eco, half buy from the last round. And LVG this time, again, unable to fight for the early A main control. It's a bit different to what we're used to seeing from some of these guys. And that was a nice one. So we just saw Starry as well go for the spam from the White Halls. There's a nice lineup you can do down towards Pop Dog, and he almost got that pick on the Mercury. At least got the tag, which could have been heard by Call Me Sue. I think that lineup was made by Viridian City as well. So shout out to Eddie one time. Bowser 0.
Yeah.
If you're watching.
Shout out a second time. Those lineups are... I don't think they were supposed to be there. And if they were, well, then Valve have a really funky feeling of what they want Counter-Strike to be. They are fun, though, sometimes.
Yeah,
when
you're not the one on the receiving end.
yeah, nothing like getting killed with an auto sniper from one of those. In the meantime, though, Attacker tested towards the back of the E-box here. Able to get 1 kill, low on HP, though. Molotov gonna force him out in the open. Amelia there to collect the frag. One more player towards the back of the side, though, in hell. And Jamyang's actually gonna try and support, but they're just good for one more. And Mercury, just like that, has been left in a 1 versus 3, walking through the smoke, though. Well, no one's looking, but he's not looking the right way as well. And Lim Vision, again, just respond back instantaneously. And Mac, now it's the CTs that have financial issues again.
Yeah. Well, kinda. They won on the eco,
In a way.
so they got something going on. They have a chance. And I feel like at this point, when you're this far down on the CT side, you just go all in. Like, you just buy it up. You can put MP9s in nice close range angles if you really need to. We got Mercury, you know, finally getting that FAMAS online as well. Haven't really seen too much FAMAS action here between both these Chinese wonders. And it's a faster approach out main. Finally, look at that. Amelia all the way to Olaf, ready for the wrap on the back of Red.
Oh.
Mosea single-handedly pushing through Ivy to find 2. That's big work, but the problem is the A site no longer in their control. And the man advantage has been lost against them.
Look at you.
Oh, this timing.
Oh, my
Jamyang doesn't
God.
know. Oh,
Nope.
but Westmelon also didn't know. So Su should be coming for a trade. Jamyang should be smart enough to know he wouldn't run out like that.
Nope.
Unless someone was lurking on site. Wasn't smart enough. Got picked. And I dare say that this round's over. Unless...
Yeah. Didn't realize it. Mosea still in it, though. 2 kills already found out in towards Ivy earlier on. Thing is, the bomb is going back in towards the A-bomb side. So Mosea has walked all the way in towards B from Ivy. Just to realize that he's not even where he's supposed to be. Up on the retake as well. It's not going to make it easy for him. He still doesn't realize Penny hasn't dropped. Now I think it has. And he might be considering a save. I mean, it's a 1v2 clutch. Might as well give it a go. You don't want to be left with only 2 rounds on the CT side, but I think he's called it off already. No kit, a smoke, a flash, no money in the bank accounts. And this is going to be Lim Vision moving into 9 T-side rounds on Train Mac. Wow. I think it's safe to say Tyler have been hit by a train.
You'd expect it in some pugs and maybe if it was like Team Spirit on the T side. But I guess, you know, we got our answer.
Or zero tenacity.
True.
At least.
Let's see what ends up happening here. Mosea going to be able to carry across the AWP for G if he hands that off, which he will. And then with the minimal util they'll have, or minimal money they have, let's see who's prioritizing what. And LVG have everything they could possibly want and more. And, well, look, arguably they've already hit par and then some. But there's a chance for him to hit 10 rounds on the T side, which should, on paper, get them this map. But who knows?
I think you already should be feeling like they should have enough to convert on the CT side, right? But as you said, it's been a crazy enough day of Counter-Strike to be difficult to predict. Attacked her. Up close and personal with the MP9, good for 1, but the refrag is happening. Komisu is going on an absolute rampage right now.
Yeah, the aggressive CT hold didn't work as expected, but G from afar brings the extra firepower in from Pop, and just like that, we're going to see a wrap through Ivy. Mosea not on the wall, so he's not actually going to hear this one, but Jamyang will sneak that direction. Let's see how crispy Zach is feeling, and if Jamyang decides to tempt fate, or if he just plays this offline, shouldn't be worried about the other side of Icon. Just needs to fully lock in. Get ready for the swing from LVG. And here's that info. Here's those shots. Zach up. Close to him. Hasn't retrieved the bomb yet, but Jamyang could have heard a scope. Oh, and we got Mosea going up on the train as well. He's seen, he's dealt with it, and 9-3 will be the scoreline at the half. We are back and ready to see Tyloo make a comeback of utter dominance, proportions we've never seen before on Train. Or LVG just showing utter dominance. But it depends on the pistol, and we got Tyloo already up towards the bomb train at outside. Zaka, missed opportunity swinging from the back of yellow. It's looking a little awkward, but the CT still coming out on top, and G can't get the reload off. Tyloo, don't get a kill. And this could be a quick one from here.
Ah, man, please. I wanted to see that T-side train. Come on. I was so excited for this. And then the pistol round starts and they just win it in 15 seconds, I guess. To hell with that. But yeah, Lim Vision win the pistol just like it's nothing. And Tyloo, they... I mean, of course they're not going to get a bomb plant. They didn't get a single kill. So a full eco, 11-3. This one just became indefinitely harder to even fathom and try and think it's possible for the side of Tyloo. But hey, you know what? You can call me Dr. Crazy. I still would like to see them put up somewhat of a fight. But yeah, Lim Vision have been dominating all the way so far on that third and final map. It feels like we're finally seeing the level of dominance out of Lim Vision that we expected maybe to see all series long at the start of the day. Still fighting for that consolidation final spot tomorrow to play against the loser of Atox and the Huns. Third map going strong there as well. Still the first half. But of course that means that Mac Tyloo are going to have a lot of pressure on their shoulders in that next buy round. This is essentially going to be your opportunity to try and fight for IEM Dallas in a single buy round. And you need to win it. If you lose it, you're pretty much out of the fight.
Slower approach this time. Tyloo hoping to punish any over-aggression from Lim Vision. I like the pop setup, to be honest. You know, the one looking towards the A site, the one looking just down towards the halls. Starry able to pivot and help out once Zaka gets the info. Think at range, but it's just these blocks, and that should be that. Ooh, Starry almost falling, but again, Tyloo yet to get a kill this half.
Yeah. An interesting fact, by the way, for you. The last time Tyloo as an organization did play on American soil, because we're talking about Dallas, it actually was in Dallas back in 2019. The last time they played outside of Asia or Europe was the DreamHack Masters Dallas 2019. This is how long ago we're talking. And Tyloo back then, Bentet, somebody, Attacker, Summer, Excurate. That was the lineup. Quite a while ago. Just for reference, by the way, they did play against NIP that had Lecro, Forest, Res, Get Right, and PETA.
Call me Sue. Oh. Not quite ready for this one. And Tyloo, now they got the rifles going. Looking like a whole different ball game. 30 seconds and they should have won the round. They just need to get that one planted. Site control fully theirs. And LVG, the aggression punished. So good to see that Tyloo are showing signs of life. But the question from me, Ted, is it too little too late?
I mean, I think at this point, you could try and put in some wishful thinking and say, hey, you know what? There is a chance. We've seen a lot of crazy things happen, but in reality, it should be out of the conversation. The important thing is, I think if one of those two teams was able or was to be able to pull back a game like this one, it would be Tyloo. They have all the experience in the world. Some of those guys have been playing professional Counter-Strike for 10 plus years. They sure as hell know that you should be just taking this one step at a time, right? Not getting overexcited, just playing round for round, hoping to get fired up and just hoping to make the right decision in every single situation that you've been put, or at least the best possible. So, if I was to say, it's not impossible. It's highly improbable that they make it work. But I wouldn't count them out. It's been a crazy enough day. I'd still say there's probably around a 90% chance for Inferno to close it. Or at least on paper it should. I don't know, man. Chinese Counter-Strike just doesn't make sense. I can't give you an answer to that. Yeah, they should close it out, Inferno, sure.
Let's see what ends up happening, huh?
Yeah, how do you define crazy? I don't think you can. You can't just put it in a box and say, well, this is where we draw the line.
I like this, though. Inferno with a read. I think this is more the old, you know, just go for the old stack, hit him with a 50-50, see if it works out for you. Amelia in a sneaky position. I like the crossfire. If Westmelon and the other boys from deeper on site are holding upper, he can keep eyes on lower. Maybe even dodge these flashes, which should come from that second wave of util. Almost caught the timing, but didn't quite get it done. Westmelon dancing around on the nice line.
No.
Ooh, jiggling. The scout shots are doing a huge amount of damage. Westmelon just needs to follow up with a couple of bullets, and they'll get the job done. A-site in the hands of Attacker. He'll deny the rotation back from Zaka. And it's only Westmelon to try and get this done. The AK just shoots that much harder. And we're going to see Tyloo at least find another. 5 on the board. It looked dangerous for a second. And it cost them a pretty penny as well. But LVG, they got money for another buy.
Whew. I mean, they need to be taking Attacker for this one. They have him to be praising for this round. If it wasn't for him to find that, I guess, escape avenue in towards the A-bomb side, this round was just going way out of control there for the side of the T's. A lot of attacks coming in from the scout, a lot of damage, and as you said, that was just a half buy. Now we're talking about the big guns. Now we're talking about the full buy with the AVP of Zaka involved as well.
Call me Sue. Cracker of an opening. Lucky that Starry was there to trade. Sue ended up being a body blocker. A shield for those bullets, so Starry was softened up. Was able to stand, but Jam Young's got a different idea. The 1v4, which should be easy for LVG, almost goes south quickly. But Westmelon had the helping hand. Him and Amelia trying to swing together there. And they'll get the 12th round that they were desperately looking for before Tyloo started to find any momentum.
Yeah, and this is now falling into the category of what should be going on and what should be happening and how this game should be ending as well for LVG. You get the first buy round on the board on the CT side. Sue with a lovely double to stop Tyloo. And actually, we were anticipating Tyloo to try and hit them with some explosive plays in towards the end of their bomb side. That's exactly what they run in the first full-on buy round. And he gets stopped right in their tracks. So from here on out, Tyloo, 7 rounds of perfect Counter-Strike required if you want to stay alive in the battle for a spot in Dallas. And the first one is probably going to be the most difficult of them all. A couple players on Galeos. Utility is good enough to go for the investment. You even have the AVP in the hands of G, but you still have to work for this round. And even if you win it, you need to work again and again and again and again. It's such a long road ahead. And you're not even fighting for a win in regulation anymore. You're just praying for 7 consecutive for OT.
I don't know if we're getting it. I hope we are. But I don't see Tyloo stringing together, what's that, 9 rounds? 8 rounds to get back into the game and... Wait, 7 rounds even.
7, yeah.
My maths is not mathing today. We're getting there.
We can just lie that we live in China and it's 4 a.m.
True, yeah, of course. It's so late for us here. I'm still in Sydney. Anyway, G, going to be able to let that trade game happen. Amelia might have almost saved the day with a quick triple, and Zaka certainly does. That's going to be game. And LVG knock out Tyloo from the IEM Dallas closed qual here.
Man.
Oh, lordy, that was out of nowhere. It looked like Tyloo were in with it on the low buy.
Not
the
like
op too
this.
strong. Amelia too good. Hey, what do you know?
Not like this, man. Not like this. Not. I thought they were just gonna get a couple more rounds at least, but then Emilio just lines up 3 of them in 2 hours outer. That came out of nowhere, and I don't mean the fact that LVG closed it out. They were the far better team on train. Just the last round was hilarious, but I guess it's just I don't know, just to throw back to the conversation that we had that Tyler with how convincing they were on Engine. Maybe had they been able to close that Inferno, it could have been a 2-0 for them, but they apparently missed out on that chance. And yeah, train was just as one-sided as they come. And unfortunately for Tyler, this is the end of the road. LVG will keep fighting, but for Tyler, it's GG's and no Dallas this time around.
Yeah, I was hoping we'd get a bit more there. But again, when your T side, you get like 9 on the T side, man, that's a lot of rounds. That is a lot of rounds for Train. LVG looking like, you know, they won. They won convincingly eventually, even though they did, you know, stumble a little bit on Ancient. And yeah, back to the AWP conversation. Like G had a couple of rounds in there, but when he didn't have the AWP, it just felt like the activation wasn't there. But it wasn't all on him. You know, some of the riflers just weren't hitting like we would expect. And it just seems to be one of these situations, again, where Tyloo has let us down for all the expectations we have for the big names that they have on their lineup. So we'll see if they're able to fix that, but they won't be going to Dallas, and that is a certainty. Linvision, on the other hand, also might not be going to Dallas, but for now, at least they managed to go to the consolidation final and give themselves a shoot and shot. Maybe they'll get a chance. Did they play? It was the Huns they played earlier, I believe.
Yeah.
I think it was Atox and Tyloo, as you can see up there. So yeah, we'll see if we get a rematch with LVG and the Huns, or if it's going to be Atox that they got to take on. Either way, they got to take on some Mongolians to get to the grand final. So there's more steps to happen, and it could be another long day at the office, because even if they win, they got to play back-to-back best of threes again. The winner of that upper bracket match gets 3 hours off to sit back and watch their opponents and just completely prepare for the qualifier.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably going to be a really close one. It has been really close so far as well. We haven't had a single 2-0, right? All of them have gone all the way. And
yeah,
I feel like if you're Linvision, it definitely feels like a relief to finally play a cleaner round of Counter-Strike. We were having that conversation on Ancient. Well, it didn't end up being a cleaner round of Counter-Strike for them. Train, on the other hand, was the first one that they were able to win without having to play 24 or more rounds. So I guess it's a good way to end it. And I feel like for Linvision as well, it is probably, I would give them a decent chance going in that next game, considering how close the game against the Huns was, but I guess we gotta wait and find out, and sometimes they might not get to play that third map to get activated, but from here on out, people will at least know Train, especially the T side of Train, is pretty damn solid for them.
Yeah, at least so far, you know, it felt like they weren't tested. So we'll see if they get tested. We'll see if we even see any more Train down the line up against the other Mongolian teams still here in the tournament. But of course, that has been that for us. I've been Mac, you know, Ted's been Ted, and we've had a damn good time enjoying the chaos of Asia. But that's going to be that for the day. We'll let you guys all go to sleep. We've got another big day of games tomorrow. Make sure you're here to watch it so we can send one of these teams from Asia to America, to Dallas, to represent the area. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Strollick's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again.